Chapter 6. I have lingered thus long on the extreme bank, the wasting shoal that stretched into the stream of life, dallying with the shadow of death. Thus long I have cradled my heart in retrospection of past happiness when hope was. Why not forever thus? I am not immortal, and the thread of my history might be spun out to the limits of my existence. But the same sentiment that first led me to portray scenes replete with tender recollections now bids me hurry on. The same yearning of this warm, panting heart that has made me in written words record my vagabond youth, my serene manhood, and the passions of my soul, makes me now recoil from further delay. I must complete my work. Here then I stand, as I said, beside the fleet waters of the flowing years, and now away. Spread the sail and strain with oar, hurrying by dark impending crags. Adown steep rapids, even to the sea of desolation I have reached. Yet one moment, one brief interval, before I put from shore, once again let me fancy myself as I was in 2094, in my abode at Windsor. Let me close my eyes and imagine that the immeasurable boughs of its oaks still shadow me, its castle walls are near. Let fancy portray the joyous scene of the 20th of June, such as even now my aching heart recalls it. Circumstances had called me to London. Here I heard talk that symptoms of the plague had occurred in hospitals of that city. I returned to Windsor. My brow was clouded, my heart heavy. I entered the little park, as was my custom, at the Frogmore Gate, on my way to the castle. A great part of these grounds had been given to cultivation, and strips of potato land and corn were scattered here and there. The rooks cawed loudly in the trees above. Mixed with their hoarse cries, I heard a lovely strain of music. It was Alfred's birthday. The young people, the Etonians and children of the neighbouring gentry, held a mock fair, to which all the country people were invited. The park was speckled by tents, whose flaunting colours and gaudy flags waving in the sunshine added to the gaiety of the scene. On a platform erected beneath the terrace, a number of the younger part of the assembly were dancing. I leaned against a tree to observe them. The band played the wild eastern air of Weber, introduced in Abon Hassan. Its volatile notes gave wings to the feet of the dancers, while the lookers-on unconsciously beat time. At first, the tripping measure lifted my spirit with it, and for a moment my eyes gladly followed the mazes of the dance. The revulsion of thought passed like keen steel to my heart. Ye are all going to die, I thought. Already your tomb is built up around you. A while, because you are gifted with agility and strength, you fancy that you live. But frail is the bower of flesh that encaskets life. Dissoluble the silver cord that binds you to it. The joyous soul, charioted from pleasure to pleasure by the graceful mechanism of well-formed limbs, will suddenly feel the axle tree give way, and spring and wheel dissolve in dust. Not one of you, O fated crowd, can escape, not one. Not my own ones, not my Idris and her babes. Horror and misery. Already the gay dance vanished. The green sward was strewn with corpses. The blue air above became fetid with deathly exhalations. Shriek, ye clarions, ye loud trumpets, howl, pile dirge on dirge, rouse the funeral chords. Let the air ring with dire wailing, let wild discord rush on the wings of the wind. Already I hear it, while guardian angels, attendant on humanity, their task achieved, hasten away, and their departure is announced by melancholy strains. Faces all unseemly with weeping, forced open my lids. Faster and fast many groups of these woe-begone countenances thronged around, exhibiting every variety of wretchedness. Well-known faces mingled with the distorted creations of fancy. Ashy, pale, Raymond and Perdita sat apart, looking on with sad smiles. Adrian's countenance flitted across, tainted by death. Idris, with eyes languidly closed and livid lips, was about to slide into the wide grave. The confusion grew. Their looks of sorrow changed to mockery. They nodded their heads in time to the music, whose clang became maddening. I felt that this was insanity. I sprang forward to throw it off. I rushed into the midst of the crowd. Idris saw me. With light steps she advanced. As I folded her in my arms, feeling as I did that I thus enclosed what was to me a world, yet frail as the water drop which the noonday sun will drink from the water lily's cup. Tears filled my eyes, unwont to be thus moistened. The joyful welcome of my boys, the soft gratulation of Clara, the pressure of Adrian's hand, contributed to unman me. I felt that they were near, that they were safe, yet methought this was all deceit. The earth reeled, the firm and rooted trees moved. Dizziness came over me, I sank to the ground. My beloved friends were alarmed. Nay, they expressed their alarm so anxiously that I dared not pronounce the word plague that hovered on my lips, lest they should construe my perturbed looks into a symptom and see infection in my languor. I had scarcely recovered, and with feigned hilarity had brought back smiles into my little circle, when we saw Ryland approach. Ryland had something the appearance of a farmer, of a man whose muscles and full-grown stature had been developed under the influence of vigorous exercise and exposure to the elements. This was to a great degree the case, for though a large landed proprietor, yet being a projector and of an ardent and industrious disposition, he had on his own estate given himself up to agricultural labours. When he went as ambassador to the northern states of America, he for some time planned his entire migration and went so far as to make several journeys far westward on that immense continent for the purpose of choosing the site of his new abode. Ambition turned his thoughts from these designs. Ambition, which labouring through various lets and hindrances, had now led him to the summit of his hopes in making him Lord Protector of England. His countenance was rough but intelligent. His ample brow and quick grey eyes seemed to look out over his own plans and the opposition of his enemies. His voice was stentorian. His hand, stretched out in debate, seemed by its gigantic and muscular form to warn his hearers that words were not his only weapons. Few people had discovered some cowardice and much infirmity of purpose under this imposing exterior. No man could crush a butterfly on the wheel with better effect. No man better cover a speedy retreat from a powerful adversary. This had been the secret of his secession at the time of Lord Raymond's election. In the unsteady glance of his eye, in his extreme desire to learn the opinions of all, in the feebleness of his handwriting, these qualities might be obscurely traced, but they were not generally known. He was now our Lord Protector. He had canvassed eagerly for this post. His protectorate was to be distinguished by every kind of innovation on the aristocracy. This, his selected task, was exchanged for the far different one of encountering the ruin caused by the convulsions of physical nature. He was incapable of meeting these evils by any comprehensive system. He had resorted to expedient after expedient, and could never be induced to put a remedy in force till it came too late to be of use. Certainly, the Ryland that advanced towards us now bore small resemblance to the powerful, ironical, seemingly fearless canvasser for the first rank among Englishmen. Our native oak, as his partisans had called him, was visited truly by a nipping winter. He scarcely appeared half his usual height. His joints were unknit. His limbs would not support him. His face was contracted. His eye wandering. Debility of purpose and dastard fear were expressed in every gesture. In answer to our eager questions, one word alone fell, as it were, involuntarily from his convulsed lips. The plague. Where? Everywhere. We must fly, all fly, but whither? No man can tell. There is no refuge on earth. It comes on us like 1,000 packs of wolves. We must all fly. Where shall you go? Where can any of us go? These words were syllabled, trembling, by the Iron Man. Adrian replied, "Whither indeed would you fly? We must all remain and do our best to help our suffering fellow creatures." "Help?" said Ryland. "There is no help. Great God! Who talks of help? All the world has the plague." "Then to avoid it, we must quit the world," observed Adrian with a gentle smile. Ryland groaned. Cold drops stood on his brow. It was useless to oppose his paroxysm of terror, but we soothed and encouraged him so that after an interval he was better able to explain to us the ground of his alarm. It had come sufficiently home to him. One of his servants, while waiting on him, had suddenly fallen down dead. The physician declared that he died of the plague. We endeavored to calm him, but our own hearts were not calm. I saw the eye of Idris wander from me to her children with an anxious appeal to my judgment. Adrian was absorbed in meditation. For myself, I own that Ryland's words rang in my ears. All the world was infected. In what uncontaminated seclusion could I save my beloved treasures until the shadow of death had passed from over the earth? We sunk into silence, a silence that drank in the doleful accounts and prognostications of our guest. We had receded from the crowd and, ascending the steps of the terrace, sought the castle. Our change of cheer struck those nearest to us, and by means of Ryland's servants, the report soon spread that he had fled from the plague in London. The sprightly parties broke up. They assembled in whispering groups. The spirit of gaiety was eclipsed. The music ceased. The young people left their occupations and gathered together. The lightness of heart, which had dressed them in masquerade habits, had decorated their tents and assembled them in fantastic groups, appeared a sin against and a provocative to the awful destiny that had laid its palsying hand upon hope and life. The merriment of the hour was an unholy mockery of the sorrows of man. The foreigners whom we had among us, who had fled from the plague in their own country, now saw their last asylum invaded, and fear making them garrulous, they described to eager listeners the miseries they had beheld in cities visited by the calamity, and gave fearful accounts of the insidious and irremediable nature of the disease. We had entered the castle. Idris stood at a window that overlooked the park. Her maternal eyes sought her own children among the crowd. An Italian lad had got an audience about him, and with animated gestures was describing some scene of horror. Alfred stood immovable before him, his whole attention absorbed. Little Evelyn had endeavored to draw Clara away to play with him, but the Italian's tale arrested her. She crept near, her lustrous eyes fixed on the speaker. Either watching the crowd in the park or occupied by painful reflection, we were all silent. Ryland stood by himself in an embrasure of the window. Adrian paced the hall, revolving some new and overpowering idea. Suddenly he stopped and said, "I have long expected this. Could we in reason expect that this island should be exempt from the universal visitation? The evil is come home to us, and we must not shrink from our fate. What are your plans, my Lord Protector, for the benefit of our country?" "For heaven's love, Windsor," cried Ryland, "do not mock me with that title. Death and disease level all men. I neither pretend to protect nor govern an hospital. Such will England quickly become. Do you then intend now, in time of peril, to recede from your duties?" "Duties? Speak rationally, my lord. When I am a plague-spotted corpse, where will my duties be? Every man for himself. The devil take the protectorship, say I, if it expose me to danger." "Faint-hearted man," cried Adrian indignantly. "Your countrymen put their trust in you, and you betray them?" "I betray them?" said Ryland. "The plague betrays me. Faint-hearted? It is well. Shut up in your castle out of danger. to boast yourself out of fear. Take the protectorship who will. Before God, I renounce it. And before God, replied his opponent fervently, do I receive it. No one will canvass for this honor now. None envy my danger or labors. Deposit your powers in my hands. Long have I fought with death, and much, he stretched out his thin hand, much have I suffered in the struggle. It is not by flying, but by facing the enemy that we can conquer. If my last combat is now about to be fought, and I am to be worsted, so let it be. But come, Ryland, recollect yourself. Men have hitherto thought you magnanimous and wise. Will you cast aside these titles? Consider the panic your departure will occasion. Return to London, I will go with you. Encourage the people by your presence. I will incur all the danger. Shame? Shame if the first magistrate of England be foremost to renounce his duties. Meanwhile, among our guests in the park, all thoughts of festivity had faded. As summer flies are scattered by rain, so did this congregation, late noisy and happy, in sadness and melancholy murmurs break up, dwindling away apace. With the set sun and the deepening twilight, the park became nearly empty. Adrian and Ryland were still in earnest discussion. We had prepared a banquet for our guests in the lower hall of the castle, and thither Idris and I repaired to receive and entertain the few that remained. There is nothing more melancholy than a merry meeting thus turned to sorrow. The gala dresses, the decorations, gay as they might otherwise be, receive a solemn and funeral appearance, if such change be painful from lighter causes. It weighed with intolerable heaviness from the knowledge that the earth's desolator had at last, even as an arch-fiend, lightly overleaped the boundaries our precautions raised, and at once enthroned himself in the full and beating heart of our country. Idris sat at the top of the half-empty hall, pale and tearful. She almost forgot her duties as hostess. Her eyes were fixed on her children. Alfred's serious ear shewed that he still revolved the tragic story related by the Italian boy. Evelyn was the only mirthful creature present. He sat on Clara's lap, and making matter of glee from his own fancies, laughed aloud. The vaulted roof echoed again his infant tone. The poor mother, who had brooded long over and suppressed the expression of her anguish, now burst into tears, and folding her babe in her arms, hurried from the hall. Clara and Alfred followed, while the rest of the company, in confused murmur which grew louder and louder, gave voice to their many fears. The younger part gathered round me to ask my advice, and those who had friends in London were anxious beyond the rest to ascertain the present extent of disease in the metropolis. I encouraged them with such thoughts of cheer as presented themselves. I told them exceedingly few deaths had yet been occasioned by pestilence, and gave them hopes, as we were the last visited, so the calamity might have lost its most venomous power before it had reached us. The cleanliness, habits of order, and the manner in which our cities were built were all in our favour. As it was an epidemic, its chief force was derived from pernicious qualities in the air, and it would probably do little harm where this was naturally salubrious. At first, I had spoken only to those nearest me, but the whole assembly gathered about me, and I found that I was listened to by all. My friends, I said, our risk is common, our precautions and exertions shall be common also. If manly courage and resistance can save us, we will be saved. We will fight the enemy to the last. Plague shall not find us a ready prey. We will dispute every inch of ground, and by methodical and inflexible laws pile invincible barriers to the progress of our foe. Perhaps in no part of the world has she met with so systematic and determined an opposition. Perhaps no country is naturally so well protected against our invader, nor has nature anywhere been so well assisted by the hand of man. We will not despair. We are neither cowards nor fatalists, but, believing that God has placed the means for our preservation in our own hands, we will use those means to our utmost. Remember that cleanliness, sobriety, and even good humour and benevolence are our best medicines. There was little I could add to this general exhortation, for the plague, though in London, was not among us. I dismissed the guests, therefore, and they went thoughtful, more than sad, to await the events in store for them. I now sought Adrian, anxious to hear the result of his discussion with Ryland. He had in part prevailed. The Lord Protector consented to return to London for a few weeks, during which time things should be so arranged as to occasion less consternation at his departure. Adrian and Idris were together. The sadness with which the former had first heard that the plague was in London had vanished. The energy of his purpose informed his body with strength. The solemn joy of enthusiasm and self-devotion illuminated his countenance, and the weakness of his physical nature seemed to pass from him, as the cloud of humanity did in the ancient fable. He was endeavoring to encourage his sister and to bring her to look on his intent in a less tragic light than she was prepared to do, and with passionate eloquence he unfolded his designs to her. "Let me at the first word," he said, "relieve your mind from all fear on my account. I will not task myself beyond my powers, nor will I needlessly seek danger. I feel that I know what ought to be done, and as my presence is necessary for the accomplishment of my plans, I will take especial care to preserve my life. I am now going to undertake an office fitted for me. I cannot intrigue or work a tortuous path through the labyrinth of men's vices and passions, but I can bring patience and sympathy and such aid as art affords to the bed of disease. I can raise from earth the miserable orphan and awaken to new hopes the shut heart of the mourner. I can enchain the plague in limits and set a term to the misery it would occasion. Courage, forbearance, and watchfulness are the forces I bring towards this great work. Oh, I shall be something now. From my birth I have aspired like the eagle, but unlike the eagle my wings have failed, and my vision has been blinded. Disappointment and sickness have hitherto held dominion over me, twin born with me. My wood was forever enchained by the shall not of these my tyrants. A shepherd boy that tends a silly flock on the mountains was more in the scale of society than I. Congratulate me then that I have found fitting scope for my powers. I have often thought of offering my services to the pestilence-stricken towns of France and Italy, but fear of paining you and expectation of this catastrophe withheld me. To England and to Englishmen I dedicate myself. If I can save one of her mighty spirits from the deadly shaft, if I can ward disease from one of her smiling cottages, I shall not have lived in vain." Strange ambition this, yet such was Adrian. He appeared given up to contemplation, averse to excitement, a lowly student, a man of visions, but afford him worthy theme and, like to the lark at break of day arising, from sullen earth, sings hymns at heaven's gate. So did he spring up from listlessness and unproductive thought to the highest pitch of virtuous action. With him went enthusiasm, the high-wrought resolve, the eye that without blenching could look at death. With us remained sorrow, anxiety, and unendurable expectation of evil. "The man," says Lord Bacon, "who hath wife and children, has given hostages to fortune." Vain was all philosophical reasoning, vain all fortitude, vain a reliance on probable good. I might heap high the scale with logic, courage, and resignation, but let one fear for Idris and our children enter the opposite one, and overweighed, it kicked the beam. The plague was in London. Fools that we were not long ago to have foreseen this. We wept over the ruin of the boundless continents of the East and the desolation of the Western world, while we fancied that the little channel between our island and the rest of the earth was to preserve us alive among the dead. It were no mighty leap, methinks, from Calais to Dover. The eye easily discerns the sister land. They were united once, and the little path that runs between looks in a map but as a trodden footway through high grass. Yet this small interval was to save us. The sea was to rise a wall of adamant, without disease and misery. within a shelter from evil, a nook of the Garden of Paradise, a particle of celestial soil which no evil could invade. Truly, we were wise in our generation to imagine all these things. But we are awake now. The plague is in London, the air of England is tainted, and her sons and daughters strew the unwholesome earth. And now, the sea, late our defence, seems our prison bound, hemmed in by its gulfs. We shall die like the famished inhabitants of a besieged town. Other nations have a fellowship in death, but we, shut out from all neighbourhood, must bury our own dead, and little England become a wide, wide tomb. This feeling of universal misery assumed concentration and shape when I looked on my wife and children, and the thought of danger to them possessed my whole being with fear. How could I save them? I resolved 1,000 plans. They should not die. First, I would be gathered to nothingness, ere infection should come near these idols of my soul. I would walk barefoot through the world to find an uninfected spot. I would build my home on some wave-tossed plank, drifted about on the barren, shoreless ocean. I would betake me with them to some wild beast's den, where a tiger's cubs, which I would slay, had been reared in health. I would seek the mountain eagle's eyrie, and live years suspended in some inaccessible recess of a sea-bounding cliff, no labour too great, no scheme too wild, if it promised life to them. O ye heartstrings of mine, could ye be torn asunder and my soul not spend itself in tears of blood for sorrow? Idris, after the first shock, regained a portion of fortitude. She studiously shut out all prospect of the future and cradled her heart in present blessings. She never for a moment lost sight of her children, but while they in health sported about her, she could cherish contentment and hope. A strange and wild restlessness came over me, the more intolerable because I was forced to conceal it. My fears for Adrian were ceaseless. August had come and the symptoms of plague increased rapidly in London. It was deserted by all who possessed the power of removing, and he, the brother of my soul, was exposed to the perils from which all but slaves, enchained by circumstance, fled. He remained to combat the fiend, his side unguarded, his toils unshared. Infection might even reach him, and he die unattended and alone. By day and night these thoughts pursued me. I resolved to visit London to see him, to quiet these agonizing throes by the sweet medicine of hope, or the opiate of despair. It was not until I arrived at Brentford that I perceived much change in the face of the country. The better sort of houses were shut up, the busy trade of the town palsied. There was an air of anxiety among the few passengers I met, and they looked wonderingly at my carriage, the first they had seen pass towards London since pestilence sat on its high places and possessed its busy streets. I met several funerals. They were slenderly attended by mourners and were regarded by the spectators as omens of direst import. Some gazed on these processions with wild eagerness, others fled timidly, some wept aloud. Adrian's chief endeavour after the immediate succour of the sick had been to disguise the symptoms and progress of the plague from the inhabitants of London. He knew that fear and melancholy forebodings were powerful assistants to disease, that desponding and brooding care rendered the physical nature of man peculiarly susceptible of infection. No unseemly sights were therefore discernible. The shops were in general open, the concourse of passengers in some degree kept up. But although the appearance of an infected town was avoided, to me, who had not beheld it since the commencement of the visitation, London appeared sufficiently changed. There were no carriages, and grass had sprung high in the streets. The houses had a desolate look. Most of the shutters were closed, and there was a ghast and frightened stare in the persons I met, very different from the usual businesslike demeanour of the Londoners. My solitary carriage attracted notice as it rattled along towards the Protectoral Palace, and the fashionable streets leading to it wore a still more dreary and deserted appearance. I found Adrian's antechamber crowded. It was his hour for giving audience. I was unwilling to disturb his labours and waited, watching the ingress and egress of the petitioners. They consisted of people of the middling and lower classes of society, whose means of subsistence failed with the cessation of trade, and of the busy spirit of money-making in all its branches peculiar to our country. There was an air of anxiety, sometimes of terror, in the new corners, strongly contrasted with the resigned and even satisfied mien of those who had had audience. I could read the influence of my friend in their quickened motions and cheerful faces. 2:00 struck, after which none were admitted. Those who had been disappointed went sullenly or sorrowfully away, while I entered the audience chamber. I was struck by the improvement that appeared in the health of Adrian. He was no longer bent to the ground, like an overnursed flower of spring, that shooting up beyond its strength is weighed down even by its own coronal of blossoms. His eyes were bright, his countenance composed. An air of concentrated energy was diffused over his whole person, much unlike its former languor. He sat at a table with several secretaries, who were arranging petitions or registering the notes made during that day's audience. 2 or 3 petitioners were still in attendance. I admired his justice and patience. Those who possessed the power of living out of London, he advised immediately to quit it, affording them the means of doing so. Others, whose trade was beneficial to the city, or who possessed no other refuge, he provided with advice for better avoiding the epidemic. Relieving overloaded families, supplying the gaps made in others by death, order, comfort, and even health rose under his influence, as from the touch of a magician's wand. "I am glad you are come," he said to me when we were at last alone. "I can only spare a few minutes and must tell you much in that time. The plague is now in progress. It is useless closing one's eyes to the fact. The deaths increase each week. What will come, I cannot guess. As yet, thank God, I am equal to the government of the town, and I look only to the present. Ryland, who I have so long detained, has stipulated that I shall suffer him to depart before the end of this month. The deputy appointed by Parliament is dead. Another, therefore, must be named. I have advanced my claim, and I believe that I shall have no competitor. Tonight the question is to be decided, as there is a call of the House for the purpose. You must nominate me Lionel. Ryland, for shame, cannot shew himself, but you, my friend, will do me this service." How lovely is devotion! Here was a youth royally sprung, bred in luxury by nature, averse to the usual struggles of a public life, and now in time of danger, at a period when to live was the utmost scope of the ambitious, he, the beloved and heroic Adrian, made in sweet simplicity an offer to sacrifice himself for the public good. The very idea was generous and noble, but beyond this, his unpretending manner, his entire want of the assumption of a virtue, rendered his act 10 times more touching. I would have withstood his request, but I had seen the good he diffused. I felt that his resolves were not to be shaken, so, with an heavy heart, I consented to do as he asked. He grasped my hand affectionately. "Thank you," he said. "You have relieved me from a painful dilemma and are, as you ever were, the best of my friends. Farewell, I must now leave you for a few hours. Go you and converse with Ryland. Although he deserts his post in London, he may be of the greatest service in the north of England, by receiving and assisting travellers and contributing to supply the metropolis with food. Awaken him, I entreat you, to some sense of duty." Adrian left me, as I afterwards learnt, upon his daily task of visiting the hospitals and inspecting the crowded parts of London. I found Ryland much altered, even from what he had been when he visited Windsor. Perpetual fear had jaundiced his complexion and shriveled his whole person. I told him of the business of the evening, and a smile relaxed the contracted muscles. He desired to go. Each day he expected to be infected by pestilence. Each day he was unable to resist the gentle violence of Adrian's detention. The moment Adrian should be legally elected his deputy, he would escape to safety. Under this impression he listened to all I said, and, elevated almost to joy by the near prospect of his departure, He entered into a discussion concerning the plans he should adopt in his own county, forgetting for the moment his cherished resolution of shutting himself up from all communication in the mansion and grounds of his estate. In the evening, Adrian and I proceeded to Westminster. As we went, he reminded me of what I was to say and do, yet strange to say, I entered the chamber without having once reflected on my purpose. Adrian remained in the coffee room while I, in compliance with his desire, took my seat in St. Stephen's. There reigned unusual silence in the chamber. I had not visited it since Raymond's protectorate, a period conspicuous for a numerous attendance of members, for the eloquence of the speakers, and the warmth of the debate. The benches were very empty. Those, by custom, occupied by the hereditary members were vacant. The city members were there, the members for the commercial towns, few landed proprietors, and not many of those who entered Parliament for the sake of a career. The first subject that occupied the attention of the House was an address from the Lord Protector, praying them to appoint a deputy during a necessary absence on his part. A silence prevailed, till one of the members coming to me whispered that the Earl of Windsor had sent him word that I was to move his election in the absence of the person who had been first chosen for this office. Now, for the first time, I saw the full extent of my task, and I was overwhelmed by what I had brought on myself. Ryland had deserted his post through fear of the plague. From the same fear, Adrian had no competitor, and I, the nearest kinsman of the Earl of Windsor, was to propose his election. I was to thrust this selected and matchless friend into the post of danger. Impossible! The die was cast. I would offer myself as candidate. The few members who were present had come more for the sake of terminating the business by securing a legal attendance than under the idea of a debate. I had risen mechanically. My knees trembled. Irresolution hung on my voice as I uttered a few words on the necessity of choosing a person adequate to the dangerous task in hand. But when the idea of presenting myself in the room of my friend intruded, the load of doubt and pain was taken from off me. My words flowed spontaneously. My utterance was firm and quick. I had adverted to what Adrian had already done. I promised the same vigilance in furthering all his views. I drew a touching picture of his vacillating health. I boasted of my own strength. I prayed them to save even from himself this scion of the noblest family in England. My alliance with him was the pledge of my sincerity. My union with his sister, my children, his presumptive heirs, were the hostages of my truth. This unexpected turn in the debate was quickly communicated to Adrian. He hurried in and witnessed the termination of my impassioned harangue. I did not see him. My soul was in my words. My eyes could not perceive that which was, while a vision of Adrian's form, tainted by pestilence and sinking in death, floated before them. He seized my hand as I concluded. "Unkind!" he cried. "You have betrayed me!" Then, springing forwards with the air of one who had a right to command, he claimed the place of deputy as his own. He had bought it, he said, with danger, and paid for it with toil. His ambition rested there, and after an interval devoted to the interests of his country, was I to step in and reap the profit. Let them remember what London had been when he arrived. The panic that prevailed brought famine, while every moral and legal tie was loosened. He had restored order. This had been a work which required perseverance, patience, and energy, and he had neither slept nor waked but for the good of his country. Would they dare wrong him thus? Would they wrest his hard-earned reward from him, to bestow it on one who, never having mingled in public life, would come a tyro to the craft in which he was an adept? He demanded the place of deputy as his right. Ryland had shewn that he preferred him. Never before had he, who was born even to the inheritance of the throne of England, never had he asked favour or honour from those now his equals, but who might have been his subjects. Would they refuse him? Could they thrust back from the path of distinction and laudable ambition the heir of their ancient kings, and heap Another disappointment on a fallen house. No one had ever before heard Adrian allude to the rights of his ancestors. None had ever before suspected that power or the suffrage of the many could in any manner become dear to him. He had begun his speech with vehemence. He ended with unassuming gentleness, making his appeal with the same humility as if he had asked to be the first in wealth, honor, and power among Englishmen, and not, as was the truth, to be the foremost in the ranks of loathsome toils and inevitable death. A murmur of approbation rose after his speech. "Oh, do not listen to him," I cried. "He speaks false to himself." I was interrupted, and silence being restored, we were ordered, as was the custom, to retire during the decision of the House. I fancied that they hesitated, and that there was some hope for me. I was mistaken. Hardly had we quitted the chamber before Adrian was recalled and installed in his office of Lord Deputy to the Protector. We returned together to the palace. "Why, Lionel?" said Adrian. "What did you intend? You could not hope to conquer, and yet you gave me the pain of a triumph over my dearest friend." "This is mockery," I replied. "You devote yourself, you, the adored brother of Idris, the being of all the world contains, dearest to our hearts. You devote yourself to an early death. I would have prevented this. My death would be a small evil, or rather I should not die while you cannot hope to escape." "As to the likelihood of escaping," said Adrian, 10 years hence the cold stars may shine on the graves of all of us. But as to my peculiar liability to infection, I could easily prove both logically and physically that in the midst of contagion, I have a better chance of life than you. This is my post. I was born for this. To rule England in anarchy, to save her in danger, to devote myself for her. The blood of my forefathers cries aloud in my veins and bids me be first among my countrymen. Or if this mode of speech offends you, let me say that my mother, the proud queen, instilled early into me a love of distinction, and all that, if the weakness of my physical nature and my peculiar opinions had not prevented such a design, might have made me long since struggle for the lost inheritance of my race. But now my mother, or if you will, my mother's lessons, awaken within me. I cannot lead on to battle. I cannot, through intrigue and faithlessness, rear again the throne upon the wreck of English public spirit, but I can be the first to support and guard my country, now that terrific disasters and ruin have laid strong hands upon her. That country and my beloved sister are all I have. I will protect the first. The latter I commit to your charge. If I survive and she be lost, I were far better dead. Preserve her. For her own sake, I know that you will. If you require any other spur, think that in preserving her, you preserve me. Her faultless nature, one sum of perfections, is wrapped up in her affections. If they were hurt, she would droop like an unwatered floweret, and the slightest injury they receive is a nipping frost to her. Already she fears for us. She fears for the children she adores and for you, the father of these, her lover, husband, protector, and you must be near her to support and encourage her. Return to Windsor then, my brother, for such you are by every tie. Fill the double place my absence imposes on you, and let me, in all my sufferings here, turn my eyes towards that dear seclusion and say, there is peace. Chapter 7. I did proceed to Windsor, but not with the intention of remaining there. I went but to obtain the consent of Idris, and then to return and take my station beside my unequalled friend, to share his labours and save him, if so it must be, at the expense of my life. Yet I dreaded to witness the anguish which my resolve might excite in Idris. I had vowed to my own heart never to shadow her countenance, even with transient grief, and should I prove recreant at the hour of greatest need? I had begun my journey with anxious haste. Now I desired to draw it out through the course of days and months. I longed to avoid the necessity of action. I strove to escape from thought. Vainly, futurity, like a dark image in a phantasmagoria, came nearer and more near, till it clasped the whole earth in its shadow. A slight circumstance induced me to alter my usual route and to return home by Egham and Bishopgate. I alighted at Perdita's ancient abode, her cottage, and sending forward the carriage, determined to walk across the park to the castle. This spot, dedicated to sweetest recollections, the deserted house and neglected garden, were well adapted to nurse my melancholy. In our happiest days, Perdita had adorned her cottage with every aid art might bring to that which nature had selected to favor. In the same spirit of exaggeration, she had, on the event of her separation from Raymond, caused it to be entirely neglected. It was now in ruin. The deer had climbed the broken palings and reposed among the flowers. Grass grew on the threshold, and the swinging lattice, creaking to the wind, gave signal of utter desertion. The sky was blue above, and the air impregnated with fragrance by the rare flowers that grew among the weeds. The trees moved overhead, awakening nature's favorite melody. But the melancholy appearance of the choked paths and weed-grown flower beds dimmed even this gay summer scene. The time when in proud and happy security we assembled at this cottage was gone. Soon the present hours would join those past, and shadows of future ones rose dark and menacing from the womb of time, their cradle and their bier. For the first time in my life, I envied the sleep of the dead, and thought with pleasure of one's bed under the sod, where grief and fear have no power. I passed through the gap of the broken paling. I felt, while I disdained the choking tears, I rushed into the depths of the forest. O death and change, rulers of our life, where are ye, that I may grapple with you? What was there in our tranquillity that excited your envy? In our happiness that ye should destroy it? We were happy, loving and beloved. The horn of Amalthea contained no blessing unshowered upon us. But alas, la fortuna deedat barbara importuna, oi cadava iea flora, no permanense jamás. As I wandered on, thus ruminating, a number of country people passed me. They seemed full of careful thought, and a few words of their conversation that reached me induced me to approach and make further inquiries. A party of people, flying from London, as was frequent in those days, had come up the Thames in a boat. No one at Windsor would afford them shelter, so going a little further up, they remained all night in a deserted hut near Bolter's Lock. They pursued their way the following morning, leaving one of their company behind them, sick of the plague. This circumstance once spread abroad, none dared approach within half a mile of the infected neighbourhood, and the deserted wretch was left to fight with disease and death in solitude, as he best might. I was urged by compassion to hasten to the hut for the purpose of ascertaining his situation and administering to his wants. As I advanced, I met knots of country people talking earnestly of this event. Distant as they were from the apprehended contagion, fear was impressed on every countenance. I passed by a group of these terrorists in a lane in the direct road to the hut. One of them stopped me, and conjecturing that I was ignorant of the circumstance, told me not to go on, for that an infected person lay but at a short distance. "I know it," I replied, "and I am going to see in what condition the poor fellow is." A murmur of surprise and horror ran through the assembly. I continued, "This poor wretch is deserted, dying, succourless. In these unhappy times, God knows how soon any or all of us may be in like want. I am going to do as I would be done by." "But you will never be able to return to the castle. Lady Idris, his children," in confused speech, were the words that struck my ear. "Do you not know, my friends," I said, "that the Earl himself, now Lord Protector, visits daily not only those probably infected by this disease, but the hospitals and pest houses, going near and even touching the sick? Yet he was never in better health. You labour under an entire mistake as to the nature of the plague. But do not fear. I do not ask any of you to accompany me, nor to believe me, until I return safe and sound from my patient." So I left them and hurried on. I soon arrived at the hut. The door was ajar. I entered, and one glance assured me that its former inhabitant was no more. He lay on a heap of straw, cold and stiff, while a pernicious effluvia filled the room, and various stains and marks served to shew the virulence of the disorder. I had never before beheld one killed by pestilence. While every mind was full of dismay at its effects, a craving for excitement had led us to pursue Defoe's account and the masterly delineations of the author of Arthur Mervyn. The pictures drawn in these books were so vivid that we seemed to have experienced the results depicted by them. But cold were the sensations excited by words, burning though they were and describing the death and misery of thousands, compared to what I felt in looking on the corpse of this unhappy stranger. This indeed was the plague. I raised his rigid limbs. I marked the distortion of his face and the stony eyes lost to perception. As I was thus occupied, chill horror congealed my blood, making my flesh quiver and my hair to stand on end. Half insanely, I spoke to the dead. "So the plague killed you," I muttered. "How came this? Was the coming painful? You look as if the enemy had tortured before he murdered you." And now I leapt up precipitately and escaped from the hut before nature could revoke her laws and inorganic words be breathed in answer from the lips of the departed. On returning through the lane, I saw at a distance the same assemblage of persons which I had left. They hurried away as soon as they saw me. My agitated mien added to their fear of coming near one who had entered within the verge of contagion. At a distance from facts one draws conclusions which appear infallible, which yet when put to the test of reality vanish like unreal dreams. I had ridiculed the fears of my countrymen when they related to others. Now that they came home to myself, I paused. The Rubicon, I felt, was past, and it behooved me well to reflect what I should do on this hither side of disease and danger. According to the vulgar superstition, my dress, my person, the air I breathed, bore in it mortal danger to myself and others. Should I return to the castle to my wife and children, with this taint upon me? Not surely if I were infected, but I felt certain that I was not. A few hours would determine the question. I would spend these in the forest in reflection on what was to come and what my future actions were to be. In the feeling communicated to me by the sight of one struck by the plague, I forgot the events that had excited me so strongly in London. New and more painful prospects by degrees were cleared of the mist which had hitherto veiled them. The question was no longer whether I should share Adrian's toils and danger, but in what manner I could, in Windsor and the neighbourhood, imitate the prudence and zeal which, under his government, produced order and plenty in London, and how, now pestilence had spread more widely, I could secure the health of my own family. I spread the whole earth out as a map before me. On no one spot of its surface could I put my finger and say, "Here is safety." In the south, the disease, virulent and immedicable, had nearly annihilated the race of man. Storm and inundation, poisonous winds and blights, filled up the measure of suffering. In the north it was worse. The lesser population gradually declined, and famine and plague kept watch on the survivors, who, helpless and feeble, were ready to fall an easy prey into their hands. I contracted my view to England. The overgrown metropolis, the great heart of mighty Britain, was pulseless. Commerce had ceased. All resort for ambition or pleasure was cut off. The streets were grass-grown, the houses empty. The few that from necessity remained seemed already branded with the taint of inevitable pestilence. In the larger manufacturing towns, the same tragedy was acted on a smaller yet more disastrous scale. There was no Adrian to superintend and direct, while whole flocks of the poor were struck and killed. Yet we were not all to die. No, truly though thinned, the race of man would continue, and the great plague would, in after years, become matter of history and wonder. Doubtless, this visitation was for extent unexampled. More need that we should work hard to dispute its progress. Ere this, men have gone out in sport and slain their thousands and tens of thousands, but now man had become a creature of price. The life of one of them was of more worth than the so-called treasures of kings. Look at his thought-endued countenance, his graceful limbs, his majestic brow, his wondrous mechanism. The type and model of this best work of God is not to be cast aside as a broken vessel. He shall be preserved, and his children and his children's children carry down the name and form of man to latest time. Above all, I must guard those entrusted by nature and fate to my especial care. And surely, if among all my fellow creatures I were to select those who might stand forth examples of the greatness and goodness of man, I could choose no other than those allied to me by the most sacred ties. Some from among the family of man must survive, and these should be among the survivors. That should be my task. To accomplish it, my own life were a small sacrifice. There then in that castle, in Windsor Castle, birthplace of Idris and my babes, should be the haven and retreat for the wrecked bark of human society. Its forests should be our world, its garden afford us food. Within its walls I would establish the shaken throne of health. I was an outcast and a vagabond when Adrian gently threw over me the silver net of love and civilization, and linked me inextricably to human charities and human excellence. I was one who, though an aspirant after good and an ardent lover of wisdom, was yet unenrolled in any list of worth, when Idris, the princely born, who was herself the personification of all that was divine in woman, she who walked the earth like a poet's dream, as a carved goddess, endued with sense or pictured saint, stepping from the canvas, she, the most worthy, chose me and gave me herself, a priceless gift. During several hours, I continued thus to meditate, till hunger and fatigue brought me back to the passing hour, then marked by long shadows cast from the descending sun. I had wandered towards Bracknell, far to the west of Windsor. The feeling of perfect health which I enjoyed assured me that I was free from contagion. I remembered that Idris had been kept in ignorance of my proceedings. She might have heard of my return from London and my visit to Bolter's Lock, which, connected with my continued absence, might tend greatly to alarm her. I returned to Windsor by the long walk, and passing through the town towards the castle, I found it in a state of agitation and disturbance. "It is too late to be ambitious," says Sir Thomas Browne. "We cannot hope to live so long in our names as some have done in their persons. One face of Janus holds no proportion to the other." Upon this text many fanatics arose, who prophesied that the end of time was to come. The spirit of superstition had birth from the wreck of our hopes, and antics wild and dangerous were played on the great theatre, while the remaining particle of futurity dwindled into a point in the eyes of the prognosticators. Weak-spirited women died of fear as they listened to their denunciations. Men of robust form and seeming strength fell into idiocy and madness, racked by the dread of coming eternity. A man of this kind was now pouring forth his eloquent despair among the inhabitants of Windsor. The scene of the morning and my visit to the dead, which had been spread abroad, had alarmed the country people, so they had become fit instruments to be played upon by a maniac. The poor wretch had lost his young wife and lovely infant by the plague. He was a mechanic, and rendered unable to attend to the occupation which supplied his necessities, famine was added to his other miseries. He left the chamber which contained his wife and child no more, but dead earth upon the earth. Wild with hunger, watching and grief, his diseased fancy made him believe himself sent by heaven to preach the end of time to the world. He entered the churches and foretold to the congregations their speedy removal to the vaults below. He appeared like the forgotten spirit of the time in the theatres, and bade the spectators go home and die. He had been seized and confined. He had escaped and wandered from London among the neighbouring towns, and with frantic gestures and thrilling words he unveiled to each their hidden fears and gave voice to the soundless thought they dared not syllable. He stood under the arcade of the town hall of Windsor, and from this elevation harangued a trembling crowd. "Hear, O ye inhabitants of the earth," he cried. "Hear thou, all-seeing but most pitiless heaven. Hear thou too, O tempest-tossed heart, which breathes out these words, yet faints beneath their meaning. Death is among us. The earth is beautiful and flower-bedecked, but she is our grave. The clouds of heaven Weep for us. The pageantry of the stars is but our funeral torchlight. Grey-headed men, ye hoped for yet a few years in your long-known abode. But the lease is up, you must remove. Children, ye will never reach maturity. Even now the small grave is dug for ye. Mothers, clasp them in your arms. One death embraces you. Shuddering, he stretched out his hands. His eyes, cast up, seemed bursting from their sockets, while he appeared to follow shapes, to us invisible in the yielding air. There they are, he cried, the dead. They rise in their shrouds and pass in silent procession towards the far land of their doom. Their bloodless lips move not, their shadowy limbs are void of motion, while still they glide onwards. We come, he exclaimed, springing forwards. For what should we wait? Haste, my friends. Apparel yourselves in the court dress of death. Pestilence will usher you to his presence. Why thus long? They, the good, the wise, and the beloved are gone before. Mothers, kiss you last. Husbands, protectors no more. Lead on the partners of your death. Come, oh come, while the dear ones are yet in sight, for soon they will pass away, and we never shall join them more. From such ravings as these, he would suddenly become collected, and with unexaggerated but terrific words, paint the horrors of the time. Describe with minute detail the effects of the plague on the human frame, and tell heartbreaking tales of the snapping of dear affinities, the gasping horror of despair over the deathbed of the last beloved, so that groans and even shrieks burst from the crowd. One man in particular stood in front, his eyes fixed on the prophet, his mouth open, his limbs rigid, while his face changed to various colors, yellow, blue, and green, through intense fear. The maniac caught his glance and turned his eye on him. One has heard of the gaze of the rattlesnake, which allures the trembling victim till he falls within his jaws. The maniac became composed. His person rose higher. Authority beamed from his countenance. He looked on the peasant, who began to tremble while he still gazed. His knees knocked together. His teeth chattered. He at last fell down in convulsions. "That man has the plague," said the maniac calmly. A shriek burst from the lips of the poor wretch, and then sudden motionlessness came over him. It was manifest to all that he was dead. Cries of horror filled the place. Everyone endeavored to effect his escape. In a few minutes the marketplace was cleared. The corpse lay on the ground, and the maniac, subdued and exhausted, sat beside it, leaning his gaunt cheek upon his thin hand. Soon some people, deputed by the magistrates, came to remove the body. The unfortunate being saw a jailer in each. He fled precipitately, while I passed onwards to the castle. Death, cruel and relentless, had entered these beloved walls. An old servant who had nursed Idris in infancy and who lived with us more on the footing of a revered relative than a domestic, had gone a few days before to visit a daughter married and settled in the neighbourhood of London. On the night of her return, she sickened of the plague. From the haughty and unbending nature of the Countess of Windsor, Idris had few tender filial associations with her. This good woman had stood in the place of a mother, and her very deficiencies of education and knowledge, by rendering her humble and defenceless, endeared her to us. She was the especial favourite of the children. I found my poor girl, there is no exaggeration in the expression, wild with grief and dread. She hung over the patient in agony, which was not mitigated when her thoughts wandered towards her babes, for whom she feared infection. My arrival was like the newly discovered lamp of a lighthouse to sailors, who are weathering some dangerous point. She deposited her appalling doubts in my hands. She relied on my judgment, and was comforted by my participation in her sorrow. Soon our poor nurse expired, and the anguish of suspense was changed to deep regret, which, though at first more painful, yet yielded with greater readiness to my consolations. Sleep, the sovereign balm, at length steeped her tearful eyes in forgetfulness. She slept, and quiet prevailed in the castle, whose inhabitants were hushed to repose. I was awakened during the long hours of dead night. My busy thoughts worked in my brain like 10,000 mill wheels, rapid, acute, untamable. All slept, all England slept, and from my window, commanding a wide prospect of the star-illumined country, I saw the land stretched out in placid rest. I was awake, alive, while the brother of death possessed my race. What if the more potent of these fraternal deities should obtain dominion over it? The silence of midnight, to speak truly, though apparently a paradox, rung in my ears. The solitude became intolerable. I placed my hand on the beating heart of Idris. I bent my head to catch the sound of her breath, to assure myself that she still existed. For a moment, I doubted whether I should not awake her. So effeminate and horror ran through my frame. Great God! Would it one day be thus? One day all extinct, save myself, should I walk the earth alone? Were these warning voices whose inarticulate and oracular sense forced belief upon me? Yet I would not call them voices of warning that announce to us only the inevitable. As the sun, ere it is risen, sometimes paints its image in the atmosphere, so often do the spirits of great events stride on before the events, and in today already walks tomorrow. Chapter 8. After a long interval, I am again impelled by the restless spirit within me to continue my narration, but I must alter the mode which I have hitherto adopted. The details contained in the foregoing pages, apparently trivial, yet each slightest one weighing like lead in the depressed scale of human afflictions, this tedious dwelling on the sorrows of others, while my own were only in apprehension, this slowly laying bare of my soul's wounds, this journal of death, this long-drawn and tortuous path leading to the ocean of countless tears, awakens me again to keen grief. I had used this history as an opiate while it described my beloved friends, fresh with life and glowing with hope, active assistance on the scene. I was soothed. There will be a more melancholy pleasure in painting the end of all. But the intermediate steps, the climbing the wall raised up between what was and is, while I still looked back nor saw the concealed desert beyond, is a labor past my strength. Time and experience have placed me on a height from which I can comprehend the past as a whole, and in this way I must describe it, bringing forward the leading incidents and disposing light and shade so as to form a picture in whose very darkness there will be harmony. It would be needless to narrate those disastrous occurrences, for which a parallel might be found in any slighter visitation of our gigantic calamity. Does the reader wish to hear of the pest houses where death is the comforter, of the mournful passage of the death cart, of the insensibility of the worthless, and the anguish of the loving heart, of harrowing shrieks and silence dire, of the variety of disease, desertion, famine, despair, and death? There are many books which can feed the appetite craving for these things. Let them turn to the accounts of Boccaccio, Defoe, and Brown. The vast annihilation that has swallowed all things, the voiceless solitude of the once busy earth, the lonely state of singleness which hems me in, has deprived even such details of their stinging reality, and mellowing the lurid tints of past anguish with poetic hues. I am able to escape from the mosaic of circumstance by perceiving and reflecting back the grouping and combined colouring of the past. I had returned from London possessed by the idea, with the intimate feeling that it was my first duty to secure, as well as I was able, the well-being of my family, and then to return and take my post beside Adrian. The events that immediately followed on my arrival at Windsor changed this view of things. The plague was not in London alone, it was everywhere. It came on us, as Ryland had said, like 1,000 packs of wolves, howling through the winter night, gaunt and fierce. When once disease was introduced into the rural districts, its effects appeared more horrible, more exigent, and more difficult to cure than in towns. There was a companionship in suffering there, and the neighbours, keeping constant watch on each other, and inspired by the active benevolence of Adrian, succour was afforded, and the path of destruction smooth. But in the country, among the scattered farmhouses, in lone cottages, in fields and barns, tragedies were acted harrowing to the soul, unseen, unheard, unnoticed. Medical aid was less easily procured, food was more difficult to obtain, and human beings, unwithheld by shame, for they were unbeheld of their fellows, ventured on deeds of greater wickedness, or gave way more readily to their abject fears. Deeds of heroism also occurred, whose very mention swells the heart and brings tears into the eyes. Such is human nature, that beauty and deformity are often closely linked. In reading history, we are chiefly struck by the generosity and self-devotion that follow close on the heels of crime, veiling with supernal flowers the stain of blood. Such acts were not wanting to adorn the grim train that waited on the progress of the plague. The inhabitants of Berkshire and Bucks had been long aware that the plague was in London, in Liverpool, Bristol, Manchester, York, in short, in all the more populous towns of England. They were not, however, the less astonished and dismayed when it appeared among themselves. They were impatient and angry in the midst of terror. They would do something to throw off the clinging evil, and while in action they fancied that a remedy was applied. The inhabitants of the smaller towns left their houses, pitched tents in the fields, wandering separate from each other, careless of hunger or the sky's inclemency, while they imagined that they avoided the death-dealing disease. The farmers and cottagers, on the contrary, struck with the fear of solitude and madly desirous of medical assistance, flocked into the towns. But winter was coming, and with winter, hope. In August, the plague had appeared in the country of England, and during September it made its ravages. Towards the end of October, it dwindled away and was in some degree replaced by a typhus of hardly less virulence. The autumn was warm and rainy. The infirm and sickly died off. Happy are they, many young people flushed with health and prosperity, made pale by wasted malady, became the inhabitants of the grave. The crop had failed, the bad corn and want of foreign wines added vigor to disease. Before Christmas, half England was under water. The storms of the last winter were renewed, but the diminished shipping of this year caused us to feel less the tempests of the sea. The flood and storms did more harm to continental Europe than to us, giving, as it were, the last blow to the calamities which destroyed it. In Italy, the rivers were unwatched by the diminished peasantry, and like wild beasts from their lair when the hunters and dogs are afar, did Tiber, Arno, and Po rush upon and destroy the fertility of the plains. Whole villages were carried away. Rome and Florence and Pisa were overflowed, and their marble palaces, late mirrored in tranquil streams, had their foundations shaken by their winter-gifted power. In Germany and Russia, the injury was still more momentous. But frost would come at last, and with it a renewal of our lease of earth. Frost would blunt the arrows of pestilence and enchain the furious elements, and the land would in spring throw off her garment of snow, released from her menace of destruction. It was not until February that the desired signs of winter appeared. For 3 days the snow fell, ice stopped the current of the rivers, and the birds flew out from crackling branches of the frost-whitened trees. On the 4th morning, all vanished. A southwest wind brought up rain. The sun came out, and mocking the usual laws of nature, seemed even at this early season to burn with solstitial force. It was no consolation that with the first winds of March the lanes were filled with violets, the fruit trees covered with blossoms, that the corn sprung up, and the leaves came out, forced by the unseasonable heat. We feared the balmy air, we feared the cloudless sky, the flower-covered earth, and delightful woods, for we looked on the fabric of the universe no longer as our dwelling, but our tomb, and the fragrant land smelled to the apprehension of fear like a wide churchyard. Pisando la tierra dura, de continuo el hombre, esta y cara pasa, quede e sobra su sepultura. Yet, notwithstanding these disadvantages, winter was breathing time, and we exerted ourselves to make the best of it. Plague might not revive with the summer, but if it did, it should find us prepared. It is a part of man's nature to adapt itself through habit even to pain and sorrow. Pestilence had become a part of our future, our existence. It was to be guarded against, like the flooding of rivers, the encroachments of ocean, or the inclemency of the sky. After long suffering and bitter experience, some panacea might be discovered. As it was, all that received infection died. All, however, were not infected, and it became our part to fix deep the foundations and raise high the barrier between contagion and the sane, to introduce such order as would conduce to the well-being of the survivors and as would preserve hope and some portion of happiness to those who were spectators of the still renewed tragedy. Adrian had introduced systematic modes of proceeding in the metropolis, which, while they were unable to stop the progress of death, yet prevented other evils, vice and folly, from rendering the awful fate of the hour still more tremendous. I wished to imitate his example, but men are used to move all together, if they move at all, and I could find no means of leading the inhabitants of scattered towns and villages, who forgot my words as soon as they heard them not, and veered with every baffling wind that might arise from an apparent change of circumstance. I adopted another plan. Those writers who have imagined a reign of peace and happiness on earth have generally described a rural country where each small township was directed by the elders and wise men. This was the key of my design. Each village, however small, usually contains a leader, one among themselves whom they venerate, whose advice they seek in difficulty, and whose good opinion they chiefly value. I was immediately drawn to make this observation by occurrences that presented themselves to my personal experience. In the village of Little Marlow, an old woman ruled the community. She had lived for some years in an almshouse, and on fine Sundays her threshold was constantly beset by a crowd seeking her advice and listening to her admonitions. She had been a soldier's wife and had seen the world. Infirmity, induced by fevers caught in unwholesome quarters, had come on her before its time, and she seldom moved from her little cot. The plague entered the village, and while fright and grief deprived the inhabitants of the little wisdom they possessed, old Martha stepped forward and said, "Before now, I have been in a town where there was the plague, and you escaped?" "No, but I recovered." After this, Martha was seated more firmly than ever on the regal seat, elevated by reverence and love. She entered the cottages of the sick. She relieved their wants with her own hand. She betrayed no fear and inspired all who saw her with some portion of her own native courage. She attended the markets. She insisted upon being supplied with food for those who were too poor to purchase it. She shewed them how the well-being of each included the prosperity of all. She would not permit the gardens to be neglected, nor the very flowers in the cottage lattices to droop from want of care. Hope, she said, was better than a doctor's prescription, and everything that could sustain and enliven the spirits of more worth than drugs and mixtures. It was the sight of Little Marlow and my conversations with Martha that led me to the plan I formed. I had before visited the manor houses and gentlemen's seats, and often found the inhabitants actuated by the purest benevolence, ready to lend their utmost aid for the welfare of their tenants. But this was not enough. The intimate sympathy generated by similar hopes and fears, similar experience and pursuits, was wanting here. The poor perceived that the rich possessed other means of preservation than those which could be partaken of by themselves: seclusion, and, as far as circumstances permitted, freedom from care. They could not place reliance on them, but turned with tenfold dependence to the succour and advice of their equals. I resolved therefore to go from village to village, seeking out the rustic archon of the place, and by systematizing their exertions and enlightening their views, increase both their power and their use among their fellow cottagers. Many changes also now occurred in these spontaneous regal elections. Depositions and abdications were frequent, while in the place of the old and prudent, the ardent youth would step forward, eager for action, regardless of danger. Often, too, the voice to which all listened was suddenly silenced, the helping hand cold, the sympathetic eye closed, and the villagers feared still more the death that had selected a choice victim, shivering in the dust the heart that had beat for them, reducing to incommunicable annihilation the mind forever occupied with projects for their welfare. Whoever labors for man must often find ingratitude, watered by vice and folly, spring from the grain which he has sown. Death, which had in our younger days walked the earth like a thief that comes in the night, now rising from his subterranean vault, girt with power, with dark banner floating, came a conqueror. Many saw, seated above his vice-regal throne, a supreme providence, who directed his shafts and guided his progress, and they bowed their heads in resignation, or at least in obedience. Others perceived only a passing casualty. They endeavored to exchange terror for heedlessness and plunged into licentiousness to avoid the agonizing throes of worst apprehension. Thus, while the wise, the good, and the prudent were occupied by the labors of benevolence, the truce of winter produced other effects among the young, the thoughtless, and the vicious. During the colder months, there was a general rush to London in search of amusement. The ties of public opinion were loosened. Many were rich, heretofore poor. Many had lost father and mother, the guardians of their morals, their mentors and restraints. It would have been useless to have opposed these impulses by barriers, which would only have driven those actuated by them to more pernicious indulgences. The theatres were open and thronged. Dance and midnight festival were frequented. In many of these decorum was violated, and the evils which hitherto adhered to an advanced state of civilization were doubled. The student left his books, the artist his study. The occupations of life were gone, but the amusements remained. Enjoyment might be protracted to the verge of the grave. Reserve, all factitious colouring disappeared. Death rose like night, and protected by its murky shadows, the blush of modesty, the reserve of pride, the decorum of prudery, were frequently thrown aside as useless veils. This was not universal. Among better natures, anguish and dread, the fear of eternal separation, and the awful wonder produced by unprecedented calamity, drew closer the ties of kindred and friendship. Philosophers opposed their principles as barriers to the inundation of profligacy or despair, and the only ramparts to protect the invaded territory of human life. The religious, hoping now for their reward, clung fast to their creeds, as the rafts and planks which over the tempest-vexed sea of suffering would bear them in safety to the harbour of the unknown continent. The loving heart, obliged to contract its view, bestowed its overflow of affection in triple portion on the few that remained. Yet even among these, the present, as an unalienable possession, became all of time to which they dared commit the precious freight of their hopes. The experience of immemorial time had taught us formerly to count our enjoyments by years and extend our prospect of life through a lengthened period of progression and decay. The long road threaded a vast labyrinth, and the valley of the shadow of death, in which it terminated, was hid by intervening objects. But an earthquake had changed the scene. Under our very feet, the earth yawned, deep and precipitous. The gulf below opened to receive us, while the hours charioted us towards the chasm. But it was winter now, and months must elapse before we are hurled from our security. We became ephemera, to whom the interval between the rising and setting sun was a long-drawn year of common time. We should never see our children ripen into maturity, nor behold their downy cheeks roughen, their blithe hearts subdued by passion or care. But we had them now. They lived, and we lived. What more could we desire? With such schooling did my poor Idris try to hush thronging fears, and in some measure succeeded. It was not as in summertime, when each hour might bring the dreaded fate. Until summer we felt sure, and this certainty, short-lived as it must be, yet for a while satisfied her maternal tenderness. I know not how to express or communicate the sense of concentrated, intense, though evanescent transport that imparadized us in the present hour. Our joys were dearer because we saw their end. They were keener because we felt, to its fullest extent, their value. They were purer because their essence was sympathy. As a meteor is brighter than a star, did the felicity of this winter contain in itself the extracted delights of a long, long life. How lovely is spring! as we looked from Windsor Terrace on the 16 fertile counties spread beneath, speckled by happy cottages and wealthier towns. All looked, as in former years, heart-cheering and fair. The land was ploughed. The slender blades of wheat broke through the dark soil. The fruit trees were covered with buds. The husbandman was abroad in the fields. The milkmaid tripped home with well-filled pails. The swallows and martins struck the sunny pools with their long, pointed wings. The new-dropped lambs reposed on the young grass. The tender growth of leaves lifts its sweet head into the air and feeds a silent space with ever-sprouting green. Man himself seemed to regenerate and feel the frost of winter yield to an elastic and warm renewal of life. Reason told us that care and sorrow would grow with the opening year. But how to believe the ominous voice breathed up with pestiferous vapors from fear's dim cavern, while nature, laughing and scattering from her green lap flowers and fruits and sparkling waters, invited us to join the gay masque of young life she led upon the scene. Where was the plague? Here, everywhere, one voice of horror and dismay exclaimed, when in the pleasant days of a sunny May, the destroyer of man brooded again over the earth, forcing the spirit to leave its organic chrysalis and to enter upon an untried life. With one mighty sweep of its potent weapon, all caution, all care, all prudence were levelled low. Death sat at the tables of the great, stretched itself on the cottager's pallet, seized the dastard who fled, quelled the brave man who resisted. Despondency entered every heart. Sorrow dimmed every eye. Sights of woe now became familiar to me, and were I to tell all of anguish and pain that I witnessed, of the despairing moans of age and the more terrible smiles of infancy in the bosom of horror, my reader, his limbs quivering and his hair on end, would wonder how I did not, seized with sudden frenzy, dash myself from some precipice and so close my eyes forever on the sad end of the world. But the powers of love, poetry, and creative fancy will dwell even beside the sick of the plague, with the squalid and with the dying. A feeling of devotion, of duty, of a high and steady purpose elevated me. A strange joy filled my heart. In the midst of saddest grief, I seemed to tread air, while the spirit of good shed round me an ambrosial atmosphere, which blunted the sting of sympathy and purified the air of sighs. If my wearied soul flagged in its career, I thought of my loved home, of the casket that contained my treasures, of the kiss of love and the filial caress, while my eyes were moistened by purest dew, and my heart was at once softened and refreshed by thrilling tenderness. Maternal affection had not rendered Idris selfish. At the beginning of our calamity, she had, with thoughtless enthusiasm, devoted herself to the care of the sick and helpless. I checked her, and she submitted to my rule. I told her how the fear of her danger palsied my exertions, how the knowledge of her safety strung my nerves to endurance. I shewed her the dangers which her children incurred during her absence, and she at length agreed not to go beyond the enclosure of the forest. Indeed, within the walls of the castle we had a colony of the unhappy, deserted by their relatives and in themselves helpless, sufficient to occupy her time and attention, while ceaseless anxiety for my welfare and the health of her children, however she strove to curb or conceal it, absorbed all her thoughts and undermined the vital principle. After watching over and providing for their safety, her second care was to hide from me her anguish and tears. Each night I returned to the castle and found there repose and love awaiting me. Often I waited beside the bed of death till midnight, and through the obscurity of rainy, cloudy nights rode many miles, sustained by one circumstance only, the safety and sheltered repose of those I loved. If some scene of tremendous agony shook my frame and fevered my brow, I would lay my head on the lap of Idris, and the tumultuous pulses subsided into a temperate flow. Her smile could raise me from hopelessness. her embrace bathed my sorrowing heart in calm peace. Summer advanced, and, crowned with the sun's potent rays, plague shot her unerring shafts over the earth. The nations beneath their influence bowed their heads and died. The corn that sprung up in plenty lay in autumn rotting on the ground, while the melancholy wretch who had gone out to gather bread for his children lay stiff and plague-struck in the furrow. The green woods waved their boughs majestically, while the dying were spread beneath their shade, answering the solemn melody with inharmonious cries. The painted birds flitted through the shades. The careless deer reposed unhurt upon the fern. The oxen and the horses strayed from their unguarded stables and grazed among the wheat, for death fell on man alone. With summer and mortality grew our fears. My poor love and I looked at each other and our babes. "We will save them, Idris," I said. "I will save them. Years hence we shall recount to them our fears, then passed away with their occasion. Though they only should remain on the earth, still they shall live, nor shall their cheeks become pale, nor their sweet voices languish." Our eldest in some degree understood the scenes passing around, and at times he with serious looks questioned me concerning the reason of so vast a desolation. But he was only 10 years old, and the hilarity of youth soon chased unreasonable care from his brow. Evelyn, a laughing cherub, a gamesome infant without idea of pain or sorrow, would, shaking back his light curls from his eyes, make the halls re-echo with his merriment, and in 1,000 artless ways attract our attention to his play. Clara, our lovely, gentle Clara, was our stay, our solace, our delight. She made it her task to attend the sick, comfort the sorrowing, assist the aged, and partake the sports and awaken the gaiety of the young. She flitted through the rooms like a good spirit, dispatched from the celestial kingdom to illumine our dark hour with alien splendor. Gratitude and praise marked where her footsteps had been, yet when she stood in unassuming simplicity before us, playing with our children, or with girlish assiduity performing little kind offices for Idris, one wondered in what fair lineament of her pure loveliness, in what soft tone of her thrilling voice, so much of heroism, sagacity, and active goodness resided. The summer passed tediously, for we trusted that winter would at least check the disease. That it would vanish altogether was an hope too dear, too heartfelt to be expressed. When such a thought was heedlessly uttered, the hearers, with a gush of tears and passionate sobs, bore witness how deep their fears were, how small their hopes. For my own part, my exertions for the public good permitted me to observe more closely than most others the virulence and extensive ravages of our sightless enemy. A short month has destroyed a village, and where in May the first person sickened, in June the paths were deformed by unburied corpses, the houses tenantless, no smoke arising from the chimneys, and the housewife's clock marked only the hour when death had been triumphant. From such scenes I have sometimes saved a deserted infant, sometimes led a young and grieving mother from the lifeless image of her firstborn, or drawn the sturdy laborer from childish weeping over his extinct family. July is gone. August must pass, and by the middle of September we may hope. Each day was eagerly counted, and the inhabitants of towns desirous to leap this dangerous interval plunged into dissipation and strove by riot and what they wished to imagine to be pleasure to banish thought and opiate despair. None but Adrian could have tamed the motley population of London, which, like a troop of unbitted steeds rushing to their pastures, had thrown aside all minor fears through the operation of the fear paramount. Even Adrian was obliged in part to yield that he might be able, if not to guide, at least to set bounds to the license of the times. The theatres were kept open, every place of public resort was frequented, though he endeavoured so to modify them as might best quiet the agitation of the spectators, and at the same time prevent a reaction of misery when the excitement was over. Tragedies deep and dire were the chief favourites. Comedy brought with it too great a contrast to the inner despair. When such were attempted, it was not unfrequent for a comedian, in the midst of the laughter occasioned by his disproportioned buffoonery, to find a word or thought in his part that jarred with his own sense of wretchedness, and burst from mimic merriment into sobs and tears, while the spectators, seized with irresistible sympathy, wept, and the pantomimic revelry was changed to a real exhibition of tragic passion. It was not in my nature to derive consolation from such scenes, from theatres whose buffoon laughter and discordant mirth awakened distempered sympathy, or where fictitious tears and wailings mocked the heartfelt grief within, from festival or crowded meeting where hilarity sprung from the worst feelings of our nature, or such enthralment of the better ones as impressed it with garish and false varnish, from assemblies of mourners in the guise of revellers. Once, however, I witnessed a scene of singular interest at one of the theatres, where nature overpowered art, as an overflowing cataract will tear away the puny manufacturer of a mock cascade, which had before been fed by a small portion of its waters. I had come to London to see Adrian. He was not at the palace, and though the attendants did not whither he had gone, they did not expect him till late at night. It was between 6 and 7 o'clock, a fine summer afternoon, and I spent my leisure hours in a ramble through the empty streets of London, now turning to avoid an approaching funeral, now urged by curiosity to observe the state of a particular spot. My wanderings were instinct with pain, for silence and desertion characterized every place I visited, and the few beings I met were so pale and woebegone, so marked with care and depressed by fear, that weary of encountering only signs of misery, I began to retread my steps towards home. I was now in Holborn, and passed by a public house filled with uproarious companions, whose songs, laughter, and shouts were more sorrowful than the pale looks and silence of the mourner. Such an one was near, hovering round this house. The sorry plight of her dress displayed her poverty. She was ghastly pale, and continued approaching first the window and then the door of the house, as if fearful, yet longing to enter. A sudden burst of song and merriment seemed to sting her to the heart. She murmured, "Can he have the heart?" And then, mustering her courage, she stepped within the threshold. The landlady met her in the passage. The poor creature asked, "Is my husband here? Can I see George?" "See him?" cried the woman. "Yes, if you go to him. Last night he was taken with the plague, and we sent him to the hospital." The unfortunate inquirer staggered against the wall. A faint cry escaped her. "Oh, were you cruel enough," she exclaimed, "to send him there?" The landlady, meanwhile, hurried away, but a more compassionate barmaid gave her a detailed account, the sum of which was that her husband had been taken ill after a night of riot and sent by his boon companions with all expedition to St. Bartholomew's Hospital. I had watched this scene, for there was a gentleness about the poor woman that interested me. She now tottered away from the door, walking as well as she could down Holborn Hill, but her strength soon failed her. She leaned against the wall, and her head sunk on her bosom, while her pallid cheek became still more white. I went up to her and offered my services. She hardly looked up. "You can do me no good," she replied. "I must go to the hospital. If I do not die before I get there." There were still a few hackney coaches accustomed to stand about the streets, more truly from habit than for use. I put her in one of these and entered with her that I might secure her entrance into the hospital. Our way was short, and she said little except interrupted ejaculations of reproach that he had left her, exclamations of the unkindness of some of his friends, and hope that she would find him alive. There was a simple, natural earnestness about her that interested me in her fate, especially when she assured me that her husband was the best of men, had been so till want of business during these unhappy times had thrown him into bad company,
He could not bear to come home, she said, only to see our children die. A man cannot have the patience a mother has, with her own flesh and blood.
We were set down at St. Bartholomew's and entered the wretched precincts of the House of Disease. The poor creature clung closer to me, as she saw with what heartless haste they bore the dead from the wards, and took them into a room whose half-open door displayed a number of corpses, horrible to behold by one unaccustomed to such scenes. We were directed to the ward where her husband had been first taken, and still was, the nurse said, if alive. My companion looked eagerly from one bed to the other till, at the end of the ward, she espied on a wretched bed a squalid, haggard creature, writhing under the torture of disease. She rushed towards him, she embraced him, blessing God for his preservation. The enthusiasm that inspired her with this strange joy blinded her to the horrors about her, but they were intolerably agonizing to me. The ward was filled with an effluvia that caused my heart to heave with painful qualms. The dead were carried out, and the sick brought in, with like indifference. Some were screaming with pain, others laughing from the influence of more terrible delirium. Some were attended by weeping, despairing relations. Others called aloud with thrilling tenderness or reproach on the friends who had deserted them, while the nurses went from bed to bed, incarnate images of despair, neglect, and death. I gave gold to my luckless companion. I recommended her to the care of the attendants. I then hastened away, while the tormentor, the imagination, busied itself in picturing my own loved ones stretched on such beds, attended thus. The country afforded no such mass of horrors. Solitary wretches died in the open fields, and I have found a survivor in a vacant village, contending at once with famine and disease, but the assembly of pestilence, the banqueting hall of death, was spread only in London. I rambled on, oppressed, distracted by painful emotions. Suddenly I found myself before Drury Lane Theatre. The play was Macbeth. The first actor of the age was there to exert his powers, to drug with irreflection the auditors. Such a medicine I yearned for, so I entered. The theatre was tolerably well filled. Shakespeare, whose popularity was established by the approval of 4 centuries, had not lost his influence even at this dread period, but was still Ut Magus, the wizard to rule our hearts and govern our imagination. I came in during the interval between the 3rd and 4th act. I looked round on the audience. The females were mostly of the lower classes, but the men were of all ranks, come hither to forget a while the protracted scenes of wretchedness which awaited them at their miserable homes. The curtain drew up, and the stage presented the scene of the witch's cave. The wildness and supernatural machinery of Macbeth was a pledge that I could contain little directly connected with our present circumstances. Great pains had been taken in the scenery to give the semblance of reality to the impossible. The extreme darkness of the stage, whose only light was received from the fire under the cauldron, joined to a kind of mist that floated about it, rendered the unearthly shapes of the witches obscure and shadowy. It was not 3 decrepit old hags that bent over their pot, throwing in the grim ingredients of the magic charm, but forms frightful, unreal, and fanciful. The entrance of Hecate and the wild music that followed took us out of this world. The cavern shape the stage assumed, the beetling rocks, the glare of the fire, the misty shades that crossed the scene at times. The music, in harmony with all witch-like fancies, permitted the imagination to revel without fear of contradiction or reproof from reason or the heart. The entrance of Macbeth did not destroy the illusion, for he was actuated by the same feelings that inspired us, and while the work of magic proceeded, we sympathized in his wonder and his daring, and gave ourselves up with our whole souls to the influence of scenic delusion. I felt the beneficial result of such excitement in a renewal of those pleasing flights of fancy to which I had long been a stranger. The effect of this scene of incantation communicated a portion of its power to that which followed. We forgot that Malcolm and Macduff were mere human beings, acted upon by simple passions, as warmed our own breasts. By slow degrees, however, we were drawn to the real interest of the scene. A shudder, like the swift passing of an electric shock, ran through the house when Rosse exclaimed, in answer to "Stand Scotland where it did, alas, poor country, almost afraid to know itself. It cannot be called our mother, but our grave, where nothing, but who knows nothing, is once seen to smile, where sighs and groans and shrieks that rent the air are made not marked, where violent sorrow seems a modern ecstasy, the dead man's knell. Is there scarce asked for who and good men's lives expire before the flowers in their caps, dying or ere they sicken? Each word struck the sense as our life's passing bell. We feared to look at each other, but bent our gaze on the stage as if our eyes could fall innocuous on that alone. The person who played the part of Rosse suddenly became aware of the dangerous ground he trod. He was an inferior actor, but truth now made him excellent. As he went on to announce to Macduff the slaughter of his family, he was afraid to speak, trembling from apprehension of a burst of grief from the audience, not from his fellow mime. Each word was drawn out with difficulty. Real anguish painted his features. His eyes were now lifted in sudden horror, now fixed in dread upon the ground. The shew of terror increased ours. We gasped with him. Each neck was stretched out. Each face changed with the actor's changes. At length, while Macduff, who attended to his part, was unobservant of the high-wrought sympathy of the house, cried with well-acted passion, "All my pretty ones! Did you say all? Oh, hell kite! All? What? All my pretty chickens and their dam at one fell swoop!" A pang of tameless grief wrenched every heart. A burst of despair was echoed from every lip. I had entered into the universal feeling. I had been absorbed by the terrors of Rosse. I re-echoed the cry of Macduff, and then rushed out as from an hell of torture, to find calm in the free air and silent street. Free the air was not, or the street silent. Oh, how I longed then for the dear soothings of maternal nature, as my wounded heart was still further stung by the roar of heartless merriment from the public house, by the sight of the drunkard reeling home, having lost the memory of what he would find there in oblivious debauch, and by the more appalling salutations of those melancholy beings to whom the name of home was a mockery. I ran on at my utmost speed until I found myself, I knew not how, close to Westminster Abbey, and was attracted by the deep and swelling tone of the organ. I entered with soothing awe the lighted chancel, and listened to the solemn religious chaunt, which spoke peace and hope to the unhappy. The notes, freighted with man's dearest prayers, re-echoed through the dim aisles, and the bleeding of the soul's wounds was staunched by heavenly balm. In spite of the misery I deprecated and could not understand, in spite of the cold hearse of wide London and the corpse-strewn fields of my native land, in spite of all the variety of agonizing emotions I had that evening experienced, I thought that in reply to our melodious adjurations, the Creator looked down in compassion and promise of relief. The awful peal of the heaven-winged music seemed fitting voice wherewith to commune with the Supreme. Calm was produced by its sound, and by the sight of many other human creatures offering up prayers and submission with me. A sentiment approaching happiness followed the total resignation of one's being to the guardianship of the world's ruler. Alas, with the failing of this solemn strain, the elevated spirit sank again to earth. Suddenly one of the choristers died. He was lifted from his desk. The vaults below were hastily opened. He was consigned with a few muttered prayers to the darksome cavern, abode of thousands who had gone before, now wide yawning to receive even all who fulfilled the funeral rites. In vain I would then have turned from this scene to darkened aisle or lofty dome, echoing with melodious praise. In the open air alone I found relief. Among nature's beauteous works, her God reassumed his attribute of benevolence, and again I could trust that he who built up the mountains, planted the forests, and poured out the rivers, would erect another state for lost humanity, where we might awaken again to our affections, our happiness, and our faith. Fortunately for me, those circumstances were of rare occurrence that obliged me to visit London, and my duties were confined to the rural district which our lofty castle overlooked, and here labour stood in the place of pastime, to occupy such of the country people as were sufficiently exempt from sorrow or disease. My endeavours were directed towards urging them to their usual attention to their crops, and to the acting as if pestilence did not exist. The mower's scythe was at times heard, yet the joyless haymakers, after they had listlessly turned the grass, forgot to cart it. The shepherd, when he had sheared his sheep, would let the wool lie to be scattered by the winds, deeming it useless to provide clothing for another winter. At times, however, the spirit of life was awakened by these employments: the sun, the refreshing breeze, the sweet smell of the hay, the rustling leaves and prattling rivulets brought repose to the agitated bosom, and bestowed a feeling akin to happiness on the apprehensive. Nor, strange to say, was the time without its pleasures. Young couples who had loved long and hopelessly suddenly found every impediment removed, and wealth pour in from the death of relatives. The very danger drew them closer. The immediate peril urged them to seize the immediate opportunity. Wildly and passionately, they sought to know what delights existence afforded before they yielded to death, and snatching their pleasures with rough strife through the iron gates of life. They defied the conquering pestilence to destroy what had been, or to erase from their deathbed thoughts the sentiment of happiness which had been theirs. One instance of this kind came immediately under our notice, where a high-born girl had in early youth given her heart to one of meaner extraction. He was a schoolfellow and friend of her brother's, and usually spent a part of the holidays at the mansion of the Duke, her father. They had played together as children, been the confidants of each other's little secrets, mutual aids and consolers in difficulty and sorrow. Love had crept in, noiseless, terrorless at first, till each felt their life bound up in the other, and at the same time knew that they must part. Their extreme youth and the purity of their attachment made them yield with less resistance to the tyranny of circumstances. The father of the fair Juliet separated them, but not until the young lover had promised to remain absent only till he had rendered himself worthy of her, and she had vowed to preserve her virgin heart, his treasure, till he returned to claim and possess it. Plague came, threatening to destroy at once the aim of the ambitious and the hopes of love. Long the Duke of derided the idea that there could be danger while he pursued his plans of cautious seclusion, and he so far succeeded that it was not till this second summer that the destroyer at one fell stroke overthrew his precautions, his security, and his life. Poor Juliet saw one by one father, mother, brothers, and sisters sicken and die. Most of the servants fled on the first appearance of disease. Those who remained were infected mortally. No neighbor or rustic ventured within the verge of contagion. By a strange fatality, Juliet alone escaped, and she to the last waited on her relatives and smoothed the pillow of death. The moment at length came when the last blow was given to the last of the house. The youthful survivor of her race sat alone among the dead. There was no living being near to soothe her or withdraw her from this hideous company. With the declining heat of a September night, a whirlwind of storm, thunder, and hail rattled round the house, and with ghastly harmony sung the dirge of her family. She sat upon the ground, absorbed in wordless despair, when through the gusty wind and bickering rain she thought she heard her name called. Whose could that familiar voice be? Not one of her relations, for they lay glaring on her with stony eyes. Again her name was syllabled, and she shuddered as she asked herself, "Am I becoming mad, or am I dying, that I hear the voices of the departed?" A second thought passed, swift as an arrow, into her brain. She rushed to the window, and a flash of lightning shewed to her the expected vision, her lover in the shrubbery beneath. Joy lent her strength to descend the stairs, to open the door, and then she fainted in his supporting arms. 1,000 times she reproached herself as with a crime that she should revive to happiness with him. The natural clinging of the human mind to life and joy was in its full energy in her young heart. She gave herself impetuously up to the enchantment. They were married, and in their radiant features I saw incarnate for the last time the spirit of love, of rapturous sympathy, which once had been the life of the world. I envied them, but felt how impossible it was to imbibe the same feeling, now that years had multiplied my ties in the world. Above all, the anxious mother, my own beloved and drooping Idris, claimed my earnest care. I could not reproach the anxiety that never for a moment slept in her heart, but I exerted myself to distract her attention from too keen an observation of the truth of things, of the near and nearer approaches of disease, misery, and death, of the wild look of our attendants as intelligence of another and yet another death reached us. For to the last something new occurred that seemed to transcend in horror all that had gone before. Wretched beings crawled to die under our succouring roof. The inhabitants of the castle decreased daily, while the survivors huddled together in fear, and as in a famine-struck boat, the sport of the wild, interminable waves, each looked in the other's face to guess on whom the death lot would next fall. All this I endeavored to veil, so that it might least impress my Idris, yet, as I have said, my courage survived even despair. I might be vanquished, but I would not yield. One day, it was the 9th of September, seemed devoted to every disaster, to every harrowing incident. Early in the day, I heard of the arrival of the aged grandmother of one of our servants at the castle. This old woman had reached her 100th year. Her skin was shriveled, her form was bent and lost in extreme decrepitude. But as still from year to year she continued in existence, outliving many younger and stronger, she began to feel as if she were to live forever. The plague came, and the inhabitants of her village died, clinging with the dastard feeling of the aged to the remnant of her spent life. She had, on hearing that the pestilence had come into her neighborhood, barred her door and closed her casement, refusing to communicate with any. She would wander out at night to get food and returned home, pleased that she had met no one, that she was in no danger from the plague. As the earth became more desolate, her difficulty in acquiring sustenance increased. At first, her son, who lived near, had humored her by placing articles of food in her way. At last, he died. But even though threatened by famine, her fear of the plague was paramount, and her greatest care was to avoid her fellow creatures. She grew weaker each day, and each day she had further to go. The night before, she had reached Datchet, and prowling about, had found a baker's shop open and deserted. Laden with spoil, she hastened to return and lost her way. The night was windless, hot and cloudy. Her load became too heavy for her, and one by one she threw away her loaves, still endeavoring to get along, though her hobbling fell into lameness, and her weakness at last into inability to move. She lay down among the tall corn and fell asleep. Deep in midnight, she was awaked by a rustling near her. She would have started up, but her stiff joints refused to obey her will. A low moan close to her ear followed, and the rustling increased. She heard a smothered voice breathe out, "Water! Water!" several times, and then again a sigh heaved from the heart of the sufferer. The old woman shuddered. She contrived at length to sit upright, but her teeth chattered, and her knees knocked together. Close, very close, lay a half-naked figure, just discernible in the gloom, and the cry for water and the stifled moan were again uttered. Her motions, at length, attracted the attention of her unknown companion. Her hand was seized with a convulsive violence that made the grasp feel like iron, the fingers like the keen teeth of a trap. "At last you are come," were the words given forth, but this exertion was the last effort of the dying. The joints relaxed. The figure fell prostrate. One low moan, the last, marked the moment of death. Morning broke, and the old woman saw the corpse, marked with the fatal disease, close to her. Her wrist was livid with the hold loosened by death. She felt struck by the plague. Her aged frame was unable to bear her away with sufficient speed, and now, believing herself infected, she no longer dreaded the association of others, but as swiftly as she might, came to her granddaughter at Windsor Castle, there to lament and die. The sight was horrible. Still she clung to life and lamented her mischance with cries and hideous groans, while the swift advance of the disease shewed what proved to be the fact that she could not survive many hours. While I was directing that the necessary care should be taken of her, Clara came in. She was trembling and pale, and when I anxiously asked her the cause of her agitation, she threw herself into my arms, weeping and exclaiming,
"Uncle, dearest uncle, do not hate me forever. I must tell you, for you must know, that Evelyn, poor little Evelyn."
Her voice was choked by sobs. The fear of so mighty a calamity as the loss of our adored infant made the current of my blood pause with chilly horror. But the remembrance of the mother restored my presence of mind. I sought the little bed of my darling. He was oppressed by a fever, but I fondly and fearfully trusted, that there were no symptoms of the plague. He was not 3 years old, and his illness appeared only one of those attacks incident to infancy. I watched him long, his heavy half-closed lids, his burning cheeks, and restless twining of his small fingers. The fever was violent, the torpor complete, enough without the greater fear of pestilence to awaken alarm. Idris must not see him in this state. Clara, though only 12 years old, was rendered through extreme sensibility so prudent and careful that I felt secure in entrusting the charge of him to her, and it was my task to prevent Idris from observing their absence. I administered the fitting remedies and left my sweet niece to watch beside him, and bring me notice of any change she should observe. I then went to Idris, contriving in my way plausible excuses for remaining all day in the castle and endeavouring to disperse the traces of care from my brow. Fortunately, she was not alone. I found Merivale, the astronomer, with her. He was far too long-sighted in his view of humanity to heed the casualties of the day, and lived in the midst of contagion, unconscious of his existence. This poor man, learned as Laplace, guileless and unforeseen as a child, had often been on the point of starvation. He, his pale wife, and numerous offspring, while he neither felt hunger nor observed distress. His astronomical theories absorbed him. Calculations were scrawled with coal on the bare walls of his garret. A hard-earned guinea or an article of dress was exchanged for a book without remorse. He neither heard his children cry, nor observed his companion's emaciated form. And the excess of calamity was merely to him as the occurrence of a cloudy night, when he would have given his right hand to observe a celestial phenomenon. His wife was one of those wondrous beings to be found only among women, with affections not to be diminished by misfortune. Her mind was divided between boundless admiration for her husband and tender anxiety for her children. She waited on him, worked for them, and never complained, though care rendered her life one long-drawn melancholy dream. He had introduced himself to Adrian by a request he made to observe some planetary motions from his glass. His poverty was easily detected and relieved. He often thanked us for the books we lent him, and for the use of our instruments, but never spoke of his altered abode or change of circumstances. His wife assured us that he had not observed any difference except in the absence of the children from his study, and to her infinite surprise, he complained of this unaccustomed quiet. He came now to announce to us the completion of his essay on the pericyclical motions of the Earth's axis and the precession of the equinoctial points. If an old Roman of the period of the Republic had returned to life and talked of the impending election of some laurel-crowned consul, or of the last battle with Mithridates, his ideas would not have been more alien to the times than the conversation of Merivale. Man, no longer with an appetite for sympathy, clothed his thoughts in visible signs, nor were there any readers left, while each one, having thrown away his sword, with opposing shield alone awaited the plague. Merivale talked of the state of mankind 6,000 years hence. He might with equal interest to us have added a commentary to describe the unknown and unimaginable lineaments of the creatures who would then occupy the vacated dwelling of mankind. We had not the heart to undeceive the poor old man, and at the moment I came in, he was reading parts of his book to Idris, asking what answer could be given to this or that position. Idris could not refrain from a smile. As she listened, She had already gathered from him that his family was alive and in health. Though not apt to forget the precipice of time on which she stood, yet I could perceive that she was amused for a moment by the contrast between the contracted view we had so long taken of human life and the 7-league strides with which Merivale paced to come in eternity. I was glad to see her smile, because it assured me of her total ignorance of her infant's danger, but I shuddered to think of the revulsion that would be occasioned by a discovery of the truth. While Merivale was talking, Clara softly opened the door behind Idris and beckoned me to come with a gesture and look of grief. A mirror betrayed the sign to Idris. She started up. To suspect evil, to perceive that, Alfred being with us, the danger must regard her youngest darling. To fly across the long chambers into his apartment was the work but of a moment. There she beheld her Evelyn, lying fever-stricken and motionless. I followed her, and strove to inspire more hope than I could myself entertain, but she shook her head mournfully. Anguish deprived her of presence of mind. She gave up to me and Clara the physician's and nurse's parts. She sat by the bed, holding one little burning hand, and with glazed eyes fixed on her babe, passed the long day in one unvaried agony. It was not the plague that visited our little boy so roughly, but she could not listen to my assurances. Apprehension deprived her of judgment and reflection. Every slight convulsion of her child's features shook her frame. If he moved, she dreaded the instant crisis. If he remained still, she saw death in his torpor, and the cloud on her brow darkened. The poor little thing's fever increased towards night. The sensation is most dreary, to use no stronger term with which one looks forward to passing the long hours of night beside a sick bed, especially if the patient be an infant, who cannot explain its pain and whose flickering life resembles the wasting flame of the watchlight, whose narrow fire is shaken by the wind and on whose edge devouring darkness hovers. With eagerness one turns towards the east. With angry impatience one marks the uncheckered darkness. The crowing of a cock, that sound of glee during daytime, comes wailing and untunable. The creaking of rafters and slight stir of invisible insect is heard and felt as the signal and type of desolation. Clara, overcome by weariness, had seated herself at the foot of her cousin's bed, and in spite of her efforts, slumber weighed down her lids. Twice or thrice she shook it off, but at length she was conquered and slept. Idris sat at the bedside, holding Evelyn's hand. We were afraid to speak to each other. I watched the stars. I hung over my child. I felt his little pulse. I drew near the mother. Again I receded. At the turn of morning, a gentle sigh from the patient attracted me. The burning spot on his cheek faded. His pulse beat softly and regularly. Torpor yielded to sleep. For a long time I dared not hope. But when his unobstructed breathing and the moisture that suffused his forehead were tokens no longer to be mistaken of the departure of mortal malady, I ventured to whisper the news of the change to Idris, and at length succeeded in persuading her that I spoke truth. But neither this assurance nor the speedy convalescence of our child could restore her even to the portion of peace she before enjoyed. Her fear had been too deep, too absorbing, too entire to be changed to security. She felt as if during her past calm she had dreamed, but was now awake. She was as one in some lone watchtower on the deep, awakened from soothing visions of the home he loves, trembling to hear the wrathful billows roar. As one who has been cradled by a storm and awakes to find the vessel sinking. Before she had been visited by pangs of fear, now she never enjoyed an interval of hope. No smile of the heart ever irradiated her fair countenance. Sometimes she forced one, and then gushing tears would flow, and the sea of grief close above these wrecks of past happiness. Still, while I was near her, she could not be in utter despair. She fully confided herself to me. She did not seem to fear my death or revert to its possibility. To my guardianship she consigned the full freight of her anxieties, reposing on my love, as a wind-nipped fawn by the side of a doe, as a wounded nestling under its mother's wing, as a tiny, shattered boat, quivering still beneath some protecting willow tree, while I, not proudly as in days of joy, yet tenderly and with glad consciousness of the comfort I afforded, drew my trembling girl close to my heart and tried to ward every painful thought or rough circumstance from her sensitive nature. One other incident occurred at the end of this summer. The Countess of Windsor, ex-Queen of England, returned from Germany. She had at the beginning of the season quitted the vacant city of Vienna, and unable to tame her haughty mind to anything like submission, she had delayed at Hamburg, and when at last she came to London, many weeks elapsed before she gave Adrian notice of her arrival. In spite of her coldness and long absence, he welcomed her with sensibility, displaying such affection as sought to heal the wounds of pride and sorrow, and was repulsed only by her total apparent want of sympathy. Idris heard of her mother's return with pleasure. Her own maternal feelings were so ardent that she imagined her parent must now in this waste world have lost pride and harshness, and would receive with delight her filial attentions. The first check to her duteous demonstrations was a formal intimation from the fallen majesty of England that I was in no manner to be intruded upon her. She consented, she said, to forgive her daughter and acknowledge her grandchildren. Larger concessions must not be expected. To me, this proceeding appeared, if so light a term may be permitted, extremely whimsical. Now that the race of man had lost, in fact, all distinction of rank, this pride was doubly fortuitous. Now that it felt a kindred fraternal nature with all who bore the stamp of humanity, this angry reminiscence of times forever gone was worse than foolish. Idris was too much taken up by her own dreadful fears to be angry, hardly grieved, for she judged that insensibility must be the source of this continued rancor. This was not altogether the fact, but predominant self-will assumed the arms and mask of callous feeling, and the haughty lady disdained to exhibit any token of the struggle she endured, while the slave of pride, she fancied that she sacrificed her happiness to immutable principle. False was all this, false all but the affections of our nature, and the links of sympathy with pleasure or pain. There was but one good and one evil in the world, life and death. The pomp of rank, the assumption of power, the possessions of wealth vanished like morning mist. One living beggar had become of more worth than a national peerage of dead lords. Alas, the day! Than of dead heroes, patriots, or men of genius. There was much of degradation in this, for even vice and virtue had lost their attributes. Life, the continuation of our animal mechanism, was the alpha and omega of the desires, the prayers, the prostrate ambition of human race. Chapter 9. Half England was desolate when October came, and the equinoctial winds swept over the earth, chilling the ardours of the unhealthy season. The summer, which was uncommonly hot, had been protracted into the beginning of this month, when on the 18th a sudden change was brought about from summer temperature to winter frost. Pestilence then made a pause in her death-dealing career. Gasping, not daring to name our hopes, yet full even to the brim with intense expectation, we stood as a shipwrecked sailor stands on a barren rock islanded by the ocean, watching a distant vessel, fancying that now it nears, and then again that it is bearing from sight. This promise of a renewed lease of life turned rugged natures to melting tenderness, and by contrast filled the soft with harsh and unnatural sentiments. When it seemed destined that all were to die, we were reckless of the how and when. Now that the virulence of the disease was mitigated and it appeared willing to spare some, each was eager to be among the elect and clung to life with dastard tenacity. Instances of desertion became more frequent, and even murders, which made the hearer sick with horror, where the fear of contagion had armed those nearest in blood against each other. But these smaller and separate tragedies were about to yield a mightier interest, and while we were promised calm from infectious influences, a tempest arose wilder than the winds, a tempest bred by the passions of man, nourished by his most violent impulses, unexampled and dire. A number of people from North America, the relics of that populous continent, had set sail for the East with mad desire of change, leaving their native plains for lands not less afflicted than their own. Several hundreds landed in Ireland, about the 1st of November and took possession of such vacant habitations as they could find, seizing upon the superabundant food and the stray cattle. As they exhausted the produce of one spot, they went on to another. At length, they began to interfere with the inhabitants, and strong in their concentrated numbers, ejected the natives from their dwellings and robbed them of their winter store. A few events of this kind roused the fiery nature of the Irish, and they attacked the invaders. Some were destroyed. The major part escaped by quick and well-ordered movements, and danger made them careful. Their numbers ably arranged, the very deaths among them concealed, moving on in good order and apparently given up to enjoyment. They excited the envy of the Irish. The Americans permitted a few to join their band, and presently the recruits outnumbered the strangers. Nor did they join with them, nor imitate the admirable order which, preserved by the transatlantic chiefs, rendered them at once secure and formidable. The Irish followed their track in disorganized multitudes, each day increasing, each day becoming more lawless. The Americans were eager to escape from the spirit they had roused, and reaching the eastern shores of the island, embarked for England. Their incursion would hardly have been felt had they come alone, but the Irish, collected in unnatural numbers, began to feel the inroads of famine, and they followed in the wake of the Americans for England also. The crossing of the sea could not arrest their progress. The harbours of the desolate seaports of the west of Ireland were filled with vessels of all sizes, from the man-of-war to the small fisher's boat, which lay sailorless and rotting on the lazy deep. The emigrants, embarked by hundreds, and unfurling their sails with rude hands, made strange havoc of buoy and cordage. Those who modestly betook themselves to the smaller craft, for the most part, achieved their watery journey in safety. Some, in the true spirit of reckless enterprise, went on board a ship of 120 guns. The vast hull drifted with the tide out of the bay, and after many hours, its crew of landsmen contrived to spread a great part of her enormous canvas. The wind took it, and while 1,000 mistakes of the helmsman made her present her head now to one point and now to another, the vast fields of canvas that formed her sails flapped with a sound like that of a huge cataract, or such as a sea-like forest may give forth when buffeted by an equinoctial north wind. The portholes were open, and with every sea, which as she lurched washed her decks, they received whole tons of water. The difficulties were increased by a fresh breeze, which began to blow, whistling among the shrouds, dashing the sails this way and that, and rendering them with horrid split, and such were as may have visited the dreams of Milton, when he imagined the winnowing of the arch-fiend's van-like wings, which increased the uproar of wild chaos. These sounds were mingled with the roaring of the sea, the splash of the chafed billows round the vessel's sides, and the gurgling up of the water in the hold. The crew, many of whom had never seen the sea before, felt indeed as if heaven and earth came ruining together. As the vessels dipped her bows in the waves or rose high upon them, their yells were drowned in the clamour of elements and the thunder rivings of their unwieldy habitation. They discovered at last that the water gained on them, and they betook themselves to their pumps. They might as well have laboured to empty the ocean by bucketfuls. As the sun went down, the gale increased. The ship seemed to feel her danger. She was now completely waterlogged, and presented other indications of settling before she went down. The bay was crowded with vessels, whose crews for the most part were observing the uncouth sportings of this huge, unwieldy machine. They saw her gradually sink, the waters now rising above her lower decks. They could hardly wink before she had utterly disappeared, nor could the place where the sea had closed over her be at all discerned. Some few of her crew were saved, but the greater part, clinging to her cordage and masts, went down with her, to rise only when death loosened their hold. This event caused many of those who were about to sail to put foot again on firm land, ready to encounter any evil rather than to rush into the yawning jaws of the pitiless ocean. But these were few in comparison to the numbers who actually crossed. Many went up as high as Belfast to ensure a shorter passage, and then journeying south through Scotland, they were joined by the poorer natives of that country, and all poured with one consent into England. Such incursions struck the English with affright, in all those towns where there was still sufficient population to feel the change. There was room enough indeed in our hapless country for twice the number of invaders. But their lawless spirit instigated them to violence. They took a delight in thrusting the possessors from their houses, in seizing on some mansion of luxury, where the noble dwellers secluded themselves in fear of the plague, in forcing these of either sex to become their servants and purveyors, till, the ruin complete in one place, they removed their locust visitation to another. When unopposed, they spread their ravages wide. In cases of danger, they clustered, and by dint of numbers overthrew their weak and despairing foes. They came from the east and the north, and directed their course without apparent motive, but unanimously towards our unhappy metropolis. Communication had been to a great degree cut off through the paralyzing effects of pestilence, so that the van of our invaders had proceeded as far as Manchester and Derby before we received notice of their arrival. They swept the country like a conquering army, burning, laying waste, murdering. The lower and vagabond English joined with them. Some few of the Lord's lieutenant who remained endeavoured to collect the militia, but the ranks were vacant. Panic seized on all, and the opposition that was made only served to increase the audacity and cruelty of the enemy. They talked of taking London, conquering England, calling to mind the long detail of injuries which had for many years been forgotten. Such vaunts displayed their weakness rather than their strength. Yet still they might do extreme mischief, which, ending in their destruction, would render them at last objects of compassion and remorse. We were now taught how, in the beginning of the world, mankind clothed their enemies in impossible attributes, and how details proceeding from mouth to mouth might, like Virgil's ever-growing rumour, reach the heavens with her brow, and class Hesperus and Lucifer with her outstretched hands, Gorgon and Centaur, dragon and iron-hoofed lion, vast sea monster and gigantic hydra were but types of the strange and appalling accounts brought to London concerning our invaders. The landing was long unknown, but having now advanced within 100 miles of London, the country people flying before them arrived in successive troops, each exaggerating the numbers, fury, and cruelty of the assailants. Tumult filled the before quiet streets. Women and children deserted their homes. Escaping, they knew not whither. Fathers, husbands, and sons stood trembling, not for themselves, but for their loved and defenceless relations. As the country people poured into London, the citizens fled southwards. They climbed the higher edifices of the town, fancying that they could discern the smoke and flames the enemy spread around them. As Windsor lay to a great degree in the line of march from the west, I removed my family to London, assigning the Tower for their sojourn, and joining Adrian, acted as his lieutenant in the coming struggle. We employed only 2 days in our preparations, and made good use of them. Artillery and arms were collected. The remnants of such regiments as could be brought through many losses into any show of muster were put under arms, with that appearance of military discipline which might encourage our own party, and seem most formidable to the disorganized multitude of our enemies. Even music was not wanting. Banners floated in the air, and the shrill fife and loud trumpet breathed forth sounds of encouragement and victory. A practised ear might trace an undue faltering in the step of the soldiers. But this was not occasioned so much by fear of the adversary as by disease, by sorrow, and by fatal prognostications which often weighed most potently on the brave and quelled the manly heart to abject subjection. Adrian led the troops. He was full of care. It was small relief to him that our discipline should gain a success in such a conflict, while plague still hovered to equalize the conqueror and the conquered. It was not victory that he desired, but bloodless peace. As we advanced, we were met by bands of peasantry, whose almost naked condition, whose despair and horror told at once the fierce nature of the coming enemy. The senseless spirit of conquest and thirst of spoil blinded them, while with insane fury they deluged the country in ruin. The sight of the military restored hope to those who fled, and revenge took place of fear. They inspired the soldiers with the same sentiment. Languor was changed to ardor. The slow step converted to a speedy pace, while the hollow murmur of the multitude, inspired by one feeling, and that deadly, filled the air, drowning the clang of arms and sound of music. Adrian perceived the change and feared that it would be difficult to prevent them from wreaking their utmost fury on the Irish. He rode through the lines, charging the officers to restrain the troops, exhorting the soldiers, restoring order, and quieting in some degree the violent agitation that swelled every bosom. We first came upon a few stragglers of the Irish at St. Albans. They retreated and joining others of their companions still fell back, till they reached the main body. Tidings of an armed and regular opposition recalled them to a sort of order. They made Buckingham their headquarters, and scouts were sent out to ascertain our situation. We remained for the night at Luton. In the morning, a simultaneous movement caused us each to advance. It was early dawn, and the air, impregnated with freshest odour, seemed in idle mockery to play with our banners, and bore onwards towards the enemy the music of the bands, the neighings of the horses, and regular step of the infantry. The first sound of martial instruments that came upon our undisciplined foe inspired surprise, not unmingled with dread. It spoke of other days of concord and order. It was associated with times when plague was not, and man lived beyond the shadow of imminent fate. The pause was momentary. Soon we heard their disorderly clamour, their barbarian shouts, the untimed step of thousands coming on in disarray. Their troops now came pouring on us from the open country or narrow lanes. A large extent of enclosed fields lay between us. We advanced to the middle of this and then made a halt, being somewhat on superior ground. We could discern the space they covered. When their leaders perceived us drawn out in opposition, they also gave the word to halt and endeavoured to form their men into some imitation of military discipline. The first ranks had muskets. Some were mounted, but their arms were such as they had seized during their advance, their horses those they had taken from the peasantry. There was no uniformity and little obedience, but their shouts and wild gestures showed the untamed spirit that inspired them. Our soldiers received the word and advanced to quickest time, but in perfect order. Their uniform dresses, the gleam of their polished arms, their silence and looks of sullen hate were more appalling than the savage clamour of our numerous foe. Thus, coming nearer and nearer each other, the howls and shouts of the Irish increased. The English proceeded in obedience to their officers until they came near enough to distinguish the faces of their enemies. The sight inspired them with fury, with one cry that rent heaven and was re-echoed by the furthest lines. They rushed on. They disdained the use of the bullet, but with fixed bayonet dashed among the opposing foe, while the ranks, opening at intervals, the matchmen lighted the cannon, whose deafening roar and blinding smoke filled up the horror of the scene. I was beside Adrian, a moment before he had again given the word to halt, and had remained a few yards distant from us in deep meditation. He was forming swiftly his plan of action. To prevent the effusion of blood, the noise of cannon, the sudden rush of the troops, and yell of the foe startled him. With flashing eyes he exclaimed, "Not one of these must perish," and plunging the rowels into his horse's sides, he dashed between the conflicting bands. We, his staff, followed him to surround and protect him. Obeying his signal, however, we fell back somewhat. The soldiery, perceiving him, paused in their onset. He did not swerve from the bullets that passed near him, but rode immediately between the opposing lines. Silence succeeded to clamour. About 50 men lay on the ground, dying or dead. Adrian raised his sword in act to speak. "By whose command," he cried, addressing his own troops, "do you advance? Who ordered your attack? Fall back! These misguided men shall not be slaughtered while I am your general. Sheath your weapons, these are your brothers, commit not fratricide. Soon the plague will not leave one for you to glut your revenge upon. Will you be more pitiless than pestilence? As you honour me, as you worship God, in whose image those also are created, as your children and friends are dear to you, shed not a drop of precious human blood." He spoke with outstretched hand and winning voice, and then turning to our invaders with a severe brow, he commanded them to lay down their arms. "Do you think," he said, "that because we are wasted by plague you can overcome us? The plague is also among you, and when ye are vanquished by famine and disease, the ghosts of those you have murdered will arise, to bid you not hope in death. Lay down your arms, barbarous and cruel men, men whose hands are stained with the blood of the innocent, whose souls are weighed down by the orphan's cry. We shall conquer, for the right is on our side. Already your cheeks are pale. The weapons fall from your nerveless grasp. Lay down your arms, fellow men, brethren. Pardon, succor, and brotherly love await your repentance. You are dear to us, because you wear the frail shape of humanity. Each one among you will find a friend and host among these forces. Shall man be the enemy of man, while plague, the foe to all, even now is above us? Triumphing in our butchery, more cruel than her own. Each army paused. On our side, the soldiers grasped their arms firmly and looked with stern glances on the foe. These had not thrown down their weapons. More from fear than the spirit of conquest, they looked at each other, each wishing to follow some example given him. But they had no leader. Adrian threw himself from his horse and approaching one of those just slain. "He was a man," he cried, "and he is dead. Oh, quickly bind up the wounds of the fallen. Let not one die. Let not one more soul escape through your merciless gashes. To relate before the throne of God the tale of fratricide. Bind up their wounds, restore them to their friends. Cast away the hearts of tigers that burn in your breasts. Throw down these tools of cruelty and hate. In this pause of exterminating destiny, let each man be brother, guardian, and stay to the other. Away with those blood-stained arms, and hasten some of you to bind up these wounds." As he spoke, he knelt on the ground and raised in his arms a man from whose side the warm tide of life gushed. The poor wretch gasped. So still had either host become that his moans were distinctly heard, and every heart, late fiercely bent on universal massacre, now beat anxiously in hope and fear for the fate of this one man. Adrian tore off his military scarf and bound it round the sufferer. It was too late. The man heaved a deep sigh. His head fell back. His limbs lost their sustaining power. "He is dead," said Adrian as the corpse fell from his arms on the ground and he bowed his head in sorrow and awe. The fate of the world seemed bound up in the death of this single man. On either side the bands threw down their arms. Even the veterans wept. And our party held out their hands to their foes, while a gush of love and deepest amity filled every heart. The two forces mingling, unarmed and hand in hand, talking only how each might assist the other. The adversaries conjoined, each repenting, the one side their former cruelties, the other their late violence. They obeyed the orders of the general to proceed towards London. Adrian was obliged to exert his utmost prudence, first to allay the discord and then to provide for the multitude of the invaders. They were marched to various parts of the southern counties, quartered in deserted villages. A part was sent back to their own island, while the season of winter so far revived our energy that the passes of the country were defended, and any increase of numbers prohibited. On this occasion, Adrian and Idris met after a separation of nearly a year. Adrian had been occupied in fulfilling a laborious and painful task. He had been familiar with every species of human misery and had forever found his powers inadequate, his aid of small avail. Yet the purpose of his soul, his energy and ardent resolution, prevented any reaction of sorrow. He seemed born anew, and virtue more potent than Median alchemy endued him with health and strength. Idris hardly recognized the fragile being, whose form had seemed to bend even to the summer breeze, in the energetic man whose very excess of sensibility rendered him more capable of fulfilling his station of pilot in storm-tossed England. It was not thus with Idris. She was uncomplaining, but the very soul of fear had taken its seat in her heart. She had grown thin and pale, her eyes filled with involuntary tears, her voice was broken and low. She tried to throw a veil over the change which she knew her brother must observe in her, but the effort was ineffectual, and when alone with him, with a burst of irrepressible grief, she gave vent to her apprehensions and sorrow. She described in vivid terms the ceaseless care that was still renewing hunger ate into her soul. She compared this gnawing of sleepless expectation of evil to the vulture that fed on the heart of Prometheus. Under the influence of this eternal excitement and the interminable struggles she endured to combat and conceal it, she felt, she said, as if all the wheels and springs of the animal machine worked at double rate and were fast consuming themselves. Sleep was not sleep, for her waking thoughts, bridled by some remains of reason and by the sight of her children happy and in health, were then transformed to wild dreams. All her terrors were realized. All her fears received their dread fulfillment. To this state there was no hope, no alleviation, unless the grave should quickly receive its destined prey, and she be permitted to die before she experienced 1,000 living deaths in the loss of those she loved. Fearing to give me pain, she hid as best she could the excess of her wretchedness, but meeting thus her brother, after a long absence, she could not restrain the expression of her woe, but with all the vividness of imagination with which misery is always replete, she poured out the emotions of her heart to her beloved and sympathizing Adrian. Her present visit to London tended to augment her state of inquietude by shewing in its utmost extent the ravages occasioned by pestilence. It hardly preserved the appearance of an inhabited city. Grass sprung up thick in the streets. The squares were weed-grown, the houses were shut up, while silence and loneliness characterized the busiest parts of the town. Yet in the midst of desolation, Adrian had preserved order, and each one continued to live according to law and custom. Human institutions thus surviving as it were divine ones, and while the decree of population was abrogated, property continued sacred. It was a melancholy reflection, and in spite of the diminution of evil produced, it struck on the heart as a wretched mockery. All idea of resort for pleasure, of theatres and festivals had passed away. "Next summer," said Adrian as we parted on our return to Windsor, "will decide the fate of the human race. I shall not pause in my exertions until that time. But if plague revives with the coming year, all contest with her must cease, and our only occupation be the choice of a grave." I must not forget one incident that occurred during this visit to London. The visits of Merivale to Windsor, before frequent, had suddenly ceased. At this time, where but a hair's line separated the living from the dead, I feared that our friend had become a victim to the all-embracing evil. On this occasion I went, dreading the worst, to his dwelling to see if I could be of any service to those of his family who might have survived. The house was deserted, and had been one of those assigned to the invading strangers quartered in London. I saw his astronomical instruments put to strange uses, his globes defaced, his papers, covered with abstruse calculations, destroyed. The neighbours could tell me little, till I lighted on a poor woman who acted as nurse in these perilous times. She told me that all the family were dead, except Merivale himself, who had gone mad. Mad, she called it. Yet, on questioning her further, it appeared that he was possessed only by the delirium of excessive grief. This old man, tottering on the edge of the grave and prolonging his prospect through millions of calculated years, this visionary who had not seen starvation in the wasted forms of his wife and children, or plague in the horrible sights and sounds that surrounded him, this astronomer, apparently dead on earth and living only in the motion of the spheres, loved his family with unapparent but intense affection. Through long habit, they had become a part of himself. His want of worldly knowledge, his absence of mind and infant guilelessness made him utterly dependent on them. It was not till one of them died that he perceived their danger. One by one, they were carried off by pestilence, and his wife, his helpmate and supporter, more necessary to him than his own limbs and frame, which had hardly been taught the lesson of self-preservation, the kind companion whose voice always spoke peace to him, closed her eyes in death. The old man felt the system of universal nature, which he had so long studied and adored, slide from under him, and he stood among the dead and lifted his voice in curses. No wonder that the attendant should interpret as frenzy the harrowing maledictions of the grief-struck old man. I had commenced my search late in the day, a November day that closed in early with pattering rain and melancholy wind. As I turned from the door, I saw Merivale, or rather, the shadow of Merivale, attenuated and wild, pass me and sit on the steps of his home. The breeze scattered the grey locks on his temples. The rain drenched his uncovered head. He sat hiding his face in his withered hands. I pressed his shoulder to awaken his attention, but he did not alter his position. "Merivale," I said, "it is long since we have seen you. You must return to Windsor with me. Lady Idris desires to see you." You will not refuse her request. Come home with me." He replied in a hollow voice,
"Why deceive a helpless old man? Why talk hypocritically to one half-crazed? Windsor is not my home. My true home I have found. The home that the Creator has prepared for me."
His accent of bitter scorn thrilled me.
"Do not tempt me to speak," he continued. "My words would scare you. In an universe of cowards, I dare think. Among the churchyard tombs, among the victims of his merciless tyranny, I dare reproach the supreme evil. How can he punish me? Let him bare his arm and transfix me with lightning. This is also one of his attributes."
And the old man laughed. He rose, and I followed him through the rain to a neighboring churchyard. He threw himself on the wet earth.
"Here they are," he cried. "Beautiful creatures, breathing, speaking, loving creatures. She who by day and night cherished the age-worn lover of her youth. They, parts of my flesh, my children, here they are. Call them, scream their names through the night. They will not answer."
He clung to the little heaps that marked the graves.
"I ask but one thing. I do not fear his hell, for I have it here. I do not desire his heaven. Let me but die and be laid beside them. Let me but, when I lie dead, feel my flesh as it moulders. Mingle with theirs, promise."
And he raised himself painfully and seized my arm.
"Promise to bury me with them."
"So God help me and mine as I promise," I replied, "on one condition. Return with me to Windsor."
"To Windsor?"
he cried with a shriek.
"Never! From this place I never go. My bones, my flesh, I myself are already buried here. And what you see of me is corrupted clay like them. I will lie here and cling here till rain and hail, and lightning and storm, ruining on me, make me one in substance with them below."
In a few words, I must conclude this tragedy. I was obliged to leave London, and Adrian undertook to watch over him. The task was soon fulfilled. Age, grief, and inclement weather, all united to hush his sorrows and bring repose to his heart, whose beats were agony. He died embracing the sod, which was piled above his breast when he was placed beside the beings whom he regretted with such wild despair. I returned to Windsor at the wish of Idris, who seemed to think that there was greater safety for her children at that spot, and because, once having taken on me the guardianship of the district, I would not desert it while an inhabitant survived. I went also to act in conformity with Adrian's plans, which was to congregate in masses what remained of the population, for he possessed the conviction that it was only through the benevolent and social virtues that any safety was to be hoped for the remnant of mankind. It was a melancholy thing to return to this spot, so dear to us, as the scene of a happiness rarely before enjoyed, here to mark the extinction of our species, and trace the deep, unerasable footsteps of disease over the fertile and cherished soil. The aspect of the country had so far changed that it had been impossible to enter on the task of sowing seed and other autumnal labours. That season was now gone, and winter had set in with sudden and unusual severity. Alternate frosts and thaws, succeeding to floods, rendered the country impassable. Heavy falls of snow gave an arctic appearance to the scenery. The roofs of the houses peeped from the white mass. The lowly cot and stately mansion, alike deserted, were blocked up, their thresholds uncleared. The windows were broken by the hail, while the prevalence of a northeast wind rendered outdoor exertions extremely painful. The altered state of society made these accidents of nature sources of real misery. The luxury of command and the attentions of servitude were lost. It is true that the necessaries of life were assembled in such quantities as to supply to superfluity the wants of the diminished population. But still much labor was required to arrange these, as it were, raw materials, and depressed by sickness, and fearful of the future, we had not energy to enter boldly and decidedly on any system. I can speak for myself. Want of energy was not my failing. The intense life that quickened my pulses and animated my frame had the effect not of drawing me into the mazes of active life, but of exalting my lowliness and of bestowing majestic proportions on insignificant objects. I could have lived the life of a peasant in the same way. My trifling occupations were swelled into important pursuits. My affections were impetuous and engrossing passions. And nature, with all her changes, was invested in divine attributes. The very spirit of the Greek mythology inhabited my heart. I defied the uplands, glades, and streams. I had sight of Proteus coming from the sea, and heard old Triton blow his wreathed horn. Strange, that while the earth preserved her monotonous course, I dwelt with ever-renewing wonder on her antique laws, and now that with eccentric wheel she rushed into an untried path, I should feel this spirit fade. I struggled with despondency and weariness, but like a fog, they choked me. Perhaps after the labours and stupendous excitement of the past summer, the calm of winter and the almost menial toils it brought with it were by natural reaction doubly irksome. It was not the grasping passion of the preceding year which gave life and individuality to each moment. It was not the aching pangs induced by the distresses of the times. The utter inutility that had attended all my exertions took from them their usual effects of exhilaration, and despair rendered abortive the balm of self-applause. I longed to return to my old occupations, but of what use were they? To read were futile, to write vanity indeed. The earth, late wide circus for the display of dignified exploits, vast theatre for a magnificent drama, now presented a vacant space, an empty stage. For actor or spectator, there was no longer aught to say or hear. Our little town of Windsor, in which the survivors from the neighbouring counties were chiefly assembled, wore a melancholy aspect. Its streets were blocked up with snow. The few passengers seemed palsied and frozen by the ungenial visitation of winter. To escape these evils was the aim and scope of all our exertions. Families, late devoted to exalting and refined pursuits, rich, blooming, and young, with diminished numbers and care-fraught hearts, huddled over a fire, grown selfish and grovelling through suffering. Without the aid of servants, it was necessary to discharge all household duties. Hands unused to such labour must knead the bread, or in the absence of flour, the statesman or perfumed courtier must undertake the butcher's office. Poor and rich were now equal, or rather the poor were the superior, since they entered on such tasks with alacrity and experience, while ignorance, inaptitude, and habits of repose rendered them fatiguing to the luxurious, galling to the proud, disgustful to all whose mind, bent on intellectual improvement, held it their dearest privilege to be exempt from attending to mere animal wants. But in every change, goodness and affection can find field for exertion and display. Among some, these changes produced a devotion and sacrifice of self at once grateful and heroic. It was a sight for the lovers of the human race to enjoy, to behold, as in ancient times, the patriarchal modes in which the variety of kindred and friendship fulfilled their duteous and kindly offices. Youths, nobles of the land, performed for the sake of mother or sister the services of menials with amiable cheerfulness. They went to the river to break the ice and draw water. They assembled on foraging expeditions, or axe in hand, felled the trees for fuel. The females received them on their return with the simple and affectionate welcome known before only to the lowly cottage. A clean hearth and bright fire. The supper ready cooked by beloved hands. Gratitude for the provision for tomorrow's meal. Strange enjoyments for the high-born English, yet they were now their sole, hard-earned, and dearly prized luxuries. None was more conspicuous for this graceful submission to circumstances, noble humility, and ingenious fancy to adorn such acts with romantic colouring than our own Clara. She saw my despondency and the aching cares of Idris. Her perpetual study was to relieve us from labour and to spread ease and even elegance over our altered mode of life. We still had some attendants spared by disease and warmly attached to us, but Clara was jealous of their services. She would be sole handmaid of Idris, sole minister to the wants of her little cousins. Nothing gave her so much pleasure as our employing her in this way. She went beyond our desires, earnest, diligent, and unwearied. Abra was ready ere we called her name, and though we called her another, Abra came. It was my task each day to visit the various families assembled in our town, and when the weather permitted, I was glad to prolong my ride and to muse in solitude over every changeful appearance of our destiny, endeavoring to gather lessons for the future from the experience of the past. The impatience with which, while in society, the ills that afflicted my species inspired me was softened by loneliness, when individual suffering was merged in the general calamity, strange to say, less afflicting to contemplate. Thus often, pushing my way with difficulty through the narrow snow-blocked town, I crossed the bridge and passed through Eton. No youthful congregation of gallant-hearted boys thronged the portal of the college. Sad silence pervaded the busy schoolroom and noisy playground. I extended my ride towards Salt Hill, on every side impeded by the snow. Were those the fertile fields I loved? Was that the interchange of gentle upland and cultivated dale, once covered with waving corn, diversified by stately trees, watered by the meandering Thames? One sheet of white covered it, while bitter recollection told me that cold as the winter-clothed earth were the hearts of the inhabitants. I met troops of horses, herds of cattle, flocks of sheep, wandering at will, here throwing down a hayrick and nestling from cold in its heart, which afforded them shelter and food. There having taken possession of a vacant cottage, once on a frosty day pushed on by restless, unsatisfying reflections, I sought a favourite haunt, a little wood not far distant from Salt Hill. A bubbling spring prattles over stones on one side, and a plantation of a few elms and beeches hardly deserve and yet continue the name of wood. This spot had for me peculiar charms. It had been a favourite resort of Adrian. It was secluded, and he often said that in boyhood his happiest hours were spent here. Having escaped the stately bondage of his mother, he sat on the rough-hewn steps that led to the spring, now reading a favourite book, now musing, with speculation beyond his years, on the still unravelled skein of morals or metaphysics. A melancholy foreboding assured me that I should never see this place more. So, with careful thought, I noted each tree, every winding of the streamlet, and irregularity of the soil, that I might better call up its idea in absence. A robin redbreast dropped from the frosty branches of the trees upon the congealed rivulet, its panting breast and half-closed eyes shewed that it was dying. A hawk appeared in the air. Sudden fear seized the little creature. It exerted its last strength. Throwing itself on its back, raising its talons in impotent defense against its powerful enemy, I took it up and placed it in my breast. I fed it with a few crumbs from a biscuit. By degrees, it revived. Its warm, fluttering heart beat against me. I cannot tell while I detail this trifling incident, but the scene is still before me. The snow-clad fields, seen through the silver trunks of the beeches. The brook, in days of happiness alive with sparkling waters, now choked by ice. The leafless trees fantastically dressed in hoar frost. The shapes of summer leaves imaged by winter's frozen hand on the hard ground. The dusky sky, drear cold and unbroken silence, while close in my bosom my feathered nursling lay warm and safe, speaking its content with a light chirp. Painful reflections thronged, stirring my brain with wild commotion. Cold and deathlike as the snowy fields was all earth. Misery-stricken, the life-tide of the inhabitants. Why should I oppose the cataract of destruction that swept us away? Why string my nerves and renew my wearied efforts? Why? But that my firm courage and cheerful exertions might shelter the dear mate, whom I chose in the spring of my life, though the throbbings of my heart be replete with pain, though my hopes for the future are chill, still while your dear hand, my gentlest love, can repose in peace on that heart, and while you derive from its fostering care comfort and hope, my struggles shall not cease. I will not call myself altogether vanquished. One fine February day, when the sun had reassumed some of its genial power, I walked in the forest with my family. It was one of those lovely winter days which assert the capacity of nature to bestow beauty on barrenness. The leafless trees spread their fibrous branches against the pure sky. Their intricate and pervious tracery resembled delicate seaweed. The deer were turning up the snow in search of the hidden grass. The white was made intensely dazzling by the sun, and trunks of the trees, rendered more conspicuous by the loss of preponderating foliage, gathered around like the labyrinth columns of a vast temple. It was impossible not to receive pleasure from the sight of these things. Our children, freed from the bondage of winter, bounded before us, pursuing the deer or rousing the pheasants and partridges from their coverts. Idris leant on my arm. Her sadness yielded to the present sense of pleasure. We met other families on the long walk, enjoying like ourselves the return of the genial season. At once I seemed to awake. I cast off the clinging sloth of the past months. Earth assumed a new appearance, and my view of the future was suddenly made clear. I exclaimed, "I have now found out the secret." "What secret?" In answer to this question, I described our gloomy winter life, our sordid cares, our menial labours. "This northern country," I said, "is no place for our diminished race. When mankind were few, it was not here that they battled with the powerful agents of nature and were enabled to cover the globe with offspring. We must seek some natural paradise, some garden of the earth, where our simple wants may be easily supplied, and the enjoyment of a delicious climate compensate for the social pleasures we have lost. If we survive this coming summer, I will not spend the ensuing winter in England. Neither I nor any of us." I spoke without much heed, and the very conclusion of what I said brought with it other thoughts. Should we, any of us, survive the coming summer? I saw the brow of Idris clouded. I again felt that we were enchained to the car of fate, over whose courses we had no control. We could no longer say, "This we will do and this we will leave undone." A mightier power than the human was at hand to destroy our plans or to achieve the work we avoided. It were madness to calculate upon another winter. This was our last. The coming summer was the extreme end of our vista, and when we arrived there, instead of a continuation of the long road, a gulf yawned, into which we must of force be precipitated. The last blessing of humanity was wrested from us. We might no longer hope. Can the madman, as he clanks his chains, hope? Can the wretch, led to the scaffold, who, when he lays his head on the block, marks the double shadow of himself and the executioner, whose uplifted arms bear the axe, hope? Can the shipwrecked mariner, who, spent with swimming, hears close behind the splashing waters divided by a shark, which pursues him through the Atlantic, hope? Such hope as theirs we may also entertain. Old fable tell us that this gentle spirit sprung from the box of Pandora, else crammed with evils, but these were unseen and null, while all admired the inspiriting loveliness of young hope. Each man's heart became her home. She was enthroned sovereign of our lives. Here and hereafter, she was deified and worshipped, declared incorruptible and everlasting. But like all other gifts of the Creator to man, she is mortal. Her life has attained its last hour. We have watched over her, nursed her flickering existence. Now she has fallen at once from youth to decrepitude, from health to immeasurable disease. Even as we spend ourselves in struggles for her recovery, she dies. To all nations, the voice goes forth. Hope is dead. We are but mourners in the funeral train, and what immortal essence or perishable creation will refuse to make one in the sad procession that attends to its grave, the dead comforter of humanity? Does not the sun call in his light, and day, like a thin exhalation, melt away? Both wrapping up their beams in clouds to be themselves close mourners at this obsequy. Volume 3. Chapter 1. Hear you not the rushing sound of the coming tempest? Do you not behold the clouds open, and destruction, lurid and dire, pour down on the blasted earth? See you not the thunderbolt fall, and are deafened by the shout of heaven that follows its descent? Feel you not the earth quake and open with agonizing groans, while the air is pregnant with shrieks and wailings, all announcing the last days of man? No, none of these things accompanied our fall. The balmy air of spring, breathed from nature's ambrosial home, invested the lovely earth, which wakened as a young mother about to lead forth in pride her beauteous offspring to meet their sire who had been long absent. The buds decked the trees, the flowers adorned the land, the dark branches, swollen with seasonable juices, expanded into leaves, and the variegated foliage of spring, bending and singing in the breeze, rejoiced in the genial warmth of the unclouded empyrean. The brooks flowed murmuring, the sea was waveless, and the promontories that overhung it were reflected in the placid waters. Birds awoke in the woods, while abundant food for man and beast sprung up from the dark ground. Where was pain and evil? Not in the calm air or weltering ocean, not in the woods or fertile fields, nor among the birds that made the woods resonant with song, nor the animals that in the midst of plenty basked in the sunshine. Our enemy, like the calamity of Homer, trod our hearts, and no sound was echoed from her steps. With ills the land is rife, with ills the sea. Diseases haunt our frail humanity. Through noon, through night, on casual wing they glide. Silent, a voice, the power all wise denied. Once man was a favorite of the Creator, as the royal psalmist sang. God had made him a little lower than the angels and had crowned him with glory and honor. God made him to have dominion over the works of his hands and put all things under his feet. Once it was so. Now is man Lord of the creation? Look at him. Ha! I see plague. She has invested his form, is incarnate in his flesh, has entwined herself with his being, and blinds his heaven-seeking eyes. Lie down, O man, on the flower-strewn earth. Give up all claim to your inheritance. All you can ever possess of it is the small cell which the dead require. Plague is the companion of spring, of sunshine and plenty. We no longer struggle with her. We have forgotten what she did when she was not. Of old navies used to stem the giant ocean waves betwixt Indus and the pole for slight articles of luxury. Men made perilous journeys to possess themselves of earth's splendid trifles, gems and gold. Human labor was wasted. Human life set at naught. Now life is all that we covet. That this automaton of flesh should, with joints and springs in order, perform its functions, that this dwelling of the soul should be capable of containing its dweller. Our minds late spread abroad countless fears and endless combinations of thought, now retrench themselves behind this wall of flesh, eager to preserve its well-being only. We were surely sufficiently degraded. At first, the increase of sickness in spring brought increase of toil to such of us who as yet spared to life bestowed our time and thoughts on our fellow creatures. We nerved ourselves to the task. In the midst of despair, we performed the tasks of hope. We went out with the resolution of disputing with our foe. We aided the sick and comforted the sorrowing, turning from the multitudinous dead to the rare survivors with an energy of desire that bore the resemblance of power. We bade them live. Plague sat paramount the while and laughed us to scorn. Have any of you, my readers, observed the ruins of an ant-hill immediately after its destruction? At first it appears entirely deserted of its former inhabitants. In a little time you see an ant struggling through the upturned mold. They reappear by twos and threes, running hither and thither in search of their lost companions. Such were we upon earth, wandering aghast at the effects of pestilence. Our empty habitations remained, but the dwellers were gathered to the shades of the tomb. As the rules of order and pressure of laws were lost, some began with hesitation and wonder to transgress the accustomed uses of society. Palaces were deserted, and the poor man dared at length, unreproved, intrude into the splendid apartments whose very furniture and decorations were an unknown world to him. It was found that though at first the stop put to all circulation of property had reduced those before supported by the fictitious wants of society to sudden and hideous poverty, yet when the boundaries of private possession were thrown down, the products of human labor at present existing were far more than the thinned generation could possibly consume. To some among the poor this was matter of exultation. We were all equal now. Magnificent dwellings, luxurious carpets, and beds of down were afforded to all. Carriages and horses, gardens, pictures, statues, and princely libraries. There were enough of these, even to superfluity, and there was nothing to prevent each from assuming possession of his share. We were all equal now, but near at hand was an equality still more levelling, a state where beauty and strength and wisdom would be as vain as riches and birth. The grave yawned beneath us all, and its prospect prevented any of us from enjoying the ease and plenty which in so awful a manner was presented to us. Still the bloom did not fail on the cheeks of my babes, and Clara sprung up in years and growth, unsullied by disease. We had no reason to think the site of Windsor Castle peculiarly healthy, for many other families had expired beneath its roof. We lived therefore without any particular precaution, but we lived, it seemed, in safety. If Idris became thin and pale, it was anxiety that occasioned the change, and anxiety I could in no way alleviate. She never complained, but sleep and appetite fled from her. A slow fever preyed on her veins. Her colour was hectic, and she often wept in secret. Gloomy prognostications, care, and agonizing dread ate up the principle of life within her. I could not fail to perceive this change. I often wished that I had permitted her to take her own course and engage herself in such labours for the welfare of others as might have distracted her thoughts. But it was too late now. Besides that, with the nearly extinct race of man, all our toils grew near a conclusion. She was too weak. Consumption, if so it might be called, or rather the overactive life within her, which, as with Adrian, spent the vital oil in the early morning hours, deprived her limbs of strength. At night, when she could leave me unperceived, she wandered through the house or hung over the couches of her children, and in the daytime would sink into an unperturbed sleep, while her murmurs and starts betrayed the unquiet dreams that vexed her. As this state of wretchedness became more confirmed, and in spite of her endeavours at concealment more apparent, I strove, though vainly, to awaken in her courage and hope. I could not wonder at the vehemence of her care. Her very soul was tenderness. She trusted, indeed, that she could not outlive me if I became the prey of the vast calamity, and this thought sometimes relieved her. We had for many years trod the highway of life hand in hand, and still thus linked, we might step within the shades of death. But her children, her lovely, playful, animated children, beings sprung from her own dear side, portions of her own being, depositaries of our loves, even if we died, it would be comfort to know that they ran man's accustomed course. But it would not be so. Young and blooming as they would die. And from the hopes of maturity, from the proud name of attained manhood, they were cut off forever. Often with maternal affection, she had figured their merits and talents exerted on life's wide stage. Alas for these latter days! The world had grown old, and all its inmates partook of the decrepitude. Why talk of infancy, manhood, and old age? We all stood equal sharers of the last throes of time-worn nature, arrived at the same point of the world's age, There was no difference in us. The name of parent and child had lost their meaning. Young boys and girls were level now with men. This was all true, but it was not less agonizing to take the admonition home. Where could we turn and not find a desolation pregnant with a dire lesson of example? The fields had been left uncultivated, weeds and gaudy flowers sprung up, or where a few wheat fields shewed signs of the living hopes of the husbandman, the work had been left halfway. The ploughman had died beside the plough. The horses had deserted the furrow, and no seedsman had approached the dead. The cattle, unattended, wandered over the fields and through the lanes. The tame inhabitants of the poultry yard, balked of their daily food, had become wild. Young lambs were dropped in flower gardens, and the cow stalled in the hall of pleasure. Sickly and few, the country people neither went out to sow nor reap, but sauntered about the meadows, or lay under the hedges, when the inclement sky did not drive them to take shelter under the nearest roof. Many of those who remained secluded themselves. Some had laid up stores which should prevent the necessity of leaving their homes. Some deserted wife and child, and imagined that they secured their safety in utter solitude. Such had been Ryland's plan, and he was discovered dead and half devoured by insects in a house many miles from any other, with piles of food laid up in useless superfluity. Others made long journeys to unite themselves to those they love, and arrived to find them dead. London did not contain above 1,000 inhabitants, and this number was continually diminishing. Most of them were country people, come up for the sake of change. The Londoners had sought the country. The busy eastern part of the town was silent, or at most you saw only where, half from cupidity, half from curiosity, the warehouses had been more ransacked than pillaged. Bales of rich India goods, shawls of price, jewels and spices unpacked, strewed the floors. In some places, the possessor had to the last kept watch on his store, and died before the barred gates. The massy portals of the churches swung creaking on their hinges, and some few lay dead on the pavement. The wretched female, loveless victim of vulgar brutality, had wandered to the toilet of high-born beauty, and, arraying herself in the garb of splendor, had died before the mirror which reflected to herself alone her altered appearance. Women whose delicate feet had seldom touched the earth in their luxury had fled in fright and horror from their homes, till, losing themselves in the squalid streets of the metropolis, they had died on the threshold of poverty. The heart sickened at the variety of misery presented, and when I saw a specimen of this gloomy change, my soul ached with the fear of what might befall my beloved Idris and my babes. Were they, surviving Adrian and myself, to find themselves protectorless in the world? As yet the mind alone had suffered. Could I forever put off the time when the delicate frame and shrinking nerves of my child of prosperity, the nursling of rank and wealth, who was my companion, should be invaded by famine, hardship, and disease? Better die at once. Better plunge a poignard in her bosom, still untouched by drear adversity, and then again sheath it in my own. But no, in times of misery we must fight against our destinies, and strive not to be overcome by them. I would not yield, but to the last gasp resolutely defended my dear ones against sorrow and pain. And if I were vanquished at last, it should not be ingloriously. I stood in the gap, resisting the enemy, the impalpable, invisible foe, who had so long besieged us. As yet he made no breach. It must be my care that he should not, secretly undermining, burst up within the very threshold of the temple of love, at whose altar I daily sacrificed. The hunger of death was now stung more sharply by the diminution of his food. Or was it that before, the survivors being many, the dead were less eagerly counted? Now each life was a gem, each human breathing form of far more worth than subtlest imagery of sculptured stone, and the daily, nay, hourly decrease visible in our numbers visited the heart with sickening misery. This summer extinguished our hopes. The vessel of society was wrecked. and the shattered raft, which carried the few survivors over the sea of misery, was riven and tempest-tossed. Man existed by twos and threes. Man, the individual who might sleep and wake and perform the animal functions, but man in himself weak, yet more powerful in congregated numbers than wind or ocean. Man, the queller of the elements, the lord of created nature, the peer of demigods, existed no longer. Farewell to the patriotic scene, to the love of liberty, and well-earned meed of virtuous aspiration. Farewell to crowded senate, vocal with the counsels of the wise, whose laws were keener than the sword blade tempered at Damascus. Farewell to kingly pomp and warlike pageantry. The crowns are in the dust, and the wearers are in their graves. Farewell to the desire of rule and the hope of victory, to high vaulting ambition, to the appetite for praise, and the craving for the suffrage of their fellows. The nations are no longer. No senate sits in council for the dead. No scion of a time-honored dynasty pants to rule over the inhabitants of a charnel house. The general's hand is cold, and the soldier has his untimely grave dug in his native fields, unhonored though in youth. The marketplace is empty. The candidate for popular favor finds none whom he can represent. The chambers of painted state farewell, to midnight revelry and the panting emulation of beauty, to costly dress and birthday shoe, to title and the gilded coronet, farewell. Farewell to the giant powers of man, to knowledge that could pilot the deep drawing bark through the opposing waters of shoreless ocean, to science that directed the silken balloon through the pathless air, to the power that could put a barrier to mighty waters and set in motion wheels and beams and vast machinery that could divide rocks of granite or marble and make the mountains plain. Farewell to the arts, to eloquence, which is to the human mind as the winds to the sea, stirring and then allaying it. Farewell to poetry and deep philosophy, for man's imagination is cold, and his inquiring mind can no longer expatiate on the wonders of life, for there is no work, no device, no knowledge, nor wisdom in the grave, whither thou goest. To the graceful building, which in its perfect proportion transcended the rude forms of nature, the fretted Gothic and massy Saracenic pile. To the stupendous arch and glorious dome, the fluted column with its capital Corinthian, Ionic, or Doric, the peristyle and fair entablature, whose harmony of form is to the eye as musical concord to the ear. Farewell to sculpture, where the pure marble mocks human flesh, and in the plastic expression of the culled excellencies of the human shape shines forth the God. Farewell to painting, the high-wrought sentiment and deep knowledge of the artist's mind in pictured canvas, to paradisical scenes where trees are ever vernal, and the ambrosial air rests in perpetual glow, to the stamped form of tempest, and wildest uproar of universal nature encaged in the narrow frame. Oh, farewell, farewell to music and the sound of song, to the marriage of instruments, where the concord of soft and harsh unites in sweet harmony, and gives wings to the panting listeners, whereby to climb heaven and learn the hidden pleasures of the eternals. Farewell to the well-trod stage. A truer tragedy is enacted on the world's ample scene that puts to shame mimic grief, to high-bred comedy and the low buffoon. Farewell. Man may laugh no more, alas, to enumerate the adornments of humanity, shews by what we have lost, how supremely great man was. It is all over now. He is solitary, like our first parents, expelled from paradise. He looks back towards the scene he has quitted. The high walls of the tomb and the flaming sword of plague lie between it and him. Like to our first parents, the whole earth is before him a wide desert, unsupported and weak. Let him wander through fields where the unreaped corn stands in barren plenty, through copses planted by his fathers, through towns built for his use. Posterity is no more. Fame and ambition and love are words void of meaning, even as the cattle that grazes in the field. Do thou, O deserted one, lie down at evening-tide, unknowing of the past, careless of the future. For from such fond ignorance alone canst thou hope for ease. Joy paints with its own colors every act and thought. The happy do not feel poverty, for delight is as a gold-tissued robe and crowns them with priceless gems. Enjoyment plays the cook to their homely fare and mingles intoxication with their simple drink. Joy strews the hard couch with roses and makes labor ease. Sorrow doubles the burthen to the bent-down back, plants thorns in the unyielding pillow, mingles gall with water, adds saltness to their bitter bread, clothing them in rags and strewing ashes on their bare heads. To our irremediable distress, every small and pelting inconvenience came with added force. We had strung our frames to endure the Atlean weight thrown on us. We sank beneath the added feather chance threw on us. The grasshopper was a burthen. Many of the survivors had been bred in luxury. The servants were gone, their powers of command vanished like unreal shadows. The poor even suffered various privations, and the idea of another winter like the last brought a fright to our minds. Was it not enough that we must die, but toil must be added? Must we prepare our funeral repast with labor, and with unseemly drudgery heap fuel on our deserted hearths? Must we with servile hands fabricate the garments, soon to be our shroud? Not so, we are presently to die. Let us then enjoy to its full relish the remnant of our lives. Sordid care avaunt, menial labours and pains slight in themselves, but too gigantic for our exhausted strength, shall make no part of our ephemeral existences. In the beginning of time, when as now man lived by families and not by tribes or nations, they were placed in a genial clime, where earth fed them untilled, and the balmy air enwrapped their reposing limbs with warmth, more pleasant than beds of down. The south is the native place of the human race, the land of fruits more grateful to man than the hard-earned ceres of the north, of trees whose boughs are as a palace roof of couches of roses, and of the thirst-appeasing grape. We need not there fear cold and hunger. Look at England. The grass shoots up high in the meadows, but they are dank and cold, unfit bed for us. Corn we have none, and the crude fruits cannot support us. We must seek firing in the bowels of the earth, or the unkind atmosphere will fill us with rheums and aches. The labor of hundreds of thousands alone could make this inclement nook fit habitation for one man. To the south, then, to the sun, where nature is kind, where Jove has showered forth the contents of Almetha's horn, and earth is garden. England, late birthplace of excellence and school of the wise, thy children are gone, thy glory faded. Though England wert the triumph of man, small favour was shewn thee by thy Creator. Though Isle of the North, a ragged canvas naturally painted by man with alien colours, but the hues he gave are faded, never more to be renewed. So we must leave thee, thou marvel of the world. We must bid farewell to thy clouds and cold and scarcity for ever. Thy manly hearts are still, thy tale of power and liberty at its close. Bereft of man, O little isle, the ocean waves will buffet thee, and the raven flap his wings over thee. Thy soil will be birthplace of weeds. Thy sky will canopy barrenness. It was not for the rose of Persia thou wert famous, nor the banana of the East, not for the spicy gales of India, nor the sugar groves of America, not for thy vines, nor thy double harvest, nor for thy vernal airs, nor solstitial sun, but for thy children, thy unwearied industry and lofty aspiration. They are gone, and thou goest with them, the oft-trodden path that leads to oblivion. Farewell, sad isle, farewell thy fatal glory, is summed up, cast up, and cancelled in this story. Chapter 2. In the autumn of this year, 2096, the spirit of emigration crept in among the few survivors who, congregating from various parts of England, met in London. This spirit existed as a breath, a wish, a far-off thought until communicated to Adrian, who imbibed it with ardour and instantly engaged himself in plans for its execution. The fear of immediate death vanished with the heats of September. Another winter was before us, and we might elect our mode of passing it to the best advantage. Perhaps in rational philosophy none could be better chosen than this scheme of migration, which would draw us from the immediate scene of our woe and leading us through pleasant and picturesque countries, amuse for a time our despair. The idea once broached, all were impatient to put it in execution. We were still at Windsor. Our renewed hopes medicined the anguish we had suffered from the late tragedies. The death of many of our inmates had weaned us from the fond idea that Windsor Castle was a spot sacred from the plague. But our lease of life was renewed for some months, and even Idris lifted her head as a lily after a storm, when a last sunbeam tinges its silver cup. Just at this time, Adrian came down to us. His eager looks shewed us that he was full of some scheme. He hastened to take me aside and disclose to me, with rapidity, his plans of emigration from England. To leave England forever. To turn from its polluted fields and groves and placing the sea between us, to quit it, as a sailor quits the rock on which he has been wrecked, when the saving ship rides by. Such was his plan. To leave the country of our fathers made holy by their graves. We could not feel even as a voluntary exile of old, who might for pleasure or convenience forsake his native soil. Though thousands of miles might divide him, England was still a part of him, as he of her. He heard of the passing events of the day. He knew that, if he returned and resumed his place in society, the entrance was still open, and it required but the will to surround himself at once with the associations and habits of boyhood. Not so with us, the remnant. We left none to represent us, none to repeople the desert land, and the name of England died when we left her in vagabond pursuit of dreadful safety. Yet let us go. England is in her shroud. We may not enchain ourselves to a corpse. Let us go. The world is our country now, and we will choose for our residence its most fertile spot. Shall we, in these desert halls under this wintry sky, sit with closed eyes and folded hands expecting death? Let us rather go out to meet it gallantly, or perhaps for all this pendulous orb, this fair gem in the sky's diadem, is not surely plague-stricken, perhaps in some secluded nook amidst eternal spring and waving trees and purling streams, we may find life. The world is vast, and England, though her many fields and widespread woods seem interminable, is but a small part of her. At the close of a day's march over high mountains and through snowy valleys, we may call upon health, and committing our loved ones to its charge, replant the uprooted tree of humanity, and send to late posterity the tale of the anti-pestilential race, the heroes and sages of the lost state of things. Hope beckons and sorrow urges us. The heart beats high with expectation, and this eager desire of change must be an omen of success. Oh, come. Farewell to the dead. Farewell to the tombs of those we loved. Farewell to giant London and the placid Thames. To river and mountain, O fair district, birthplace of the wise and good, to Windsor Forest and its antique castle, farewell. Themes for story alone are they. We must live elsewhere. Such were in part the arguments of Adrian, uttered with enthusiasm and unanswerable rapidity. Something more was in his heart to which he dared not give words. He felt that the end of time was come. He knew that one by one we should dwindle into nothingness. It was not advisable to wait this sad consummation in our native country, but traveling would give us our object for each day, that would distract our thoughts from the swift approaching end of things. If we went to Italy, to sacred and eternal Rome, we might with greater patience submit to the decree which had laid her mighty towers low. We might lose our selfish grief in the sublime aspect of its desolation. All this was in the mind of Adrian. But he thought of my children, and instead of communicating to me these resources of despair, he called up the image of health and life to be found, where we knew not, when we knew not, but if never to be found, forever and forever to be sought. He won me over to his party, heart and soul. it devolved on me to disclose our plan to Idris. The images of health and hope which I presented to her made her, with a smile, consent. With a smile she agreed to leave her country, from which she had never before been absent, and the spot she had inhabited from infancy, the forest and its mighty trees, the woodland paths and green recesses, where she had played in childhood and had lived so happily through youth. She would leave them without regret, for she hoped to purchase thus the lives of her children. They were her life, dearer than a spot consecrated to love, dearer than all else the earth contained. The boys heard with childish glee of our removal. Clara asked if we were to go to Athens. "It is possible," I replied, and her countenance became radiant with pleasure. There she would behold the tomb of her parents, and a territory filled with recollections of her father's glory. In silence, but without respite, she had brooded over these scenes. It was the recollection of them that had turned her infant gaiety to seriousness, and had impressed her with high and restless thoughts. There were many dear friends whom we must not leave behind, humble though they were. There was the spirited and obedient steed which Lord Raymond had given his daughter. There was Alfred's dog and a pet eagle, whose sight was dimmed through age. But this catalogue of favourites to be taken with us could not be made without grief to think of our heavy losses, and a deep sigh for the many things we must leave behind. The tears rushed into the eyes of Idris, while Alfred and Evelyn brought now a favourite rose tree, now a marble vase beautifully carved, insisting that these must go, and exclaiming on the pity that we could not take the castle and the forest, the deer and the birds, and all accustomed and cherished objects along with us. "Fond and foolish ones," I said, "we have lost forever treasures far more precious than these, and we desert them to preserve treasures to which in comparison they are nothing. Let us not for a moment forget our object and our hope, and they will form a resistless mound to stop the overflowing of our regret for trifles." The children were easily distracted, and again returned to their prospect of future amusement. Idris had disappeared. She had gone to hide her weakness. Escaping from the castle, she had descended to the little park and sought solitude, that she might there indulge her tears. I found her clinging round an old oak, pressing its rough trunk with her roseate lips, as her tears fell plenteously and her sobs and broken exclamations could not be suppressed. With surpassing grief I beheld this loved one of my heart thus lost in sorrow. I drew her towards me, and as she felt my kisses on her eyelids, as she felt my arms press her, she revived to the knowledge of what remained to her. "You are very kind not to reproach me," she said. "I weep, and a bitter pang of intolerable sorrow tears my heart. And yet I am happy. Mothers lament their children, wives lose their husbands, while you and my children are left to me. Yes, I am happy, most happy, that I can weep thus for imaginary sorrows, and that the slight loss of my adored country is not dwindled and annihilated in mightier misery. Take me where you will, where you and my children are. There shall be Windsor, and every country will be England to me. Let these tears flow not for myself, happy and ungrateful as I am, but for the dead world, for our lost country, for all of love and life and joy, now choked in the dusty chambers of death." She spoke quickly, as if to convince herself. She turned her eyes from the trees and forest paths she loved. She hid her face in my bosom, and yes, my masculine firmness dissolved. We wept together consolatory tears, and then calm, nay, almost cheerful, we returned to the castle. The first cold weather of an English October made us hasten our preparations. I persuaded Idris to go up to London, where she might better attend to necessary arrangements. I did not tell her that to spare her the pang of parting from inanimate objects, now the only things left, I had resolved that we should none of us return to Windsor. For the last time we looked on the wide extent of country visible from the terrace, and saw the last rays of the sun tinge the dark masses of wood, variegated by autumnal tints. The uncultivated fields and smokeless cottages lay in shadow below. The Thames wound through the wide plain, and the venerable pile of Eton College stood in dark relief, a prominent object. The cawing of the myriad rooks, which inhabited the trees of the little park, as in column or thick wedge they speeded to their nests, disturbed the silence of evening. Nature was the same, as when she was the kind mother of the human race. Now, childless and forlorn, her fertility was a mockery, her loveliness a mask for deformity. Why should the breeze gently stir the trees? Man felt not its refreshment. Why did dark night adorn herself with stars? Man saw them not. Why are there fruits or flowers or streams? Man is not here to enjoy them. Idris stood beside me, her dear hand locked in mine. Her face was radiant with a smile.
"The sun is alone," she said, "but we are not. A strange star, my Lionel, ruled our birth. Sadly and with dismay we may look upon the annihilation of man, but we remain for each other. Did I ever in the wide world seek other than thee? And since in the wide world thou remainest, why should I complain? Thou and nature are still true to me, beneath the shades of night and through the day, whose garish light displays our solitude. Thou wilt still be at my side, and even Windsor will not be regretted."
I had chosen nighttime for our journey to London, that the change and desolation of the country might be the less observable. Our only surviving servant drove us. We passed down the steep hill and entered the dusky avenue of the Long Walk. At times like these, minute circumstances assume giant and majestic proportions. The very swinging open of the white gate that admitted us into the forest arrested my thoughts as matter of interest. It was an everyday act, never to recur again. The setting crescent of the moon glittered through the massy trees to our right, and when we entered the park, we scared a troop of deer that fled bounding away in the forest shades. Our two boys quietly slept. Once before our road turned from the view, I looked back on the castle. Its windows glistened in the moonshine, and its heavy outline lay in a dark mass against the sky. The trees near us waved a solemn dirge to the midnight breeze. Idris leaned back in the carriage. Her two hands pressed mine. Her countenance was placid. She seemed to lose the sense of what she now left in the memory of what she still possessed. My thoughts were sad and solemn, yet not of unmingled pain. The very excess of our misery carried a relief with it, giving sublimity and elevation to sorrow. I felt that I carried with me those I best loved. I was pleased, after a long separation, to rejoin Adrian, never again to part. I felt that I quitted what I loved, not what loved me. The castle walls and long familiar trees did not hear the parting sound of our carriage wheels with regret. And while I felt Idris to be near and heard the regular breathing of my children, I could not be unhappy. Clara was greatly moved. With streaming eyes suppressing her sobs, she leaned from the window watching the last glimpse of her native Windsor. Adrian welcomed us on our arrival. He was all animation. You could no longer trace in his look of health the suffering valetudinarian. From his smile and sprightly tones, you could not guess that he was about to lead forth from their native country, the numbered remnant of the English nation, into the tenantless realms of the South, there to die one by one till the last man should remain in a voiceless, empty world. Adrian was impatient for our departure and had advanced far in his preparations. His wisdom guided all. His care was the soul to move the luckless crowd, who relied wholly on him. It was useless to provide many things, for we should find abundant provision in every town. It was Adrian's wish to prevent all labor to bestow a festive appearance on this funeral train. Our numbers amounted to not quite 2,000 persons. These were not all assembled in London, but each day witnessed the arrival of fresh numbers, and those who resided in the neighboring towns had received orders to assemble at one place on the 20th of November. Carriages and horses were provided for all. captains and under-officers chosen, and the whole assemblage wisely organized. All obeyed the Lord Protector of dying England. All looked up to him. His council was chosen. It consisted of about 50 persons. Distinction and station were not the qualifications of their election. We had no station among us, but that which benevolence and prudence gave, no distinction, save between the living and the dead. Although we were anxious to leave England before the depth of winter, yet we were detained. Small parties had been dispatched to various parts of England in search of stragglers. We would not go until we had assured ourselves that in all human probability we did not leave behind a single human being. On our arrival in London, we found that the aged Countess of Windsor was residing with her son in the palace of the Protectorate. We repaired to our accustomed abode near Hyde Park. Idris, now for the first time for many years, saw her mother. Anxious to assure herself that the childishness of old age did not mingle with unforgotten pride, to make this high-born dame still so inveterate against me. Age and care had furrowed her cheeks and bent her form, but her eye was still bright, her manners authoritative and unchanged. She received her daughter coldly, but displayed more feeling as she folded her grandchildren in her arms. It is our nature to wish to continue our systems and thoughts to posterity through our own offspring. The Countess had failed in this design with regard to her children. Perhaps she hoped to find the next remove in birth more tractable. Once Idris named me casually. A frown, a convulsive gesture of anger shook her mother, and, with voice trembling with hate, she said, "I am of little worth in this world. The young are impatient to push the old off the scene. But Idris, if you do not wish to see your mother expire at your feet, never again name that person to me. All else I can bear, and now I am resigned to the destruction of my cherished hopes. But it is too much to require that I should love the instrument that Providence gifted with murderous properties for my destruction." This was a strange speech, now that on the empty stage each might play his part without impediment from the other. But the haughty ex-queen thought as Octavius Caesar and Mark Antony. We could not stall together in the whole world. The period of our departure was fixed for the 25th of November. The weather was temperate. Soft rains fell at night, and by the day, the wintry sun shone out. Our numbers were to move forward in separate parties, and to go by different routes, all to unite at last at Paris. Adrian and his division, consisting in all of 500 persons, were to take the direction of Dover and Calais. On the 20th of November, Adrian and I rode for the last time through the streets of London. They were grass-grown and desert. The open doors of the empty mansions creaked upon their hinges. Rank herbage and deforming dirt had swiftly accumulated on the steps of the houses. The voiceless steeples of the churches pierced the smokeless air. The churches were open, but no prayer was offered at the altars. Mildew and damp had already defaced their ornaments. Birds and tame animals, now homeless, had built nests and made their lairs in consecrated spots. We passed St. Paul's, London, which had extended so far in suburbs in all direction, had been somewhat deserted in the midst, and much of what had in former days obscured this vast building was removed. Its ponderous mass, blackened stone, and high dome made it look not like a temple, but a tomb. Methought above the portico was engraved the hic jacket of England. We passed on eastwards, engaged in such solemn talk as the times inspired. No human step was heard, no human form discerned. Troops of dogs, deserted of their masters, passed us, and now and then a horse, unbridled and unsaddled, trotted towards us, and tried to attract the attention of those which we rode, as if to allure them to seek like liberty. An unwieldy ox, who had fed in an abandoned granary, suddenly lowed, and shewed his shapeless form in a narrow doorway. Everything was desert, but nothing was in ruin, and this medley of undamaged buildings and luxurious accommodation in trim and fresh youth was contrasted with the lonely silence of the unpeopled streets. Night closed in, and it began to rain. We were about to return homewards when a voice, a human voice, strange now to hear, attracted our attention. It was a child singing a merry, lightsome air. There was no other sound. We had traversed London from Hyde Park even to where we now were in the Minories, and had met no person, heard no voice nor footstep. The singing was interrupted by laughing and talking. Never was merry ditty so sadly timed, never laughter more akin to tears. The door of the house from which these sounds proceeded was open. The upper rooms were illuminated, as for a feast. It was a large, magnificent house in which, doubtless, some rich merchant had lived. The singing again commenced and rang through the high-roofed rooms, while we silently ascended the staircase. Lights now appeared to guide us, and a long suite of splendid rooms illuminated made us still more wonder. Their only inhabitant, a little girl, was dancing, waltzing, and singing about them, followed by a large Newfoundland dog, who, boisterously jumping on her and interrupting her, made her now scold, now laugh, now throw herself on the carpet to play with him. She was dressed grotesquely, in glittering robes and shawls fit for a woman. She appeared about 10 years of age. We stood at the door, looking on this strange scene, till the dog, perceiving us, barked loudly. The child turned and saw us. Her face, losing its gaiety, assumed a sullen expression. She slunk back, apparently meditating an escape. I came up to her and held her hand. She did not resist, but with a stern brow so strange in childhood, so different from her former hilarity, she stood still, her eyes fixed on the ground. "What do you do here?" I said gently. "Who are you?" She was silent, but trembled violently. "My poor child," asked Adrian, "are you alone?" There was a winning softness in his voice that went to the heart of the little girl. She looked at him, then snatching her hand from me, threw herself into his arms, clinging round his neck, ejaculating, "Save me! Save me!" while her unnatural sullenness dissolved in tears. "I will save you," he replied. "Of what are you afraid? You need not fear my friend. He will do you no harm. Are you alone?" "No, Lion is with me." "And your mother and father?" "I never had any. I am a charity girl. Everybody is gone for a great many days. But if they come back and find me out, they will beat me so." Her unhappy story was told in these few words. An orphan, taken on pretended charity, ill-treated and reviled. Her oppressors had died. Unknowing of what had passed around her, she found herself alone. She had not dared venture out, but by the continuance of her solitude, her courage revived. Her childish vivacity caused her to play 1,000 freaks, and with her brute companion she passed the long holiday, fearing nothing but the return of the harsh voices and cruel usage of her protectors. She readily consented to go with Adrian. In the meantime, while we descanted on alien sorrows and on a solitude which struck our eyes and not our hearts, while we imagined all of the change and suffering that had intervened in these once thronged streets, before tenantless and abandoned, they became mere kennels for dogs and stables for cattle, while we read the death of the world upon the dark fane, and hugged ourselves in the remembrance that we possessed that which was all the world to us in the meantime. We had arrived from Windsor early in October, and had now been in London about 6 weeks. Day by day during that time, the health of my Idris declined. Her heart was broken, neither sleep nor appetite. The chosen servants of health waited on her wasted form. To watch her children hour by hour, to sit by me, drinking deep the dear persuasion that I remained to her, was all her pastime. Her vivacity so long assumed, her affectionate display of cheerfulness, her light-hearted tone and springy gait were gone. I could not disguise to myself, nor could she conceal, her life-consuming sorrow. Still, change of scene and reviving hopes might restore her. I feared the plague only, and she was untouched by that. I had left her this evening, reposing after the fatigues of her preparations. Clara sat beside her, relating a story to the two boys. The eyes of Idris were closed, but Clara perceived a sudden change in the appearance of our eldest darling. His heavy lids veiled his eyes, an unnatural color burnt in his cheeks. His breath became short. Clara looked at the mother. She slept, yet started at the pause the narrator made. Fear of awakening and alarming her caused Clara to go on at the eager call of Evelyn, who was unaware of what was passing. Her eyes turned alternately from Alfred to Idris. With trembling accents, she continued her tale, till she saw the child about to fall. Starting forward, she caught him, and her cry roused Idris. She looked on her son. She saw death stealing across his features. She laid him on a bed. She held drink to his parched lips. Yet he might be saved. If I were there, he might be saved. Perhaps it was not the plague. Without a counselor, what could she do? Stay and behold him die? Why, at that moment, was I away?
"Look at him, Clara," she exclaimed. "I will return immediately."
She inquired among those who, selected as the companions of our journey, had taken up their residence in our house. She heard from them merely that I had gone out with Adrian. She entreated them to seek me. She returned to her child. He was plunged in a frightful state of torpor. Again, she rushed downstairs. All was dark, desert, and silent. She lost all self-possession. She ran into the street. She called on my name. The pattering rain and howling wind alone replied to her. Wild fear gave wings to her feet. She darted forward to seek me. She knew not where, but putting all her thoughts, all her energy, all her being in speed only, most misdirected speed, she neither felt nor feared nor paused, but ran right on, till her strength suddenly deserted her, so suddenly that she had not thought to save herself. Her knees failed her, and she fell heavily on the pavement. She was stunned for a time, but at length rose, and though sorely hurt, still walked on, shedding a fountain of tears, stumbling at times, going she knew not whither. Only now and then, with feeble voice, she called my name, adding with heart-piercing exclamations that I was cruel and unkind. Human being there was none to reply, and the inclemency of the night had driven the wandering animals to the habitations they had usurped. Her thin dress was drenched with rain. Her wet hair clung round her neck. She tottered through the dark streets till, striking her foot against an unseen impediment, she again fell. She could not rise. She hardly strove. But, gathering up her limbs, she resigned herself to the fury of the elements and the bitter grief of her own heart. She breathed an earnest prayer to die speedily, for there was no relief but death. While hopeless of safety for herself, she ceased to lament for her dying child, but shed kindly bitter tears for the grief I should experience in losing her. While she lay life almost suspended, she felt a warm, soft hand on her brow, and a gentle female voice asked her, with expressions of tender compassion, if she could not rise. That another human being, sympathetic and kind, should exist near roused her. Half rising with clasped hands and fresh, springing tears, she entreated her companion to seek for me, to bid me hasten to my dying child, to save him, for the love of heaven, to save him. The woman raised her. She led her under shelter. She entreated her to return to her home, whither perhaps I had already returned. Idris easily yielded to her persuasions. She leaned on the arm of her friend. She endeavored to walk on, but irresistible faintness made her pause again and again. Quickened by the increasing storm, we had hastened our return. Our little charge was placed before Adrian on his horse. There was an assemblage of persons under the portico of our house, in whose gestures I instinctively read some heavy change, some new misfortune. With swift alarm, afraid to ask a single question, I leapt from my horse. The spectators saw me, knew me, and in awful silence divided to make way for me. I snatched a light, and rushing upstairs, and hearing a groan, without reflection I threw open the door of the first room that presented itself. It was quite dark, but as I stepped within, a pernicious scent assailed my senses, producing sickening qualms which made their way to my very heart, while I felt my leg clasped and a groan repeated by the person that held me. I lowered my lamp and saw a Negro, half-clad, writhing under the agony of disease, while he held me with a convulsive grasp. With mixed horror and impatience, I strove to disengage myself and fell on the sufferer. He wound his naked, festering arms round me. His face was close to mine, and his breath, death-laden, entered my vitals. For a moment I was overcome. My head was bowed by aching nausea, till reflection returning, I sprung up, threw the wretch from me, and darting up the staircase, entered the chamber usually inhabited by my family. A dim light shewed me Alfred on a couch. Clara, trembling, and paler than whitest snow, had raised him on her arm, holding a cup of water to his lips. I saw full well that no spark of life existed in that ruined form. His features were rigid, his eyes glazed, his head had fallen back. I took him from her. I laid him softly down, kissed his cold little mouth, and turned to speak in a vain whisper, when loudest sound of thunder-like cannon could not have reached him in his immaterial abode. And where was Idris? That she had gone out to seek me and had not returned were fearful tidings, while the rain and driving wind clattered against the window and roared round the house. Added to this, the sickening sensation of disease gained upon me. No time was to be lost. If ever I would see her again, I mounted my horse and rode out to seek her, fancying that I heard her voice in every gust, oppressed by fever and aching pain. I rode in the dark and rain through the labyrinth streets of unpeopled London. My child lay dead at home. The seeds of this mortal disease had taken root in my bosom. I went to seek Idris, my adored, now wandering alone, while the waters were rushing from heaven like a cataract to bathe her dear head in chill damp, her fair limbs in numbing cold. A female stood on the step of a door and called to me as I galloped past. It was not Idris, so I rode swiftly on, until a kind of second sight, a reflection back again on my senses of what I had seen but not marked, made me feel sure that another figure, thin, graceful, and tall, stood clinging to the foremost person who supported her. In a minute I was beside the suppliant. In a minute I received the sinking Idris in my arms. Lifting her up, I placed her on the horse. She had not strength to support herself, so I mounted behind her and held her close to my bosom, wrapping my riding cloak around her, while her companion, whose well-known but changed countenance, it was Juliet, daughter of the Duke of, could at this moment of horror obtain from me no more than a passing glance of compassion. She took the abandoned rein and conducted our obedient steed homewards. Dare I avouch it, that was the last moment of my happiness. But I was happy. Idris must die, for her heart was broken. I must die, for I had caught the plague. Earth was a scene of desolation. Hope was madness. Life had married death. They were one. But thus, supporting my fainting love, thus feeling that I must soon die, I revelled in the delight of possessing her once more. Again and again I kissed her and pressed her to my heart. We arrived at our home. I assisted her to dismount. I carried her upstairs and gave her into Clara's care, that her wet garments might be changed. Briefly, I assured Adrian of her safety and requested that we might be left to repose. As the miser, who with trembling caution visits his treasure to count it again and again, so I numbered each moment and grudged every one that was not spent with Idris. I returned swiftly to the chamber where the life of my life reposed. Before I entered the room, I paused for a few seconds. For a few seconds, I tried to examine my state. Sickness and shuddering ever and anon came over me. My head was heavy, my chest oppressed, my legs bent under me. But I threw off resolutely the swift, growing symptoms of my disorder and met Idris with placid and even joyous looks. She was lying on a couch, carefully fastening the door to prevent all intrusion. I sat by her, we embraced, and our lips met in a kiss long-drawn and breathless. Would that moment had been my last. Maternal feeling now awoke in my poor girl's bosom, and she asked,
"And Alfred?"
"Idris," I replied. "We are spared to each other, we are together. Do not let any other idea intrude. I am happy, even on this fatal night. I declare myself happy, beyond all name, all thought. What would you more, sweet one?" Idris understood me. She bowed her head on my shoulder and wept.
"Why?"
she again asked.
"Do you tremble, Lionel? What shakes you thus?"
"Well may I be shaken," I replied, "happy as I am. Our child is dead, and the present hour is dark and ominous. Well may I tremble, but I am happy, mine own Idris, most happy."
"I understand thee, my kind love,"
said Idris.
"Thus, pale as thou art with sorrow at our loss, trembling and aghast, thou wouldst assuage my grief by thy dear assurances. I am not happy,"
and the tears flashed and fell from under her downcast lids.
"For we are inmates of a miserable prison, and there is no joy for us. But the true love I bear you will render this and every other loss endurable."
"We have been happy together at least," I said. "No future misery can deprive us of the past. We have been true to each other for years. Ever since, my sweet princess, love came through the snow to the lowly cottage of the poverty-stricken heir of the ruined Verney. Even now that eternity is before us, we take hope only from the presence of each other. Idris, do you think that when we die, we shall be divided?"
"Die? When we die? What mean you? What secret lies hid from me in those dreadful words?"
"Must we not all die, dearest?" I asked with a sad smile.
"Gracious God, are you ill, Lionel, that you speak of death? My only friend, heart of my heart, speak."
"I do not think," replied I, "that we have any of us long to live. And when the curtain drops on this mortal scene, where think you we shall find ourselves?" Idris was calmed by my unembarrassed tone and look. She answered,
"You may easily believe that during this long progress of the plague, I have thought much on death and asked myself, now that all mankind is dead to this life, to what other life they may have been born. Hour after hour, I have dwelt on these thoughts and strove to form a rational conclusion concerning the mystery of a future state. What a scarecrow indeed would death be if we were merely to cast aside the shadow in which we now walk, and, stepping forth into the unclouded sunshine of knowledge and love, revived with the same companions, the same affections, and reached the fulfillment of our hopes, leaving our fears with our earthly vesture in the grave. Alas, the same strong feeling which makes me sure that I shall not wholly die makes me refuse to believe that I shall live wholly as I do now. Yet, Lionel, never, never can I love any but you through eternity. I must desire your society, and as I am innocent of harm to others, and as reliant and confident as my mortal nature permits, I trust that the ruler of the world will never tear us asunder.
Your remarks are like yourself, dear love, replied I. Gentle and good. Let us cherish such a belief and dismiss anxiety from our minds. But, sweet, we are so formed, and there is no sin if God made our nature to yield to what He ordains. We are so formed that we must love life and cling to it. We must love the living smile, the sympathetic touch and thrilling voice, peculiar to our mortal mechanism. Let us not, through security in hereafter, neglect the present. This present moment, short as it is a part of eternity, and the dearest part, since it is our own unalienably. Thou, the hope of my futurity, art my present joy. Let me then look on thy dear eyes, and, read in love in them, drink intoxicating pleasure. Timidly, for my vehemence somewhat terrified her, Idris looked on me. My eyes were bloodshot. Starting from my head, every artery beat, methought, audibly. Every muscle throbbed. Every single nerve felt. Her look of wild affright told me that I could no longer keep my secret. So it is, mine own beloved, I said. The last hour of many happy ones is arrived. Nor can we shun any longer the inevitable destiny. I cannot live long, but again and again I say, this moment is ours. Paler than marble, with white lips and convulsed features, Idris became aware of my situation. My arm, as I sat, encircled her waist. She felt the palm burn with fever. Even on the heart it pressed.
One moment,
she murmured, scarce audibly.
Only one moment.
She kneeled, and hiding her face in her hands, uttered a brief but earnest prayer, that she might fulfill her duty and watch over me to the last. While there was hope, the agony had been unendurable. All was now concluded. Her feelings became solemn and calm. Even as Epicurus, unperturbed and firm, submitted to the instruments of torture, did Idris, suppressing every sigh and sign of grief, enter upon the endurance of torments, of which the rack and the wheel are but faint and metaphysical symbols. I was changed. The tight-drawn cord that sounded so harshly was loosened. The moment that Idris participated in my knowledge of our real situation. The perturbed and passion-tossed waves of thought subsided, leaving only the heavy swell that kept right on without any outward manifestation of its disturbance, till it should break on the remote shore towards which I rapidly advanced. It is true that I am sick, I said, and your society, my Idris, is my only medicine. Come and sit beside me. She made me lie down on the couch and, drawing a low ottoman near, sat close to my pillow, pressing my burning hands in her cold palms. She yielded to my feverish restlessness and let me talk and talked to me on subjects strange indeed to beings who thus looked the last and heard the last of what they loved alone in the world. We talked of times gone by, of the happy period of our early love, of Raymond, Perdita, and Evadne. We talked of what might arise on this desert earth. If 2 or 3 beings saved, it was slowly repeopled. We talked of what was beyond the tomb, and, man in his human shape being nearly extinct, we felt with certainty of faith that other spirits, other minds, other perceptive beings, sightless to us, must people with thought and love this beauteous and imperishable universe. We talked, I know not how long, but in the morning I awoke from a painful heavy slumber. The pale cheek of Idris rested on my pillow. The large orbs of her eyes half raised the lids, and shewed the deep blue lights beneath. Her lips were unclosed, and the slight murmurs they formed told that, even while asleep, she suffered. If she were dead, I thought, what difference, now that form is the temple of a residing deity? Those eyes are the windows of her soul. All grace, love, and intelligence are throned on that lovely bosom. Were she dead, where would this mind, the dearer half of mine, be? For quickly the fair proportion of this edifice would be more defaced than are the sand-choked ruins of the desert temples of Palmyra. Chapter 3. Idris stirred and awoke. Alas, she awoke to misery. She saw the signs of disease on my countenance and wondered how she could permit the long night to pass without her having sought not cure, that was impossible, but alleviations to my sufferings. She called Adrian. My couch was quickly surrounded by friends and assistants, and such medicines as were judged fitting were administered. It was the peculiar and dreadful distinction of our visitation that none who had been attacked by the pestilence had recovered. The first symptom of the disease was the death warrant, which in no single instance had been followed by pardon or reprieve. No gleam of hope therefore cheered my friends. While fever-producing torpor, heavy pains sitting like lead on my limbs and making my breast heave were upon me, I continued insensible to everything but pain, and at last even to that. I awoke on the fourth morning as from a dreamless sleep, an irritating sense of thirst, and, when I strove to speak or move, an entire dereliction of power was all I felt. For 3 days and nights, Idris had not moved from my side. She administered to all my wants and never slept nor rested. She did not hope, and therefore she neither endeavored to read the physician's countenance nor to watch for symptoms of recovery. All her thought was to attend on me to the last, and then to lie down and die beside me. On the third night, animation was suspended. To the eye and touch of all, I was dead. With earnest prayer, almost with force, Adrian tried to draw Idris from me. He exhausted every adjuration, her child's welfare and his own. She shook her head and wiped a stealing tear from her sunk cheek, but would not yield. She entreated to be allowed to watch me that one night only, with such affliction and meek earnestness that she gained her point and sat silent and motionless, except when, stung by intolerable remembrance, she kissed my closed eyes and pallid lips, and pressed my stiffening hands to her beating heart. At dead of night, when though it was midwinter, the cock crowed at 3 o'clock, as herald of the morning change, while hanging over me and mourning in silent, bitter thought for the loss of all towards her that had been enshrined in my heart. Her dishevelled hair hung over her face, and the long tresses fell on the bed. She saw one ringlet in motion, and the scattered hair slightly stirred, as by a breath. It is not so, she thought, for he will never breathe more. Several times the same thing occurred, and she only marked it by the same reflection, till the whole ringlet waved back, and she thought she saw my breast heave. Her first emotion was deadly fear. Cold dew stood on her brow. My eyes half opened, and reassured, she would have exclaimed, "He lives!" But the words were choked by a spasm, and she fell with a groan on the floor. Adrian was in the chamber. After long watching, he had unwillingly fallen into a sleep. He started up and beheld his sister, senseless on the earth, weltering in a stream of blood that gushed from her mouth. Increasing signs of life in me in some degree explained her state. The surprise, the burst of joy, the revulsion of every sentiment had been too much for her frame, worn by long months of care, late shattered by every species of woe and toil. She was now in far greater danger than I. The wheels and springs of my life once again set in motion, acquired elasticity from their short suspension. For a long time, no one believed that I should indeed continue to live. During the reign of the plague upon earth, not one person attacked by the grim disease had recovered. My restoration was looked on as a deception. Every moment it was expected that the evil symptoms would recur with redoubled violence until confirmed convalescence, absence of all fever or pain, and increasing strength brought slow conviction that I had recovered from the plague. The restoration of Idris was more problematical. When I had been attacked by illness, her cheeks were sunk, her form emaciated, but now the vessel, which had broken from the effects of extreme agitation, did not entirely heal, but was as a channel that drop by drop drew from her the ruddy stream that vivified her heart. Her hollow eyes and worn countenance had a ghastly appearance. Her cheekbones, her open, fair brow, the projection of the mouth stood fearfully prominent. You might tell each bone in the thin anatomy of her frame. Her hand hung powerless. Each joint lay bare, so that the light penetrated through and through. It was strange that life could exist in what was wasted and worn into a very type of death. To take her from these heartbreaking scenes, to lead her to forget the world's desolation in the variety of objects presented by traveling, and to nurse her failing strength in the mild climate towards which we had resolved to journey, was my last hope for her preservation. The preparations for our departure, which had been suspended during my illness, were renewed. I did not revive to doubtful convalescence. Health spent her treasures upon me. As the tree in spring may feel from its wrinkled limbs the fresh green break forth, and the living sap rise and circulate, so did the renewed vigor of my frame, the cheerful current of my blood, the newborn elasticity of my limbs influence my mind to cheerful endurance and pleasurable thoughts. My body, late, the heavy weight that bound me to the tomb, was exuberant with health. Mere common exercises were insufficient for my reviving strength. Methought I could emulate the speed of the racehorse, discern through the air objects at a blinding distance, hear the operations of nature in her mute abodes. My senses had become so refined and susceptible after my recovery from mortal disease. Hope, among my other blessings, was not denied to me, and I did fondly trust that my unwearied attentions would restore my adored girl. I was therefore eager to forward our preparations. According to the plan first laid down, we were to have quitted London on the 25th of November, and in pursuance of this scheme, 2/3 of our people, all that remained of England, had gone forward, and had already been some weeks in Paris. First, my illness, and subsequently that of Idris, had detained Adrian with his division, which consisted of 300 persons, so that we now departed on the 1st of January, 2098. It was my wish to keep Idris as distant as possible from the hurry and clamour of the crowd, and to hide from her those appearances that would remind her most forcibly of our real situation. We separated ourselves to a great degree from Adrian, who was obliged to give his whole time to public business. The Countess of Windsor travelled with her son. Clara, Evelyn, and a female who acted as our attendant were the only persons with whom we had contact. We occupied a commodious carriage. Our servant officiated as coachman. A party of about 20 persons preceded us at a small distance. They had been selected for this service out of a great number that offered, on account of the superior sagacity of the man who had been appointed their leader. Immediately on our departure, I was delighted to find a change in Idris, which I fondly hoped prognosticated the happiest results. All the cheerfulness and gentle gaiety natural to her revived. She was weak, and this alteration was rather displayed in looks and voice than in acts. But it was permanent and real. My recovery from the plague and confirmed health instilled into her a firm belief that I was now secure from this dread enemy. She told me that she was sure she should recover, that she had a presentiment that the tide of calamity which deluged our unhappy race had now turned, that the remnant would be preserved, and among them the dear objects of her tender affection, and that in some selected spot We should wear out our lives together in pleasant society.
"Do not let my state of feebleness deceive you," she said. "I feel that I am better. There is a quick life within me, and a spirit of anticipation that assures me that I shall continue long to make a part of this world. I shall throw off this degrading weakness of body, which infects even my mind with debility, and I shall enter again on the performance of my duties. I was sorry to leave Windsor, but now I am weaned from this local attachment. I am content to remove to a mild climate, which will complete my recovery. Trust me, dearest, I shall neither leave you nor my brother, nor these dear children. My firm determination to remain with you to the last and to continue to contribute to your happiness and welfare would keep me alive, even if grim death were nearer at hand than he really is."
I was only half reassured by these expressions. I could not believe that the overquick flow of her blood was a sign of health, or that her burning cheeks denoted convalescence. But I had no fears of an immediate catastrophe. Nay, I persuaded myself that she would ultimately recover, and thus cheerfulness reigned in our little society. Idris conversed with animation on 1,000 topics. Her chief desire was to lead our thoughts from melancholy reflections. So she drew charming pictures of a tranquil solitude, of a beauteous retreat, of the simple manners of our little tribe, and of the patriarchal brotherhood of love, which would survive the ruins of the populous nations which had lately existed. We shut out from our thoughts the present and withdrew our eyes from the dreary landscape we traversed. Winter reigned in all its gloom. The leafless trees lay without motion against the dun sky. The forms of frost, mimicking the foliage of summer, strewed the grounds. The paths were overgrown. The unploughed cornfields were patched with grass and weeds. The sheep congregated at the threshold of the cottage. The horned ox thrust his head from the window. The wind was bleak, and frequent sleet or snowstorms added to the melancholy appearance wintry nature assumed. We arrived at Rochester, and an accident caused us to be detained there a day. During that time, a circumstance occurred that changed our plans, and which, alas, in its result changed the eternal course of events, turning me from the pleasant new-sprung hope I enjoyed to an obscure and gloomy desert. But I must give some little explanation before I proceed with the final cause of our temporary alteration of plan, and refer again to those times when man walked the earth fearless, before plague had become queen of the world. There resided a family in the neighborhood of Windsor, of very humble pretensions, but which had been an object of interest to us on account of one of the persons of whom it was composed. The family of the Claytons had known better days. But, after a series of reverses, the father died a bankrupt, and the mother heartbroken, and a confirmed invalid retired with her 5 children to a little cottage between Eton and Salt Hill. The eldest of these children, who was 13 years old, seemed at once, from the influence of adversity, to acquire the sagacity and principle belonging to a more mature age. Her mother grew worse and worse in health, but Lucy attended on her, and was as a tender parent to her younger brothers and sisters, and in the meantime shewed herself so good-humoured, social, and benevolent that she was beloved as well as honoured in her little neighbourhood. Lucy was besides extremely pretty, so when she grew to be 16, it was to be supposed, notwithstanding her poverty, that she should have admirers. One of these was the son of a country curate. He was a generous, frank-hearted youth, with an ardent love of knowledge, and no mean acquirements. Though Lucy was untaught, her mother's conversation and manners gave her a taste for refinement superior to her present situation. She loved the youth even without knowing it, except that in any difficulty she naturally turned to him for aid, and awoke with a lighter heart every Sunday, because she knew that she would be met and accompanied by him in her evening walk with her sisters. She had another admirer, one of the head waiters at the inn at Salt Hill. He also was not without pretensions to urbane superiority, such as he learned from gentlemen's servants and waiting maids, who, initiating him in all the slang of high life below stairs, rendered his arrogant temper 10 times more intrusive. Lucy did not disclaim him. She was incapable of that feeling, but she was sorry when she saw him approach, and quietly resisted all his endeavors to establish an intimacy. The fellow soon discovered that his rival was preferred to him, and this changed what was at first a chance admiration into a passion, whose mainsprings were envy and the base desire to deprive his competitor of the advantage he enjoyed over himself. Poor Lucy's sad story was but a common one. Her lover's father died, and he was left destitute. He accepted the offer of a gentleman to go to India with him, feeling secure that he should soon acquire an independence and return to claim the hand of his beloved. He became involved in the war carried on there, was taken prisoner, and years elapsed before tidings of his existence were received in his native land. In the meantime, disastrous poverty came on Lucy. Her little cottage, which stood looking from its trellis covered with woodbine and jessamine, was burnt down, and the whole of their little property was included in the destruction. Whither betake them? By what exertion of industry could Lucy procure them another abode? Her mother, nearly bedrid, could not survive any extreme of famine-struck poverty. At this time, her other admirer stepped forward and renewed his offer of marriage. He had saved money and was going to set up a little inn at Datchet. There was nothing alluring to Lucy in this offer, except the home it secured to her mother, and she felt more sure of this, since she was struck by the apparent generosity which occasioned the present offer. She accepted it, thus sacrificing herself for the comfort and welfare of her parent. It was some years after her marriage that we became acquainted with her. The accident of a storm caused us to take refuge in the inn, where we witnessed the brutal and quarrelsome behavior of her husband and her patient endurance. Her lot was not a fortunate one. Her first lover had returned with the hope of making her his own, and met her by accident for the first time as the mistress of his country inn and the wife of another. He withdrew despairingly to foreign parts. Nothing went well with him. At last he enlisted and came back again wounded and sick. And yet Lucy was debarred from nursing him. Her husband's brutal disposition was aggravated by his yielding to the many temptations held out by his situation and the consequent disarrangement of his affairs. Fortunately, she had no children, but her heart was bound up in her brothers and sisters, and these his avarice and ill temper soon drove from the house. They were dispersed about the country, earning their livelihood with toil and care. He even shewed an inclination to get rid of her mother, but Lucy was firm here. She had sacrificed herself for her. She lived for her. She would not part with her. If the mother went, she would also go beg bread for her, die with her, but never desert her. The presence of Lucy was too necessary in keeping up the order of the house, and in preventing the whole establishment from going to wreck, for him to permit her to leave. He yielded the point, but in all accesses of anger, or in his drunken fits, he recurred to the old topic, and stung poor Lucy's heart by opprobrious epithets bestowed on her parent. A passion, however, if it be wholly pure, entire, and reciprocal, brings with it its own solace. Lucy was truly, and from the depth of her heart, devoted to her mother. The sole end she proposed to herself in life was the comfort and preservation of this parent. Though she grieved for the result, yet she did not repent of her marriage, even when her lover returned to bestow competence on her. 3 years had intervened, and how, in their penniless state, could her mother have existed during this time? This excellent woman was worthy of her child's devotion. A perfect confidence and friendship existed between them. Besides, she was by no means illiterate, and Lucy, whose mind had been in some degree cultivated by her former lover, now found in her the only person who could understand and appreciate her. Thus, though suffering, she was by no means desolate, and when during fine summer days she led her mother into the flowery and shady lanes near their abode, a gleam of unmixed joy enlightened her countenance. She saw that her parent was happy, and she knew that this happiness was of her sole creating. Meanwhile, her husband's affairs grew more and more involved. Ruin was near at hand, and she was about to lose the fruit of all her labors when pestilence came to change the aspects of the world. Her husband reaped benefit from the universal misery, but as the disaster increased, the spirit of lawlessness seized him. He deserted his home to revel in the luxuries promised him in London, and found there a grave. Her former lover had been one of the first victims of the disease, but Lucy continued to live for and in her mother. Her courage only failed when she dreaded peril for her parent, or feared that death might prevent her from performing those duties to which she was unalterably devoted. When we had quitted Windsor for London as the previous step to our final emigration, we visited Lucy and arranged with her the plan of her own and her mother's removal. Lucy was sorry at the necessity which forced her to quit her native lanes and village, and to drag an infirm parent from her comforts at home to the homeless waste of depopulate earth. But she was too well disciplined by adversity and of too sweet a temper to indulge in repinings at what was inevitable. Subsequent circumstances, my illness and that of Idris, drove her from our remembrance, and we called her to mind at last, only to conclude that she made one of the few who came from Windsor to join the emigrants, and that she was already in Paris. When we arrived at Rochester, therefore, we were surprised to receive by a man just come from Slough a letter from this exemplary sufferer. His account was that journeying from his home and passing through Datchet, he was surprised to see smoke issue from the chimney of the inn, and supposing that he should find comrades for his journey assembled there, he knocked and was admitted. There was no one in the house but Lucy and her mother. The latter had been deprived of the use of her limbs by an attack of rheumatism, and so, one by one, all the remaining inhabitants of the country set forward, leaving them alone. Lucy entreated the man to stay with her. In a week or two, her mother would be better, and they would then set out, but they must perish if they were left thus helpless and forlorn. The man said that his wife and children were already among the emigrants, and it was therefore, according to his notion, impossible for him to remain. Lucy, as a last resource, gave him a letter for Idris, to be delivered to her wherever he should meet us. This commission at least he fulfilled, and Idris received with emotion the following letter. Honored lady, I am sure that you will remember and pity me, and I dare hope that you will assist me. What other hope have I? Pardon my manner of writing. I am so bewildered. A month ago, my dear mother was deprived of the use of her limbs. She is already better, and in another month would, I am sure, be able to travel, in the way you were so kind as to say you would arrange for us. But now everybody is gone. Everybody, as they went away, each said that perhaps my mother would be better before we were quite deserted. But 3 days ago I went to Samuel Woods, who, on account of his newborn child, remained to the last, and there being a large family of them, I thought I could persuade them to wait a little longer for us. But I found the house deserted. I have not seen a soul since, till this good man came. What will become of us? My mother does not know our state. She is so ill that I have hidden it from her. Will you not send someone to us? I am sure we must perish miserably as we are. If I were to try to move my mother now, she would die on the road. And if, when she gets better, I were able, I cannot guess how,
to find out the roads and get on so many, many miles to the sea, you would all be in France and the great ocean would be between us, which is so terrible even to sailors. What will it be to me, a woman who never saw it? We should be imprisoned by it in this country, all alone, with no help. Better die where we are. I can hardly write. I cannot stop my tears. It is not for myself. I could put my trust in God and let the worst come. I think I could bear it if I were alone. But my mother, my sick, my dear, dear mother, who never since I was born spoke a harsh word to me, who has been patient in many sufferings. Pity her, dear lady. She must die a miserable death if you do not pity her. People speak carelessly of her because she is old and infirm, as if we must not all, if we are spared, become so. And then, when the young are old themselves, they will think that they ought to be taken care of. It is very silly of me to write in this way to you, but when I hear her trying not to groan, and see her look smiling on me to comfort me, when I know she is in pain, and when I think that she does not know the worst, but she soon must, and then she will not complain, but I shall sit guessing at all that she is dwelling upon, of famine and misery. I feel as if my heart must break, and I do not know what I say or do. My mother for whom I have borne much. God preserve you from this fate. Preserve her, lady, and he will bless you, and I, poor miserable creature as I am, will thank you and pray for you while I live. Your unhappy and dutiful servant, December the 30th, 2097. Lucy Martin.
This letter deeply affected Idris, and she instantly proposed that we should return to Dajit to assist Lucy and her mother. I said that I would without delay set out for that place, but entreated her to join her brother and there await my return with the children. But Idris was in high spirits and full of hope. She declared that she could not consent even to a temporary separation from me, but that there was no need of this. The motion of the carriage did her good, and the distance was too trifling to be considered. We could dispatch messengers to Adrian to inform him of our deviation from the original plan. She spoke with vivacity and drew a picture after her own dear heart of the pleasure we should bestow upon Lucy, and declared if I went, she must accompany me, and that she should very much dislike to entrust the charge of rescuing them to others, who might fulfill it with coldness or inhumanity. Lucy's life had been one act of devotion and virtue. Let her now reap the small reward of finding her excellence appreciated and her necessity assisted by those whom she respected and honored. These and many other arguments were urged with gentle pertinacity and the ardor of a wish to do all the good in her power by her whose simple expression of a desire and slightest request had ever been a law with me. I, of course, consented, the moment that I saw that she had set her heart upon this step. We sent half our attendant troop on to Adrian, and with the other half, our carriage took a retrograde course back to Windsor. I wonder now how I could be so blind and senseless as thus to risk the safety of Idris, for if I had eyes, surely I could see the sure, though deceitful advance of death in her burning cheek and increasing weakness. But she said she was better, and I believed her. Extinction could not be near a being whose vivacity and intelligence hourly increased, and whose frame was endowed with an intense, and I fondly thought, a strong and permanent spirit of life. Who, after a great disaster, has not looked back with wonder at his inconceivable obtuseness of understanding, that could not perceive the many minute threads with which fate weaves the inextricable net of our destinies, until he is enmeshed completely in it. The crossroads, which we now entered upon, were even in a worse state than the long-neglected highways, and the inconvenience seemed to menace the perishing frame of Idris with destruction. Passing through Dartford, we arrived at Hampton on the second day. Even in this short interval, my beloved companion grew sensibly worse in health, though her spirits were still light, and she cheered my growing anxiety with gay sallies. Sometimes the thought pierced my brain. Is she dying? As I saw her fair fleshless hand rest on mine, or observed the feebleness with which she performed the accustomed acts of life, I drove away the idea as if it had been suggested by insanity. But it occurred again and again, only to be dispelled by the continued liveliness of her manner. About midday, after quitting Hampton, our carriage broke down. The shock caused Idris to faint, but on her reviving no other ill consequence ensued. Our party of attendants had as usual gone on before us, and our coachman went in search of another vehicle, our former one being rendered by this accident unfit for service. The only place near us was a poor village in which he found a kind of caravan able to hold 4 people, but it was clumsy and ill hung. Besides this, he found a very excellent cabriolet. Our plan was soon arranged. I would drive Idris in the latter, while the children were conveyed by the servant in the former. But these arrangements cost time. We had agreed to proceed that night to Windsor, and thither our purveyors had gone. We should find considerable difficulty in getting accommodation before we reached this place. After all, the distance was only 10 miles. My horse was a good one. I would go forward at a good pace with Idris, leaving the children to follow at a rate more consonant to the uses of their cumbrous machine. Evening closed in quickly, far more quickly than I was prepared to expect. At the going down of the sun, it began to snow heavily. I attempted in vain to defend my beloved companion from the storm. The wind drove the snow in our faces, and it lay so high on the ground that we made but small way, while the night was so dark that but for the white covering on the ground we should not have been able to see a yard before us. We had left our accompanying caravan far behind us, and now I perceived that the storm had made me unconsciously deviate from my intended route. I had gone some miles out of my way. My knowledge of the country enabled me to regain the right road, but instead of going, as at first agreed upon, by a crossroad through Stanwell to Datchet, I was obliged to take the way of Egham and Bishopgate. It was certain, therefore, that I should not be rejoined by the other vehicle, that I should not meet a single fellow creature till we arrived at Windsor. The back of our carriage was drawn up, and I hung a pelisse before it, thus to curtain the beloved sufferer from the pelting sleet. She leaned on my shoulder, growing every moment more languid and feeble. At first, she replied to my words of cheer with affectionate thanks, but by degrees she sunk into silence. Her head lay heavily upon me. I only knew that she lived by her irregular breathing and frequent sighs. For a moment, I resolved to stop and, opposing the back of the cabriolet to force of the tempest, to expect morning as well as I might. But the wind was bleak and piercing, while the occasional shudderings of my poor Idris and the intense cold I felt demonstrated that this would be a dangerous experiment. At length, methought she slept, fatal sleep induced by frost. At this moment, I saw the heavy outline of a cottage traced on the dark horizon close to us. "Dearest love," I said, "support yourself but one moment, and we shall have shelter. Let us stop here, that I may open the door of this blessed dwelling." As I spoke, my heart was transported, and my senses swam with excessive delight and thankfulness. I placed the head of Idris against the carriage, and, leaping out, scrambled through the snow to the cottage whose door was open. I had apparatus about me for procuring light, and that shewed me a comfortable room, with a pile of wood in one corner, and no appearance of disorder, except that, the door having been left partly open, the snow, drifting in, had blocked up the threshold. I returned to the carriage, and the sudden change from light to darkness at first blinded me. When I recovered my sight, eternal God of this lawless world, O supreme death, I will not disturb thy silent reign, or mar my tale with fruitless exclamations of horror. I saw Idris, who had fallen from the seat to the bottom of the carriage, her head, its long hair pendant, with one arm hung over the side. Struck by a spasm of horror, I lifted her up. Her heart was pulseless, her faded lips unfanned by the slightest breath. I carried her into the cottage. I placed her on the bed. Lighting a fire, I chafed her stiffening limbs. For 2 long hours I sought to restore departed life. And when hope was as dead as my beloved, I closed with trembling hands her glazed eyes. I did not doubt what I should now do. In the confusion attendant on my illness, the task of interring our darling Alfred had devolved on his grandmother, the ex-queen, and she, true to her ruling passion, had caused him to be carried to Windsor and buried in the family vault in St. George's Chapel. I must proceed to Windsor to calm the anxiety of Clara, who would wait anxiously for us. Yet I would fain spare her the heartbreaking spectacle of Idris, brought in by me, lifeless, from the journey. So first I would place my beloved beside her child in the vault, and then seek the poor children who would be expecting me. I lighted the lamps of my carriage. I wrapped her in furs, and placed her along the seat, then taking the reins, made the horses go forward. We proceeded through the snow, which lay in masses impeding the way, while the descending flakes, driving against me with redoubled fury, blinded me. The pain occasioned by the angry elements and the cold iron of the shafts of frost which buffeted me and entered my aching flesh were a relief to me, blunting my mental suffering. The horses staggered on, and the reins hung loosely in my hands. I often thought I would lay my head close to the sweet, cold face of my lost angel, and thus resign myself to conquering torpor. Yet I must not leave her a prey to the fowls of the air, but, in pursuance of my determination, place her in the tomb of her forefathers, where a merciful God might permit me to rest also. The road we passed through Egham was familiar to me, but the wind and snow caused the horses to drag their loads slowly and heavily. Suddenly the wind veered from southwest to west, and then again to northwest. As Samson, with tug and strain, stirred from their bases the columns that supported the Philistine temple, so did the gale shake the dense vapors propped on the horizon, while the massy dome of clouds fell to the south, disclosing through the scattered web the clear empyrean and the little stars, which were set at an immeasurable distance in the crystalline fields, showered their small rays on the glittering snow. Even the horses were cheered and moved on with renovated strength. We entered the forest at Bishopgate, and at the end of the long walk I saw the castle. The proud keep of Windsor, rising in the majesty of proportion, girt with the double belt of its kindred and coeval towers. I looked with reverence on a structure, ancient almost as the rock on which it stood, abode of kings, theme of admiration for the wise. With greater reverence and tearful affection I beheld it as the asylum of the long lease of love I had enjoyed there with the perishable, unmatchable treasure of dust, which now lay cold beside me. Now, indeed, I could have yielded to all the softness of my nature and wept, and, woman-like, have uttered bitter plaints, while the familiar trees, the herds of living deer, the sward oft pressed by her fairy feet, one by one with sad association presented themselves. The white gate at the end of the long walk was wide open, and I rode up the empty town through the first gate of the feudal tower, and now St. George's Chapel, with its blackened fretted sides, was right before me. I halted at its door, which was open. I entered and placed my lighted lamp on the altar. Then I returned, and with tender caution, I bore Idris up the aisle into the chancel, and laid her softly down on the carpet which covered the step leading to the communion table. The banners of the Knights of the Garter and their half-drawn swords were hung in vain emblazonry above the stalls. The banner of her family hung there, still surmounted by its regal crown. Farewell to the glory and heraldry of England. I turned from such vanity with a slight feeling of wonder at how mankind could have ever been interested in such things. I bent over the lifeless corpse of my beloved, and, while looking on her uncovered face, the features already contracted by the rigidity of death, I felt as if all the visible universe had grown as soulless, inane, and comfortless as the clay, cold image beneath me. I felt for a moment the intolerable sense of struggle with and detestation for the laws which govern the world, till the calm, still visible on the face of my dead love, recalled me to a more soothing tone of mind, and I proceeded to fulfill the last office that could now be paid her. For her I could not lament, so much I envied her enjoyment of the sad immunities of the grave. The vault had been lately opened to place our Alfred therein. The ceremony customary in these latter days had been cursorily performed, and the pavement of the chapel, which was its entrance, having been removed, had not been replaced. I descended the steps, and walked through the long passage to the large vault which contained the kindred dust of my Idris. I distinguished the small coffin of my babe. With hasty, trembling hands, I constructed a bier beside it, spreading it with the furs and Indian shawls which had wrapped Idris in her journey thither. I lighted the glimmering lamp which flickered in this damp abode of the dead. Then I bore my lost one to her last bed, decently composing her limbs and covering them with a mantle, veiling all except her face, which remained lovely and placid. She appeared to rest like one overwearied, her beauteous eyes steeped in sweet slumber. Yet so it was not. She was dead. How intensely I then longed to lie down beside her, to gaze till death should gather me to the same repose. But death does not come at the bidding of the miserable. I had lately recovered from mortal illness, and my blood had never flowed with such an even current, nor had my limbs ever been so instinct with quick life as now. I felt that my death must be voluntary. Yet what more natural than famine as I watched in this chamber of mortality, placed in a world of the dead, beside the last hope of my life. Meanwhile, as I looked on her, the features which bore a sisterly resemblance to Adrian brought my thoughts back again to the living, to this dear friend, to Clara and to Evelyn, who were probably now in Windsor, waiting anxiously for our arrival. Methought I heard a noise, a step in the far chapel, which was re-echoed by its vaulted roof, and borne to me through the hollow passages. Had Clara seen my carriage pass up the town, and did she seek me here? I must save her at least from the horrible scene the vault presented. I sprung up the steps and then saw a female figure bent with age, and clad in long mourning robes, advance through the dusky chapel, supported by a slender cane, yet tottering even with this support. She heard me and looked up. The lamp I held illuminated my figure, and the moonbeams, struggling through the painted glass, fell upon her face, wrinkled and gaunt, yet with a piercing eye and commanding brow. I recognized the Countess of Windsor. With a hollow voice, she asked, "Where is the princess?" I pointed to the torn-up pavement. She walked to the spot and looked down into the palpable darkness, for the vault was too distant for the rays of the small lamp I had left there to be discernible.
Your light?
she said. I gave it her, and she regarded the now visible but precipitous steps, as if calculating her capacity to descend. Instinctively, I made a silent offer of my assistance. She motioned me away with a look of scorn, saying in a harsh voice as she pointed downwards, "There at least I may have her undisturbed." She walked deliberately down, while I, overcome, miserable beyond words or tears or groans, threw myself on the pavement near. The stiffening form of Idris was before me, the death-struck countenance hushed in eternal repose beneath. That was to me the end of all. The day before, I had figured to myself various adventures and communion with my friends in aftertime. Now I had leapt the interval and reached the utmost edge and bourne of life, thus wrapped in gloom, enclosed, walled up, vaulted over by the omnipotent present. I was startled by the sound of feet on the steps of the tomb, and I remembered her whom I had utterly forgotten, my angry visitant. Her tall form slowly rose upwards from the vault, a living statue, instinct with hate and human, passionate strife. She seemed to me as having reached the pavement of the aisle. She stood motionless, seeking with her eyes alone some desired object, till, perceiving me close to her, she placed her wrinkled hand on my arm, exclaiming with tremulous accents, "Lionel Verney, my son." This name, applied at such a moment by my angel's mother, instilled into me more respect than I had ever before felt for this disdainful lady. I bowed my head and kissed her shriveled hand, and remarking that she trembled violently, supported her to the end of the chancel, where she sat on the steps that led to the regal stall. She suffered herself to be led, and still holding my hand, she leaned her head back against the stall, while the moonbeams, tinged with various colors by the painted glass, fell on her glistening eyes. Aware of her weakness, again calling to mind her long-cherished dignity, she dashed the tears away. Yet they fell fast as she said for excuse, "She is so beautiful and placid, even in death. No harsh feeling ever clouded her serene brow. How did I treat her, wounding her gentle heart with savage coldness? I had no compassion on her in past years. Does she forgive me now? Little does it boot to talk of repentance and forgiveness to the dead. Had I during her life once consulted her gentle wishes and curbed my rugged nature to do her pleasure, I should not feel thus." Idris and her mother were unlike in person. The dark hair, deep-set black eyes, and prominent features of the ex-queen were in entire contrast to the golden tresses, the full blue orbs, and the soft lines and contour of her daughter's countenance. Yet, in latter days, illness had taken from my poor girl the full outline of her face, and reduced it to the inflexible shape of the bone beneath. In the form of her brow, in her oval chin, there was to be found a resemblance to her mother. Nay, in some moods, their gestures were not unlike, nor, having lived so long together, was this wonderful. There is a magic power in resemblance. When one we love dies, we hope to see them in another state, and half expect that the agency of mind will inform its new garb in imitation of its decayed, earthly vesture. But these are ideas of the mind only. We know that the instrument is shivered. The sensible image lies in miserable fragments, dissolved to dusty nothingness, a look, a gesture, or a fashioning of the limbs similar to the dead in a living person, touches a thrilling chord, whose sacred harmony is felt in the heart's dearest recess. Strangely moved, prostrate before this spectral image, and enslaved by the force of blood manifested in likeness of look and movement, I remained trembling in the presence of the harsh, proud, and till now unloved mother of Idris. Poor mistaken woman! In her tenderness mood before, she had cherished the idea that a word, a look of reconciliation from her would be received with joy and repay long years of severity. Now that the time was gone for the exercise of such power, she fell at once upon the thorny truth of things, and felt that neither smile nor caress could penetrate to the unconscious state or influence the happiness of her who lay in the vault beneath. This conviction, together with the remembrance of soft replies to bitter speeches, of gentle looks repaying angry glances, the perception of the falsehood, paltriness, and futility of her cherished dreams of birth and power, the overpowering knowledge that love and life were the true emperors of our mortal state, all, as a tide, rose and filled her soul with stormy and bewildering confusion. It fell to my lot to come as the influential power to allay the fierce tossing of these tumultuous waves. I spoke to her. I led her to reflect how happy Idris had been, and how her virtues and numerous excellencies had found scope and estimation in her past career. I praised her, the idol of my heart's dear worship, the admired type of feminine perfection. With ardent and overflowing eloquence, I relieved my heart from its burthen and awoke to the sense of a new pleasure in life. As I poured forth the funeral eulogy, then I referred to Adrian, her loved brother, and to her surviving child. I declared, which I had before almost forgotten, what my duties were with regard to these valued portions of herself, and bade the melancholy repentant mother reflect how she could best expiate unkindness towards the dead by redoubled love of the survivors. Consoling her, my own sorrows were assuaged. My sincerity won her entire conviction. She turned to me, the hard, inflexible, persecuting woman, turned with a mild expression of face and said, "If our beloved angel sees us now, it will delight her to find that I do you even tardy justice. You were worthy of her, and from my heart, I am glad that you won her away from me. Pardon, my son, the many wrongs I have done you. Forget my bitter words and unkind treatment. Take me and govern me as you will." I seized this docile moment to propose our departure from the church. "First," she said, "let us replace the pavement above the vault." We drew near to it. "Shall we look on her again?" I asked. "I cannot," she replied. "And I pray you, neither do you. We need not torture ourselves by gazing on the soulless body. While her living spirit is buried quick in our hearts, and her surpassing loveliness is so deeply carved there, that sleeping or waking, she must ever be present to us." For a few moments, we bent in solemn silence over the open vault. I consecrated my future life to the embalming of her dear memory. I vowed to serve her brother and her child till death. The convulsive sob of my companion made me break off my internal orisons. I next dragged the stones over the entrance of the tomb and closed the gulf that contained the life of my life. Then, supporting my decrepit fellow mourner, we slowly left the chapel. I felt, as I stepped into the open air, as if I had quitted an happy nest of repose for a dreary wilderness, a tortuous path, a bitter, joyless, hopeless pilgrimage. Chapter 4. Our escort had been directed to prepare our abode for the night at the inn opposite the ascent to the castle. We could not again visit the halls and familiar chambers of our home on a mere visit. We had already left for ever the glades of Windsor, and all of coppice, flowery hedgerow, and murmuring stream, which gave shape and intensity to the love of our country and the almost superstitious attachment with which we regarded native England. It had been our intention to have called at Lucy's dwelling in Datchet, and to have reassured her with promises of aid and protection before we repaired to our quarters for the night. Now, as the Countess of Windsor and I turned down the steep hill that led from the castle, we saw the children, who had just stopped in their caravan at the inn door. They had passed through Datchet without halting. I dreaded to meet them, and to be the bearer of my tragic story. So while they were still occupied in the hurry of arrival, I suddenly left them, and through the snow and clear moonlight air, hastened along the well-known road to Datchet. Well known indeed it was. Each cottage stood on its accustomed site. Each tree wore its familiar appearance. Habit had graven unerasably on my memory every turn and change of object on the road. At a short distance, beyond the little park, was an elm half blown down by a storm, some 10 years ago, and still, with leafless, snow-laden branches, it stretched across the pathway, which wound through a meadow beside a shallow brook, whose brawling was silenced by frost. That stile, that white gate, that hollow oak tree, which doubtless once belonged to the forest, and which now shewed in the moonlight its gaping rent, to whose fanciful appearance, tricked out by the dusk into a resemblance of the human form, the children had given the name of Falstaff. All these objects were as well known to me as the cold hearth of my deserted home, and every moss-grown wall and plot of orchard ground, alike as twin lambs are to each other in a stranger's eye, yet to my accustomed gaze bore differences, distinction, and a name. England remained. Though England was dead, it was the ghost of merry England that I beheld. Under these greenwood shade passing generations had sported in security and ease. To this painful recognition of familiar places was added a feeling experienced by all, understood by none. A feeling as if in some state, less visionary than a dream, in some past real existence, I had seen all I saw, with precisely the same feelings as I now beheld them, as if all my sensations were a duplex mirror of a former revelation. To get rid of this oppressive sense, I strove to imagine change in this tranquil spot. This augmented my mood, by causing me to bestow more attention on the objects which occasioned me pain. I reached Datchet and Lucy's humble abode, once noisy with Saturday night revellers, or trim and neat on Sunday morning. It had borne testimony to the labours and orderly habits of the housewife. The snow lay high about the door, as if it had remained unclosed for many days. What scene of death have Roscius now to act? I muttered to myself as I looked at the dark casements. At first I thought I saw a light in one of them, but it proved to be merely the refraction of the moonbeams, while the only sound was the crackling branches as the breeze whirred the snowflakes from them. The moon sailed high and unclouded in the interminable ether, while the shadow of the cottage lay black on the garden behind. I entered this by the open wicket, and anxiously examined each window. At length, I detected a ray of light struggling through a closed shutter in one of the upper rooms. It was a novel feeling, alas, to look at any house and say, there dwells its usual inmate. The door of the house was merely on the latch, so I entered and ascended the moonlit staircase. The door of the inhabited room was ajar. Looking in, I saw Lucy sitting as at work at the table on which the light stood. The implements of needlework were about her, but her hand had fallen on her lap, and her eyes, fixed on the ground, shewed by their vacancy that her thoughts wandered. Traces of care and watching had diminished her former attractions. But her simple dress and cap, her despondent attitude, and the single candle that cast its light upon her, gave for a moment a picturesque grouping to the whole. A fearful reality recalled me from the thought. A figure lay stretched on the bed covered by a sheet. Her mother was dead, and Lucy, apart from all the world, deserted and alone, watched beside the corpse during the weary night. I entered the room, and my unexpected appearance at first drew a scream from the lone survivor of a dead nation. But she recognized me and recovered herself with the quick exercise of self-control habitual to her. "Did you not expect me?" I asked, in that low voice which the presence of the dead makes us, as it were, instinctively assume.
"You are very good," replied she, "to have come yourself. I can never thank you sufficiently. But it is too late."
"Too late?" cried I. "What do you mean?" "It's not too late to take you from this deserted place and conduct you to—" My own loss, which I had forgotten as I spoke, now made me turn away, while choking grief impeded my speech. I threw open the window and looked on the cold, waning, ghastly, misshaped circle on high, and the chill white earth beneath. Did the spirit of sweet Idris sail along the moon-frozen crystal air? No. A more genial atmosphere, a lovelier habituation, was surely hers. I indulged in this meditation for a moment, and then again addressed the mourner, who stood leaning against the bed with that expression of resigned despair, of complete misery, and the patient sufferance of it, which is far more touching than any of the insane ravings or wild gesticulation of untamed sorrow. I desired to draw her from this spot, but she opposed my wish. That class of persons whose imagination and sensibility have never been taken out of the narrow circle immediately in view, if they possess these qualities to any extent, are apt to pour their influence into the very realities which appear to destroy them, and to cling to these with double tenacity from not being able to comprehend anything beyond. Thus, Lucy, in desert England, in a dead world, wished to fulfill the usual ceremonies of the dead, such as were customary to the English country people, when death was a rare visitant and gave us time to receive his dreaded usurpation with pomp and circumstance. Going forth in procession to deliver the keys of the tomb into his conquering hand. She had already, alone as she was, accomplished some of these, and the work on which I found her employed was her mother's shroud. My heart sickened at such detail of woe, which a female can endure, but which is more painful to the masculine spirit than deadliest struggle, or throes of unutterable but transient agony. This must not be, I told her, and then, as further inducement, I communicated to her my recent loss, and gave her the idea that she must come with me to take charge of the orphan children, whom the death of Idris had deprived of a mother's care. Lucy never resisted the call of a duty, so she yielded, and closing the casements and doors with care, she accompanied me back to Windsor. As we went, she communicated to me the occasion of her mother's death. Either by some mischance, she had got sight of Lucy's letter to Idris, or she had overheard her conversation with the countryman who bore it, however it might be. She obtained a knowledge of the appalling situation of herself and her daughter. Her aged frame could not sustain the anxiety and horror this discovery instilled. She concealed her knowledge from Lucy, but brooded over it through sleepless nights till fever and delirium, swift forerunners of death, disclosed the secret. Her life, which had long been hovering on its extinction, now yielded at once to the united effects of misery and sickness, and that same morning she had died. After the tumultuous emotions of the day, I was glad to find on my arrival at the inn that my companions had retired to rest. I gave Lucy in charge to the Countess's attendant, and then sought repose from my various struggles and impatient regrets. For a few moments the events of the day floated in disastrous pageant through my brain, till sleep bathed it in forgetfulness. When morning dawned and I awoke, it seemed as if my slumber had endured for years. My companions had not shared my oblivion. Clara's swollen eyes shewed that she has passed the night in weeping. The Countess looked haggard and wan. Her firm spirit had not found relief in tears, and she suffered the more from all the painful retrospect and agonizing regret that now occupied her. We departed from Windsor as soon as the burial rites had been performed for Lucy's mother, and urged on by an impatient desire to change the scene, went forward towards Dover with speed, our escort having gone before to provide horses. Finding them either in the warm stables they instinctively sought during the cold weather, or standing shivering in the bleak fields ready to surrender their liberty in exchange for offered corn. During our ride, the Countess recounted to me the extraordinary circumstances which had brought her so strangely to my side in the chancel of St. George's Chapel. When last she had taken leave of Idris, as she looked anxiously on her faded person and pallid countenance, she had suddenly been visited by a conviction that she saw her for the last time. It was hard to part with her while under the dominion of this sentiment, and for the last time she endeavoured to persuade her daughter to commit herself to her nursing, permitting me to join Adrian. Idris mildly refused, and thus they separated. The idea that they should never again meet grew on the Countess's mind, and haunted her perpetually. 1,000 times she had resolved to turn back and join us, and was again and again restrained by the pride and anger of which she was the slave. Proud of heart as she was, she bathed her pillow with nightly tears, and through the day was subdued by nervous agitation and expectation of the dreaded event, which she was wholly incapable of curbing. She confessed that at this period her hatred of me knew no bounds, since she considered me as the sole obstacle to the fulfillment of her dearest wish, that of attending upon her daughter in her last moments. She desired to express her fears to her son, and to seek consolation from his sympathy with, or courage from his rejection of, her auguries. On the first day of her arrival at Dover, she walked with him on the sea beach, and with the timidity characteristic of passionate and exaggerated feeling was by degrees bringing the conversation to the desired point, when she could communicate her fears to him, when the messenger who bore my letter announcing our temporary return to Windsor came riding down to them. He gave some oral account of how he had left us, and added that notwithstanding the cheerfulness and good courage of Lady Idris, he was afraid that she would hardly reach Windsor alive. "True," said the Countess. "Your fears are just. She is about to expire." As she spoke, her eyes were fixed on a tomb-like hollow of the cliff, and she averred the same to me with solemnity, Idris pacing slowly towards this cave. She was turned from her head was bent down. Her white dress was such as she was accustomed to wear, except that a thin, crape-like veil covered her golden tresses, and concealed her as a dim, transparent mist. She looked dejected, as docilely yielding to a commanding power. She submissively entered, and was lost in the dark recess. "Were I subject to visionary moods," said the venerable lady, as she continued her narrative, "I might doubt my eyes, and condemn my credulity. But reality is the world I live in, and what I saw I doubt not had existence beyond myself. From that moment I could not rest. It was worth my existence to see her once again before she died. I knew that I should not accomplish this, yet I must endeavour. I immediately departed for Windsor, and though I was assured that we travelled speedily,
It seemed to me that our progress was snail-like, and that delays were created solely for my annoyance. Still I accused you, and heaped on your head the fiery ashes of my burning impatience. It was no disappointment, though an agonizing pang, when you pointed to her last abode, and words would ill express the abhorrence I that moment felt towards you, the triumphant impediment to my dearest wishes. I saw her, and anger and hate and injustice died at her bier, giving place at their departure to a remorse. Great God, that I should feel it, which must last while memory and feeling endure.
To medicine such remorse, to prevent awakening love and newborn mildness from producing the same bitter fruit that hate and harshness had done, I devoted all my endeavours to soothe the venerable penitent. Our party was a melancholy one. Each was possessed by regret for what was remediless, for the absence of his mother shadowed even the infant gaiety of Evelyn. Added to this was the prospect of the uncertain future. Before the final accomplishment of any great voluntary change, the mind vacillates, now soothing itself by fervent expectation, now recoiling from obstacles which seem never to have presented themselves before with so frightful an aspect. An involuntary tremor ran through me when I thought that in another day we might have crossed the watery barrier and have set forward on that hopeless, interminable, sad wandering, which but a short time before I regarded as the only relief to sorrow that our situation afforded. Our approach to Dover was announced by the loud roarings of the wintry sea. They were borne miles inland by the sound-laden blast, and by their unaccustomed uproar, imparted a feeling of insecurity and peril to our stable abode. At first, we hardly permitted ourselves to think that any unusual eruption of nature caused this tremendous war of air and water, but rather fancied that we merely listened to what we had heard 1,000 times before, when we had watched the flocks of fleece-crowned waves, driven by the winds, come to lament and die on the barren sands and pointed rocks. But we found upon advancing further that Dover was overflowed. Many of the houses were overthrown by the surges which filled the streets, and with hideous brawlings sometimes retreated, leaving the pavement of the town bare, till again hurried forward by the influx of ocean, they returned with thunder sound to their usurped station. Hardly less disturbed than the tempestuous world of waters was the assembly of human beings that from the cliff fearfully watched its ravings. On the morning of the arrival of the emigrants under the conduct of Adrian, the sea had been serene and glassy. The slight ripples refracted the sunbeams, which shed their radiance through the clear blue frosty air. This placid appearance of nature was hailed as a good augury for the voyage, and the chief immediately repaired to the harbour to examine 2 steamboats which were moored there. On the following midnight, when all were at rest, a frightful storm of wind and clattering rain and hail first disturbed them, and the voice of one shrieking in the streets that the sleepers must awake or they would be drowned. And when they rushed out half-clothed to discover the meaning of this alarm, they found that the tide, rising above every mark, was rushing into the town. They ascended the cliff, but the darkness permitted only the white crest of waves to be seen, while the roaring wind mingled its howling in dire accord with the wild surges. The awful hour of night, the utter inexperience of many who had never seen the sea before, the wailing of women and cries of children, added to the horror of the tumult. All the following day the same scene continued. When the tide ebbed, the town was left dry, but on its flow it rose even higher than on a preceding night. The vast ships that lay rotting in the roads were whirled from their anchorage, and driven and jammed against the cliff. The vessels in the harbour were flung on land like seaweed, and there battered to pieces by the breakers. The waves dashed against the cliff, which in any place it had been before loosened, now gave way, and the affrighted crowd saw vast fragments of the near earth fall with crash and roar into the deep. This sight operated differently on different persons. The greater part thought it a judgment of God to prevent or punish our emigration from our native land. Many were doubly eager to quit a nook of ground now become their prison, which appeared unable to resist the inroads of ocean's giant waves. When we arrived at Dover, after a fatiguing day's journey, we all required rest and sleep, but the scene acting around us soon drove away such ideas. We were drawn, along with the greater part of our companions, to the edge of the cliff, there to listen to and make 1,000 conjectures. A fog narrowed our horizon to about 1/4 of a mile, and the misty veil, cold and dense, enveloped sky and sea in equal obscurity. What added to our inquietude was the circumstance that 2/3 of our original number were now waiting for us in Paris, and clinging as we now did most painfully to any addition to our melancholy remnant. This division, with the tameless, impassable ocean between, struck us with a fright. At length, after loitering for several hours on the cliff, we retired to Dover Castle, whose roof sheltered all who breathed the English air and sought the sleep necessary to restore strength and courage to our worn frames and languid spirits. Early in the morning, Adrian brought me the welcome intelligence that the wind had changed. It had been southwest. It was now northeast. The sky was stripped bare of clouds by the increasing gale, while the tide, at its ebb, seceded entirely from the town. The change of wind rather increased the fury of the sea, but it altered its late dusky hue to a bright green, and in spite of its unmitigated clamour, its more cheerful appearance instilled hope and pleasure. All day we watched the ranging of the mountainous waves, and towards sunset a desire to decipher the promise for the morrow at its setting made us all gather with one accord on the edge of the cliff. When the mighty luminary approached within a few degrees of the tempest-tossed horizon, suddenly, a wonder, 3 other suns, alike burning and brilliant, rushed from various quarters of the heavens towards the great orb. They whirled round it. The glare of light was intense to our dazzled eyes. The sun itself seemed to join in the dance, while the sea burned like a furnace, like all Vesuvius alight, with flowing lava beneath. The horses broke loose from their stalls in terror. A herd of cattle, panic-struck, raced down to the brink of the cliff, and blinded by light, plunged down with frightful yells in the waves below. The time occupied by the apparition of these meteors was comparatively short. Suddenly, the 3 mock suns united in one and plunged into the sea. A few seconds afterwards, a deafening watery sound came up with an awful peal from the spot where they had disappeared. Meanwhile, the sun, disencumbered from his strange satellites, paced with its accustomed majesty towards its western home, when we dared not trust our eyes late dazzled, but it seemed that the sea rose to meet it. It mounted higher and higher, till the fiery globe was obscured, and the wall of water still ascended the horizon. It appeared as if suddenly the motion of earth was revealed to us, as if no longer we were ruled by ancient laws, but were turned adrift in an unknown region of space. Many cried aloud that these were no meteors but globes of burning matter, which had set fire to the earth, and caused the vast cauldron at our feet to bubble up with its measureless waves. The day of judgment was come, they averred, and a few moments would transport us before the awful countenance of the omnipotent judge, while those less given to visionary terrors declared that 2 conflicting gales had occasioned the last phenomenon. In support of this opinion, they pointed out the fact that the east wind died away, while the rushing of the coming west mingled its wild howl with the roar of the advancing waters. Would the cliff resist this new battery? Was not the giant wave far higher than the precipice? Would not our little island be deluged by its approach? The crowd of spectators fled. They were dispersed over the fields, stopping now and then and looking back in terror. A sublime sense of awe calmed the swift pulsations of my heart. I awaited the approach of the destruction menaced, with that solemn resignation which an unavoidable necessity instills. The ocean every moment assumed a more terrific aspect, while the twilight was dimmed by the rack, which the west wind spread over the sky. By slow degrees, however, while the twilight was dimmed by the rack which the west wind spread over the sky, by slow degrees, however, as the wave advanced, it took a more mild appearance. Some undercurrent of air or obstruction in the bed of the waters checked its progress and sank it gradually, while the surface of the sea became uniformly higher as it dissolved into it. This change took us from the fear of an immediate catastrophe. Although we were still anxious as to the final result, we continued during the whole night to watch the fury of the sea and the pace of the driving clouds, through whose openings the rear stars rushed impetuously. The thunder of conflicting elements deprived us of all power to sleep. This endured ceaselessly for 3 days and nights. The stoutest hearts quailed before the savage enmity of nature. Provisions began to fail us, though everyday foraging parties were dispersed to the nearer towns. In vain we schooled ourselves into the belief that there was nothing out of the common order of nature in the strife we witnessed. Our disastrous and overwhelming destiny turned the best of us to cowards. Death had hunted us through the course of many months, even to the narrow strip of time on which we now stood. Narrow indeed, and buffeted by storms, was our footway overhanging the great sea of calamity, as an unsheltered northern store is shaken by the wintry wave, and frequent storms for evermore, while from the west the loud winds rave, or from the east, or mountains hoar, the struck and tottering sandbank lave. It required more than human energy to bear up against the menaces of destruction that everywhere surrounded us. After the lapse of 3 days, the gale died away. The seagull sailed upon the calm bosom of the windless atmosphere, and the last yellow leaf on the topmost branch of the oak hung without motion. The sea no longer broke with fury, but a swell setting in steadily for shore, with long sweep and sullen burst replaced the roar of the breakers. Yet we derived hope from the change, and we did not doubt that after the interval of a few days the sea would resume its tranquility. The sunset of the 4th day favored this idea. It was clear and golden. As we gazed on the purple sea, radiant beneath, we were attracted by a novel spectacle, a dark speck. As it neared, visibly a boat rode on the top of the waves, every now and then lost in the steep valleys between. We marked its course with eager questionings, and when we saw that it evidently made for shore, we descended to the only practicable landing place, and hoisted a signal to direct them. By the help of glasses, we distinguished her crew. It consisted of 9 men, Englishmen, belonging in truth to the 2 divisions of our people who had preceded us, and had been for several weeks at Paris. As countryman was wont to meet countrymen in distant lands, did we greet our visitors on their landing, with outstretched hands and gladsome welcome. They were slow to reciprocate our gratulations. They looked angry and resentful, not less than the chafed sea which they had traversed with imminent peril, though apparently more displeased with each other than with us. It was strange to see these human beings, who appeared to be given forth by the earth like rare and inestimable plants, full of towering passion and the spirit of angry contest. Their first demand was to be conducted to the Lord Protector of England. So they called Adrian, though he had long discarded the empty title as a bitter mockery of the shadow to which the protectorship was now reduced. They were speedily led to Dover Castle, from whose keep Adrian had watched the movements of the boat. He received them with the interest and wonder so strange a visitation created. In the confusion occasioned by their angry demands for precedence, it was long before we could discover the secret meaning of this strange scene. By degrees, from the furious declamations of one, the fierce interruptions of another, and the bitter scoffs of a third, we found that they were deputies from our colony at Paris, from 3 parties there formed, who, each with angry rivalry, tried to attain a superiority over the other 2. The deputies had been dispatched by them to Adrian, who had been selected arbiter, and they had journeyed from Paris to Calais, through the vacant towns and desolate country, indulging the while violent hatred against each other, and now they pleaded their several causes with unmitigated party spirit. By examining the deputies apart, and after much investigation, we learnt the true state of things at Paris. Since Parliament had elected him Ryland's deputy, all the surviving English had submitted to Adrian. He was our captain to lead us from our native soil to unknown lands, our lawgiver and our preserver. On the first arrangement of our scheme of emigration, no continued separation of our members was contemplated, and the command of the whole body in gradual ascent of power had its apex in the Earl of Windsor. But unforeseen circumstances changed our plans for us, and occasioned the greater part of our numbers to be divided for the space of nearly 2 months from the supreme chief. They had gone over in 2 distinct bodies, and on their arrival at Paris, dissension arose between them. They had found Paris a desert. When the first plague had appeared, the return of travellers and merchants and communications by letter informed us regularly of the ravages made by disease on the continent. But with the increased mortality, this intercourse declined and ceased. Even in England itself, communication from one part of the island to the other became slow and rare. No vessel stemmed the flood that divided Calais from Dover, or if some melancholy voyager, wishing to assure himself of the life or death of his relatives, put from the French shore to return among us, often the greedy ocean swallowed his little craft, or after a day or 2, he was infected by the disorder and died before he could tell the tale of the desolation of France. We were therefore to a great degree ignorant of the state of things on the continent, and were not without some vague hope of finding numerous companions in its wide track. But the same causes that had so fearfully diminished the English nation had had even greater scope for mischief in the sister land. France was a blank. During the long line of road from Calais to Paris, not one human being was found. In Paris, there were a few, perhaps 100, who resigned to their coming fate, flitted about the streets of the capital, and assembled to converse of past times with that vivacity and even gaiety that seldom deserts the individuals of this nation. The English took uncontested possession of Paris. Its high houses and narrow streets were lifeless. A few pale figures were to be distinguished at the accustomed resort at the Tuileries. They wondered wherefore the islanders should approach their ill-fated city. For in the excess of wretchedness, the sufferers always imagine that their part of the calamity is the bitterest, as, when enduring intense pain, we would exchange the particular torture we writhe under for any other which should visit a different part of the frame. They listened to the account the emigrants gave of their motives for leaving their native land, with a shrug almost of disdain. Return, they said. Return to your island, whose sea breezes and division from the continent give some promise of health. If pestilence among you has slain its hundreds, with us it has slain its thousands. Are you not even now more numerous than we are? A year ago, you would have found only the sick burying the dead. Now we are happier, for the pang of struggle has passed away, and the few you find here are patiently waiting the final blow. But you, who are not content to die, breathe no longer the air of France, or soon you will only be a part of her soil. Thus, by menaces of the sword, they would have driven back those who had escaped from fire. But the peril left behind was deemed imminent by my countrymen, that before them doubtful and distant, and soon other feelings arose to obliterate fear, or to replace it by passions that ought to have had no place among a brotherhood of unhappy survivors of the expiring world. The more numerous division of emigrants, which arrived first at Paris, assumed a superiority of rank and power. The second party asserted their independence. A third was formed by a sectarian, a self-erected prophet, who, while he attributed all power and rule to God, strove to get the real command of his comrades into his own hands. This third division consisted of fewest individuals, but their purpose was more one, their obedience to their leader more entire, their fortitude and courage more unyielding and active. During the whole progress of the plague, the teachers of religion were in possession of great power, a power of good if rightly directed, or of incalculable mischief if fanaticism or intolerance guided their efforts. In the present instance, a worse feeling than either of these actuated the leader. He was an impostor in the most determined sense of the term. A man who had in early life lost, through the indulgence of vicious propensities, all sense of rectitude or self-esteem, and who, when ambition was awakened in him, gave himself up to its influence unbridled by any scruple. His father had been a Methodist preacher, an enthusiastic man with simple intentions, but whose pernicious doctrines of election and special grace had contributed to destroy all conscientious feeling in his son. During the progress of the pestilence, he had entered upon various schemes by which to acquire adherents and power. Adrian had discovered and defeated these attempts, but Adrian was absent. The wolf assumed the shepherd's garb, and the flock admitted the deception. He had formed a party during the few weeks he had been in Paris, who zealously propagated the creed of his divine mission, and believed that safety and salvation were to be afforded only to those who put their trust in him. When once the spirit of dissension had arisen, the most frivolous causes gave it activity. The first party, on arriving at Paris, had taken possession of the Tuileries. Chance and friendly feeling had induced the second to lodge near to them. A contest arose concerning the distribution of the pillage. The chiefs of the first division demanded that the whole should be placed at their disposal. With this assumption, the opposite party refused to comply. When next the latter went to forage, the gates of Paris were shut on them. After overcoming this difficulty, they marched in a body to the Tuileries. They found that their enemies had been already expelled thence by the elect, as the fanatical party designated themselves, who refused to admit any into the palace, who did not first abjure obedience to all except God and his delegate on earth, their chief. Such was the beginning of the strife, which at length proceeded so far that the three divisions armed met in the place Vendôme, each resolved to subdue by force the resistance of his adversaries. They assembled, their muskets were loaded, and even pointed at the breasts of their so-called enemies. One word had been sufficient, and there the last of mankind would have burthened their souls with the crime of murder and dipped their hands in each other's blood. A sense of shame, a recollection that not only their cause, but the existence of the whole human race was at stake, entered the breast of the leader of the more numerous party. He was aware that if the ranks were thinned, no other recruits could fill them up, that each man was as a priceless gem in a kingly crown, which if destroyed, the earth's deep entrails could yield no paragon. He was a young man, and had been hurried on by presumption and the notion of his high rank and superiority to all other pretenders. Now he repented his work. He felt that all the blood about to be shed would be on his head. With sudden impulse, therefore, he spurred his horse between the bands, and, having fixed a white handkerchief on the point of his uplifted sword, thus demanded parley. The opposite leaders obeyed the signal. He spoke with warmth. He reminded them of the oath all the chiefs had taken to submit to the Lord Protector. He declared their present meeting to be an act of treason and mutiny. He allowed that he had been hurried away by passion, but that a cooler moment had arrived, and he proposed that each party should send deputies to the Earl of Windsor, inviting his interference and offering submission to his decision. His offer was accepted so far that each leader consented to command a retreat, and moreover agreed that after the approbation of their several parties had been consulted, they should meet that night on some neutral spot to ratify the truce. At the meeting of the chiefs, this plan was finally concluded upon. The leader of the fanatics, indeed, refused to admit the arbitration of Adrian. He sent ambassadors rather than deputies to assert his claim, not plead his cause. The truce was to continue until the 1st of February, when the bands were again to assemble on the Place Vendôme. It was of the utmost consequence, therefore, that Adrian should arrive in Paris by that day, since an hair might turn the scale, and peace, scared away by intestine broils, might only return to watch by the silent dead. It was now the 28th of January. Every vessel stationed near Dover had been beaten to pieces and destroyed by the furious storms I have commemorated. Our journey, however, would admit of no delay. That very night, Adrian and I, and 12 others, either friends or attendants, put off from the English shore in the boat that had brought over the deputies. We all took our turn at the oar, and the immediate occasion of our departure, affording us abundant matter for conjecture and discourse, prevented the feeling that we left our native country, depopulate England for the last time, to enter deeply into the minds of the greater part of our number. It was a serene starlight night, and the dark line of the English coast continued for some time visible at intervals, as we rose on the broad back of the waves. I exerted myself with my long oar to give swift impulse to our skiff, and while the waters splashed with melancholy sound against its sides, I looked with sad affection on this last glimpse of sea-girt England, and strained my eyes not too soon to lose sight of the castellated cliff, which rose to protect the land of heroism and beauty from the inroads of ocean, that, turbulent as I had lately seen it, required such cyclopean walls for its repulsion. A solitary seagull winged its flight over our heads, to seek its nest in a cleft of the precipice. Yes, thou shalt revisit the land of thy birth, I thought, as I looked invidiously on the airy voyager. But we shall, nevermore. Tomb of Idris, farewell. Grave in which my heart lies sepultured, farewell forever. We were 12 hours at sea, and the heavy swell obliged us to exert all our strength. At length, by mere dint of rowing, we reached the French coast. The stars faded, and the grey morning cast a dim veil over the silver horns of the waning moon. The sun rose broad and red from the sea as we walked over the sands to Calais. Our first care was to procure horses, and although wearied by our night of watching and toil, some of our party immediately went in quest of these in the wide fields of the unenclosed and now barren plain round Calais. We divided ourselves like seamen into watches, and some reposed, while others prepared the morning's repast. Our foragers returned at noon with only 6 horses. On these, Adrian and I and 4 others proceeded on our journey towards the great city, which its inhabitants had fondly named the capital of the civilized world. Our horses had become, through their long holiday, almost wild, and we crossed the plain round Calais with impetuous speed. From the height near Boulogne, I turned again to look on England. Nature had cast a misty pall over her. Her cliff was hidden. There was spread the watery barrier that divided us, never again to be crossed. She lay on the ocean plain. In the great pool, a swan's nest. Ruined the nest, alas! The swans of Albion had passed away forever. An uninhabited rock in the wide Pacific, which had remained since the creation uninhabited, unnamed, unmarked, would be of as much account in the world's future history as desert England. Our journey was impeded by 1,000 obstacles. As our horses grew tired, we had to seek for others, and hours were wasted, while we exhausted our artifices to allure some of these enfranchised slaves of man to resume the yoke. or as we went from stable to stable through the towns, hoping to find some who had not forgotten the shelter of their native stalls. Our ill success in procuring them obliged us continually to leave someone of our companions behind, and on the 1st of February, Adrian and I entered Paris, wholly unaccompanied. The serene morning had dawned when we arrived at St. Denis, and the sun was high, when the clamour of voices and the clash, as we feared, of weapons guided us to where our countrymen had assembled on the Place Vendôme. We passed a knot of Frenchmen who were talking earnestly of the madness of the insular invaders, and then coming by a sudden turn upon the place, we saw the sun glitter on drawn swords and fixed bayonets, while yells and clamours rent the air. It was a scene of unaccustomed confusion in these days of depopulation, roused by fancied wrongs and insulting scoffs. The opposite parties had rushed to attack each other, while the elect, drawn up apart, seemed to wait an opportunity to fall with better advantage on their foes, when they should have mutually weakened each other. A merciful power interposed, and no blood was shed, for while the insane mob were in the very act of attack, the females, wives, mothers, and daughters rushed between. They seized the bridles, they embraced the knees of the horsemen, and hung on the necks or enweaponed arms of their enraged relatives. The shrill female scream was mingled with the manly shout, and formed the wild clamour that welcomed us on our arrival. Our voices could not be heard in the tumult. Adrian, however, was eminent for the white charger he rode. Spurring him, he dashed into the midst of the throng. He was recognized, and a loud cry raised for England and the Protector. The late adversaries warmed to affection at the sight of him, joined in heedless confusion, and surrounded him. The women kissed his hands and the edges of his garments. Nay, his horse received tribute of their embraces. Some wept their welcome. He appeared an angel of peace, descended among them, and the only danger was that his mortal nature would be demonstrated by his suffocation from the kindness of his friends. His voice was at length heard and obeyed. The crowd fell back. The chiefs alone rallied round him. I had seen Lord Raymond ride through his lines. His look of victory and majestic mien obtained the respect and obedience of all. Such was not the appearance or influence of Adrian. His slight figure, his fervent look, his gesture, more of deprecation than rule, were proofs that love, unmingled with fear, gave him dominion over the hearts of a multitude, who knew that he never flinched from danger, nor was actuated by other motives than care for the general welfare. No distinction was now visible between the two parties, late ready to shed each other's blood. For though neither would submit to the other, they both yielded ready obedience to the Earl of Windsor. One party, however, remained, cut off from the rest, which did not sympathize in the joy exhibited on Adrian's arrival, or imbibe the spirit of peace, which fell like dew upon the softened hearts of their countrymen. At the head of this assembly was a ponderous, dark-looking man, whose malign eye surveyed with gloating delight the stern looks of his followers. They had hitherto been inactive, but now, perceiving themselves to be forgotten in the universal jubilee, they advanced with threatening gestures. Our friends had, as it were in wanton contention, attacked each other. They wanted but to be told that their cause was won, for it to become so. Their mutual anger had been a fire of straw, compared to the slow-burning hatred they both entertained for these seceders, who seized a portion of the world to come, there to entrench and encastillate themselves, and to issue with fearful sally and appalling denunciations on the mere common children of the earth. The first advance of the little army of the elect reawakened their rage. They grasped their arms and waited but their leader's signal to commence the attack, when the clear tones of Adrian's voice were heard, commanding them to fall back, with confused murmur and hurried retreat. As the wave ebbs clamorously from the sands it lately covered, our friends obeyed. Adrian rode singly into the space between the opposing bands. He approached the hostile leader, as requested him to imitate his example, but his look was not obeyed. and the chief advanced, followed by his whole troop. There were many women among them, who seemed more eager and resolute than their male companions. They pressed round their leader as if to shield him, while they loudly bestowed on him every sacred denomination and epithet of worship. Adrian met them halfway. They halted. "What?" he said. "Do you seek? Do you require anything of us that we refuse to give, and that you are forced to acquire by arms and warfare?" His questions were answered by a general cry, in which the words election, sin, and red right arm of God could alone be heard. Adrian looked expressly at their leader, saying, "Can you not silence your followers? Mine, you perceive. Obey me." The fellow answered by a scowl, and then, perhaps fearful that his people should become auditors of the debate he expected to ensue, he commanded them to fall back and advance by himself. "What, I again ask," said Adrian, "do you require of us?" "Repentance," replied the man, whose sinister brow gathered clouds as he spoke. "Obedience to the will of the Most High, made manifest to these, his elected people. Do we not all die through your sins, O generation of unbelief? And have we not a right to demand of you repentance and obedience? And if we refuse them, what then?" his opponent inquired mildly. "Beware," cried the man. "God hears you and will smite your stony heart in his wrath. His poisoned arrows fly, his dogs of death are unleashed. We will not perish unrevenged, and mighty will our avenger be, when he descends in visible majesty and scatters destruction among you." "My good fellow," said Adrian with quiet scorn, "I wish that you were ignorant only, and I think it would be no difficult task to prove to you that you speak of what you do not understand. On the present occasion, however, it is enough for me to know that you seek nothing of us, and heaven is our witness. We seek nothing of you. I should be sorry to embitter by strife the few days that we any of us may have here to live, when there," he pointed downwards, "we shall not be able to contend, while here we need not. Go home or stay. Pray to your God in your own mode. Your friends may do the like. My orisons consist in peace and goodwill, in resignation and hope. Farewell." He bowed slightly to the angry disputant, who was about to reply, and, turning his horse down Rue Saint-Honore, called on his friends to follow him. He rode slowly to give time to all to join him at the barrier, and then issued his orders that those who yielded obedience to him should rendezvous at Versailles. In the meantime, he remained within the walls of Paris until he had secured the safe retreat of all. In about a fortnight, the remainder of the emigrants arrived from England, and they all repaired to Versailles. Apartments were prepared for the family of the Protector in the Great Trianon, and there, after the excitement of these events, we reposed amidst the luxuries of the departed Bourbons. Chapter 5. After the repose of a few days, we held a council to decide on our future movements. Our first plan had been to quit our wintry native latitude and seek for our diminished numbers the luxuries and delights of a southern climate. We had not fixed on any precise spot as the termination of our wanderings, but a vague picture of perpetual spring, fragrant groves, and sparkling streams floated in our imagination to entice us on. A variety of causes had detained us in England, and we had now arrived at the middle of February. If we pursued our original project, we should find ourselves in a worse situation than before, having exchanged our temperate climate for the intolerable heats of a summer in Egypt or Persia. We were therefore obliged to modify our plan, as the season continued to be inclement, and it was determined that we should await the arrival of spring in our present abode, and so order our future movements as to pass the hot months in the icy valleys of Switzerland, deferring our southern progress until the ensuing autumn, if such a season was ever again to be beheld by us. The castle and town of Versailles afforded our numbers ample accommodation, and foraging parties took it by turns to supply our wants. There was a strange and appalling motley in the situation of these, the last of the race. At first, I likened it to a colony which, born over the far seas, struck root for the first time in a new country. But where was the bustle and industry characteristic of such an assemblage? The rudely constructed dwelling, which was to suffice till a more commodious mansion could be built, the marking out of fields, the attempt at cultivation, the eager curiosity to discover unknown animals and herbs, the excursions for the sake of exploring the country. Our habitations were palaces, our food was ready stored in granaries. There was no need of labor, no inquisitiveness, no restless desire to get on. If we had been assured that we should secure the lives of our present numbers, there would have been more vivacity and hope in our counsels. We should have discussed as to the period when the existing produce for man's sustenance would no longer suffice for us, and what mode of life we should then adopt. We should have considered more carefully our future plans, and debated concerning the spot where we should in future dwell. But summer and the plague were near, and we dared not look forward. Every heart sickened at the thought of amusement. If the younger part of our community were ever impelled by youthful and untamed hilarity to enter on any dance or song, to cheer the melancholy time, they would suddenly break off, checked by a mournful look or agonizing sigh from any one among them, who was prevented by sorrows and losses from mingling in the festivity. If laughter echoed under our roof, yet the heart was vacant of joy, and whenever it chanced that I witnessed such attempts at pastime, they increased instead of diminishing my sense of woe. In the midst of the pleasure-hunting throng, I would close my eyes and see before me the obscure cavern, where was garnered the mortality of Idris, and the dead lay around, mouldering in hushed repose. When I again became aware of the present hour, softest melody of Lydian flute or harmonious maze of graceful dance was but as the demoniac chorus in the wolf's glen, and the caperings of the reptiles that surrounded the magic circle. My dearest interval of peace occurred when, released from the obligation of associating with the crowd, I could repose in the dear home where my children lived. Children, I say, for the tenderest emotions of paternity bound me to Clara. She was now 14. Sorrow and deep insight into the scenes around her calmed the restless spirit of girlhood, while the remembrance of her father whom she idolized, and respect for me and Adrian implanted a high sense of duty in her young heart. Though serious, she was not sad. The eager desire that makes us all, when young, plume our wings and stretch our necks, that we may more swiftly alike tiptoe on the height of maturity, was subdued in her by early experience. All that she could spare of overflowing love from her parents' memory and attention to her living relatives was spent upon religion. This was the hidden law of her heart, which she concealed with childish reserve, and cherished the more because it was secret. What faith so entire, what charity so pure, what hope so fervent as that of early youth? And she all love, all tenderness and trust, who from infancy had been tossed on the wide sea of passion and misfortune, saw the finger of apparent divinity in all, and her best hope was to make herself acceptable to the power she worshipped. Evelyn was only 5 years old. His joyous heart was incapable of sorrow, and he enlivened our house with the innocent mirth incident to his years. The aged Countess of Windsor had fallen from her dream of power, rank, and grandeur. She had been suddenly seized with the conviction that love was the only good of life, virtue, the only ennobling distinction and enriching wealth. Such a lesson had been taught her by the dead lips of her neglected daughter, and she devoted herself with all the fiery violence of her character to obtaining the affection of the remnants of her family. In early years, the heart of Adrian had been chilled towards her, and though he observed a due respect, her coldness, mixed with the recollection of disappointment and madness, caused him to feel even pain in her society. She saw this, and yet determined to win his love. The obstacle served the rather to excite her ambition. As Henry, Emperor of Germany, lay in the snow before Pope Leo's gate for 3 winter days and nights, so did she in humility wait before the icy barriers of his closed heart, till he, the servant of love and prince of tender courtesy, opened it wide for her admittance, bestowing with fervency and gratitude the tribute of filial affection she merited. Her understanding, courage, and presence of mind became powerful auxiliaries to him in the difficult task of ruling the tumultuous crowd, which was subjected to his control, in truth, by a single hair. The principal circumstances that disturbed our tranquility during this interval originated in the vicinity of the impostor prophet and his followers. They continued to reside at Paris, but missionaries from among them often visited Versailles, and such was the power of assertions, however false, yet vehemently iterated over the ready credulity of the ignorant and fearful, that they seldom failed in drawing over to their party some from among our numbers. An instance of this nature coming immediately under our notice, we were led to consider the miserable state in which we should leave our countrymen, when we should, at the approach of summer, move on towards Switzerland, and leave a deluded crew behind us in the hands of their miscreant leader. The sense of the smallness of our numbers and expectation of decrease pressed upon us, and, while it would be a subject of congratulation to ourselves to add one to our party, it would be doubly gratifying to rescue from the pernicious influence of superstition and unrelenting tyranny the victims that now, though voluntarily enchained, groaned beneath it. If we had considered the preacher as sincere in the belief of his own denunciations, or only moderately actuated by kind feeling in the exercise of his assumed powers, we should have immediately addressed ourselves to him, and endeavored with our best arguments to soften and humanize his views. But he was instigated by ambition. He desired to rule over these last stragglers from the fold of death. His projects went so far as to cause him to calculate that if from these crushed remains a few survived, so that a new race should spring up, he, by holding tight the reins of belief, might be remembered by the post-pestilential race as a patriarch, a prophet, nay, a deity, such as of old among the post-Diluvians were Jupiter the conqueror, Serapis the lawgiver, and Vishnu the preserver. These ideas made him inflexible in his rule and violent in his hate of any who presumed to share with him his usurped empire. It is a strange fact, but incontestable, that the philanthropist, who ardent in his desire to do good, who patient, reasonable, and gentle, yet disdains to use other argument than truth, has less influence over men's minds than he who, grasping and selfish, refuses not to adopt any means, nor awaken any passion, nor diffuse any falsehood for the advancement of his cause. If this from time immemorial has been the case, the contrast was infinitely greater, now that the one could bring harrowing fears and transcendent hopes into play, while the other had few hopes to hold forth, nor could influence the imagination to diminish the fears which he himself was the first to entertain. The preacher had persuaded his followers that their escape from the plague, the salvation of their children, and the rise of a new race of men from their seed depended on their faith in and their submission to him. They greedily imbibed this belief, and their overweening credulity even rendered them eager to make converts to the same faith. How to seduce any individuals from such an alliance of fraud was a frequent subject of Adrian's meditations and discourse. He formed many plans for the purpose, but his own troop kept him in full occupation to ensure their fidelity and safety. Beside which, the preacher was as cautious and prudent as he was cruel. His victims lived under the strictest rules and laws, which either entirely imprisoned them within the Tuileries, or let them out in such numbers and under such leaders as precluded the possibility of controversy. There was one among them, however, whom I resolved to save. She had been known to us in happier days. Idris had loved her, and her excellent nature made it peculiarly lamentable that she should be sacrificed by this merciless cannibal of souls. This man had between 200 and 300 persons enlisted under his banners. More than half of them were women. There were about 50 children of all ages and not more than 80 men. They were mostly drawn from that which, when such distinctions existed, was denominated the lower rank of society. The exceptions consisted of a few high-born females who, panic-struck and tamed by sorrow, had joined him. Among these was one young, lovely, and enthusiastic, whose very goodness made her a more easy victim. I have mentioned her before, Juliet, the youngest daughter and now sole relic of the ducal house of... There are some beings whom fate seems to select on whom to pour in unmeasured portion the vials of her wrath, and whom she bathes even to the lips in misery. Such a one was the ill-starred Juliet. She had lost her indulgent parents, her brothers and sisters, companions of her youth. In one fell swoop, they had been carried off from her. Yet she had again dared to call herself happy, united to her admirer, to him who possessed and filled her whole heart. She yielded to the Lethean powers of love and knew and felt only his life and presence. At the very time when with keen delight she welcomed the tokens of maternity, this sole prop of her life failed. Her husband died of the plague. For a time, she had been lulled in insanity. The birth of her child restored her to the cruel reality of things, but gave her at the same time an object for whom to preserve at once life and reason. Every friend and relative had died off, and she was reduced to solitude and penury. Deep melancholy and angry impatience distorted her judgment, so that she could not persuade herself to disclose her distress to us. When she heard of the plan of universal emigration, she resolved to remain behind with her child, and alone in wide England to live or die, as fate might decree, beside the grave of her beloved. She had hidden herself in one of the many empty habitations of London. It was she who rescued my Idris on the fatal 20th of November. Though my immediate danger and the subsequent illness of Idris caused us to forget our hapless friend. This circumstance had, however, brought her again in contact with her fellow creatures. A slight illness of her infant proved to her that she was still bound to humanity by an indestructible tie. To preserve this little creature's life became the object of her being, and she joined the first division of migrants who went over to Paris. She became an easy prey to the Methodist. Her sensibility and acute fears rendered her accessible to every impulse. Her love for her child made her eager to cling to the merest straw held out to save him. Her mind, once unstrung and now tuned by roughest inharmonious hands, made her credulous, beautiful as fabled goddess, with voice of unrivaled sweetness, burning with new lighted enthusiasm. She became a steadfast proselyte and powerful auxiliary to the leader of the elect. I had remarked her in the crowd on the day we met on the place Vendôme, and recollecting suddenly her providential rescue of my lost one on the night of the 20th of November, I reproached myself for my neglect and ingratitude, and felt impelled to leave no means that I could adopt untried, to recall her to her better self, and rescue her from the fangs of the hypocrite destroyer. I will not, at this period of my story, record the artifices I used to penetrate the asylum of the Tuileries, or give what would be a tedious account of my stratagems, disappointments, and perseverance. I at last succeeded in entering these walls, and roamed its halls and corridors in eager hope to find my selected convert. In the evening, I contrived to mingle unobserved with the congregation, which assembled in the chapel to listen to the crafty and eloquent harangue of their prophet. I saw Juliet near him. Her dark eyes, fearfully impressed with the restless glare of madness, were fixed on him. She held her infant, not yet a year old, in her arms, and care of it alone could distract her attention from the words to which she eagerly listened. After the sermon was over, the congregation dispersed. All quitted the chapel except she, whom I sought. Her babe had fallen asleep, so she placed it on a cushion and sat on the floor beside, watching its tranquil slumber. I presented myself to her. For a moment, natural feeling produced a sentiment of gladness, which disappeared again, when with ardent and affectionate exhortation, I besought her to accompany me in flight from this den of superstition and misery. In a moment, she relapsed into the delirium of fanaticism, and, but that her gentle nature forbade, would have loaded me with execrations. She conjured me, she commanded me to leave her. "Beware, oh beware," she cried. "Fly while yet your escape is practicable. Now you are safe, but strange sounds and inspirations come on me at times, and if the Eternal should, in awful whisper, reveal to me his will, that to save my child you must be sacrificed, I would call in the satellites of him you call the tyrant. They would tear you limb from limb, nor would I hallow the death of him whom Idris loved by a single tear." She spoke hurriedly, with tuneless voice and wild look. Her child awoke and, frightened, began to cry. Each sob went to the ill-fated mother's heart, and she mingled the epithets of endearment she addressed to her infant with angry commands that I should leave her. Had I had the means, I would have risked all, have torn her by force from the murderer's den, and trusted to the healing balm of reason and affection. But I had no choice, no power even of longer struggle. Steps were heard along the gallery, and the voice of the preacher drew near. Juliet, straining her child in a close embrace, fled by another passage. Even then, I would have followed her, but my foe and his satellites entered. I was surrounded and taken prisoner. I remembered the menace of the unhappy Juliet, and expected the full tempest of the man's vengeance and the awakened wrath of his followers to fall instantly upon me. I was questioned. My answers were simple and sincere. "His own mouth condemns him," exclaimed the impostor. "He confesses that his intention was to seduce from the way of our salvation our beloved sister in God, away with him to the dungeon. Tomorrow he dies the death. We are manifestly called upon to make an example, tremendous and appalling, to scare the children of sin from our asylum of the saved." My heart revolted from his hypocritical jargon, but it was unworthy of me to combat in words with the ruffian, and my answer was cool, while, far from being possessed with fear, methought even at the worst, a man true to himself, courageous and determined, could fight his way even from the boards of the scaffold through the herd of these misguided maniacs. "Remember," I said, "who I am, and be well assured that I shall not die unavenged. Your legal magistrate, the Lord Protector, knew of my design, and is aware that I am here. The cry of blood will reach him, and you and your miserable victims will long lament the tragedy you are about to act." My antagonist did not deign to reply even by a look. "You know your duty," he said to his comrades. "Obey." In a moment, I was thrown on the earth, bound, blindfolded, and hurried away. Liberty of limb and sight was only restored to me when, surrounded by dungeon walls, dark and impervious, I found myself a prisoner and alone. Such was the result of my attempt to gain over the proselyte of this man of crime. I could not conceive that he would dare put me to death. Yet I was in his hands. The path of his ambition had ever been dark and cruel. His power was founded upon fear. The one word which might cause me to die unheard, unseen, in the obscurity of my dungeon, might be easier to speak than the deed of mercy to act. He would not risk probably a public execution, but a private assassination would at once terrify any of my companions from attempting a like feat, at the same time that a cautious line of conduct might enable him to avoid the inquiries and the vengeance of Adrian. 2 months ago, in a vault more obscure than the one I now inhabited, I had revolved the design of quietly laying me down to die. Now I shuddered at the approach of fate. My imagination was busied in shaping forth the kind of death he would inflict. Would he allow me to wear out life with famine, or was the food administered to me to be medicined with death? Would he steal on me in my sleep, or should I contend to the last with my murderers, knowing even while I struggled that I must be overcome? I lived upon an earth whose diminished population a child's arithmetic might number. I had lived through long months with death stalking close at my side, while at intervals the shadow of his skeleton shape darkened my path. I had believed that I despised the grim phantom and laughed his power to scorn. Any other fate I should have met with courage, nay, have gone out gallantly to encounter. But to be murdered thus at the midnight hour by cold-blooded assassins, no friendly hand to close my eyes or receive my parting blessing, to die in combat, hate, and execration. Why, my angel love, didst thou restore me to life, when already I had stepped within the portals of the tomb, now that so soon again I was to be flung back, a mangled corpse? Hours passed, centuries. Could I give words to the many thoughts which occupied me in endless succession during this interval? I should fill volumes. The air was dank, the dungeon floor mildewed and icy cold. Hunger came upon me too, and no sound reached me from without. Tomorrow the ruffian had declared that I should die. When would tomorrow come? Was it not already here? My door was about to be opened. I heard the key turn, and the bars and bolts slowly removed. The opening of intervening passages permitted sounds from the interior of the palace to reach me, and I heard the clock strike 1. They come to murder me, I thought. This hour does not befit a public execution. I drew myself up against the wall opposite the entrance. I collected my forces. I rallied my courage. I would not fall a tame prey. Slowly, the door receded on its hinges. I was ready to spring forward to seize and grapple with the intruder, till the sight of who it was changed at once the temper of my mind. It was Juliet herself. Pale and trembling she stood, a lamp in her hand, on the threshold of the dungeon, looking at me with wistful countenance. But in a moment she resumed her self-possession, and her languid eyes recovered their brilliancy. She said,
"I am come to save you, Fernie."
"And yourself also?" I cried. "Dearest friend, can we indeed be saved?"
"Not a word,"
she replied.
"Follow me."
I obeyed instantly. We threaded with light steps many corridors, ascended several flights of stairs, and passed through long galleries. At the end of one, she unlocked a low portal. A rush of wind extinguished our lamp. But in lieu of it, we had the blessed moonbeams and the open face of heaven. Then first Juliet spoke.
"You are safe,"
she said.
"God bless you. Farewell."
I seized her reluctant hand.
"Dear friend," I cried, "misguided victim, do you not intend to escape with me? Have you not risked all in facilitating my flight? And do you think that I will permit you to return and suffer alone the effects of that miscreant's rage? Never!" "Do not fear for me,"
replied the lovely girl mournfully.
And do not imagine that without the consent of our chief, you could be without these walls. It is he that has saved you. He assigned me to the part of leading you hither, because I am best acquainted with your motives for coming here, and can best appreciate his mercy in permitting you to depart. And are you, I cried, the dupe of this man? He dreads me alive as an enemy, and dead he fears my avengers. By favouring this clandestine escape, he preserves a shew of consistency to his followers, but mercy is far from his heart. Do you forget his artifices, his cruelty and fraud? As I am free, so are you. Come, Juliet. The mother of our lost Idris will welcome you. The noble Adrian will rejoice to receive you. You will find peace and love, and better hopes than fanaticism can afford. Come and fear not, long before day we shall be at Versailles. Close the door on this abode of crime. Come, sweet Juliet, from hypocrisy and guilt to the society of the affectionate and good. I spoke hurriedly, but with fervour, and while with gentle violence I drew her from the portal, some thought, some recollection of past scenes of youth and happiness made her listen and yield to me. Suddenly she broke away with a piercing shriek. My child! My child! He has my child! My darling girl is my hostage! She darted from me into the passage. The gate closed between us. She was left in the fangs of this man of crime, a prisoner still to inhale the pestilential atmosphere which adhered to his demoniac nature. The unimpeded breeze played on my cheek. The moon shone graciously upon me. My path was free. Glad to have escaped, yet melancholy in my very joy, I retrod my steps to Versailles. Chapter 6. Eventful winter passed. Winter, the respite of our ills. By degrees the sun, which with slant beams had before yielded the more extended reign to night, lengthened his diurnal journey, and mounted his highest throne, at once the fosterer of earth's new beauty and her lover. We who, like flies that congregate upon a dry rock at the ebbing of the tide, had played wantonly with time, allowing our passions, our hopes, and our mad desires to rule us, now heard the approaching roar of the ocean of destruction, and would have fled to some sheltered crevice before the first wave broke over us. We resolved without delay to commence our journey to Switzerland. We became eager to leave France. Under the icy vaults of the glaciers, beneath the shadow of the pines, the swinging of whose mighty branches was arrested by a load of snow, beside the streams whose intense cold proclaimed their origin to be from the slow melting piles of congelated waters, amidst frequent storms which might purify the air, we should find health, if in truth health were not herself diseased. We began our preparations at first with alacrity. We did not now bid adieu to our native country, to the graves of those we loved, to the flowers and streams and trees which had lived beside us from infancy. Small sorrow would be ours on leaving Paris. A scene of shame when we remembered our late contentions, and thought that we left behind a flock of miserable, deluded victims, bending under the tyranny of a selfish impostor. Small pangs should we feel in leaving the gardens, woods, and halls of the palaces of the Bourbons at Versailles, which we feared would soon be tainted by the dead, when we looked forward to valleys lovelier than any garden, to mighty forests and halls, built not for mortal majesty, but palaces of nature's own, with the Alp of marmoreal whiteness for their walls, the sky for their roof. Yet our spirits flagged, as the day drew near which we had fixed for our departure. Dire visions and evil auguries, if such things were, thickened around us, so that in vain might men say, "These are their reasons. They are natural." We felt them to be ominous, and dreaded the future event enchained to them, that the night owl should screech before the noonday sun,
that the hard-winged bat should wheel around the bed of beauty, that muttering thunder should in early spring startle the cloudless ear, that sudden and exterminating blight should fall on the tree and shrub, were unaccustomed but physical events less horrible than the mental creations of almighty fear. Some had sight of funeral processions, and faces all begrimed with tears which flitted through the long avenues of the gardens, and drew aside the curtains of the sleepers at dead of night. Some heard wailing and cries in the air. A mournful chaunt would stream through the dark atmosphere, as if spirits above sang the requiem of the human race. What was there in all this but that fear created other senses within our frames, making us see, hear, and feel what was not? What was this but the action of diseased imaginations and childish credulity? So might it be, but what was most real was the existence of these very fears, the staring looks of horror, the faces pale even to ghastliness, the voices struck dumb with harrowing dread, of those among us who saw and heard these things. Of this number was Adrian, who knew the delusion yet could not cast off the clinging terror. Even ignorant infancy appeared with timorous shrieks and convulsions to acknowledge the presence of unseen powers. We must go, in change of scene, in occupation, and such security as we still hope to find. We should discover a cure for these gathering horrors. On mustering our company, we found them to consist of 1,400 souls, men, women, and children. Until now, therefore, we were undiminished in numbers, except by the desertion of those who had attached themselves to the impostor prophet and remained behind in Paris. About 50 French joined us. Our order of march was easily arranged. The ill success which had attended our division determined Adrian to keep all in one body. I, with 100 men, went forward first as purveyor, taking the road of the Côte d'Or, through Auxerre, Dijon, Dole, over the Jura to Geneva. I was to make arrangements at every 10 miles for the accommodation of such numbers as I found the town or village would receive, leaving behind a messenger with a written order signifying how many were to be quartered there. The remainder of our tribe was then divided into bands of 50 each, every division containing 18 men and the remainder consisting of women and children. Each of these was headed by an officer who carried the roll of names by which they were each day to be mustered. If the numbers were divided at night, in the morning those in the van waited for those in the rear. At each of the large towns before mentioned, we were all to assemble, and a conclave of the principal officers would hold council for the general weal. I went first, as I said, Adrian last. His mother, with Clara and Evelyn under her protection, remained also with him. Thus, our order being determined, I departed. My plan was to go at first no further than Fontainebleau, where in a few days I should be joined by Adrian before I took flight again further eastward. My friend accompanied me a few miles from Versailles. He was sad, and, in a tone of unaccustomed despondency, uttered a prayer for our speedy arrival among the Alps, accompanied with an expression of vain regret that we were not already there. In that case, I observed, we can quicken our march. Why adhere to a plan whose dilatory proceeding you already disapprove? Nay, he replied, it is too late now. A month ago, and we were masters of ourselves. Now, he turned his face from me, though gathering twilight had already veiled its expression. He turned it yet more away, as he added, a man died of the plague last night. He spoke in a smothered voice, then suddenly clasping his hands, he exclaimed, swiftly, most swiftly advances the last hour for us all. As the stars vanish before the sun, so will his near approach destroy us. I have done my best. With grasping hands and impotent strength, I have hung on the wheel of the chariot of plague, but she drags me along with it, while, like Juggernaut, she proceeds crushing out the being of all who strew the high road of life. Would that it were over. Would that her procession achieved. We had all entered the tomb together. Tears streamed from his eyes. Again and again, he continued, will the tragedy be acted again. I must hear the groans of the dying,
the wailing of the survivors again, witness the pangs which, consummating all, envelope an eternity in their evanescent existence. Why am I reserved for this? Why the tainted weather of the flock? Am I not struck to earth among the first? It is hard, very hard, for one of woman born to endure all that I endure. Hitherto, with an undaunted spirit and an high feeling of duty and worth, Adrian had fulfilled his self-imposed task. I had contemplated him with reverence and a fruitless desire of imitation. I now offered a few words of encouragement and sympathy. He hid his face in his hands, and while he strove to calm himself, he ejaculated, "For a few months, yet for a few months more, let not, O God, my heart fail or my courage be bowed down. Let not sights of intolerable misery madden this half-crazed brain, or cause this frail heart to beat against its prison bound, so that it burst. I have believed it to be my destiny to guide and rule the last of the race of man, till death extinguish my government, and to this destiny I submit. Pardon me, Verney, I pain you, but I will no longer complain. Now I am myself again, or rather, I am better than myself. You have known how from my childhood aspiring thoughts and high desires have warred with inherent disease and overstrained sensitiveness, till the latter became victors. You know how I placed this wasted feeble hand on the abandoned helm of human government. I have been visited at times by intervals of fluctuation, yet until now I have felt as if a superior and indefatigable spirit had taken up its abode within me, or rather incorporated itself with my weaker being. The holy visitant has for a time slept, perhaps to show me how powerless I am without its inspiration. Yet stay for a while, O power of goodness and strength. Disdain not yet this rent shrine of fleshly mortality. O immortal capability, while one fellow creature remains to whom aid can be afforded, stay by and prop your shattered, failing engine." His vehemence and voice, broken by irrepressible sighs, sunk to my heart. His eyes gleamed in the gloom of night like two earthly stars, and his form dilating, his countenance beaming. Truly it almost seemed as if at his eloquent appeal a more than mortal spirit entered his frame, exalting him above humanity. He turned quickly towards me and held out his hand. "Farewell, Verney," he cried, "brother of my love. Farewell. No other weak expression must cross these lips. I am alive again. To our tasks, to our combats with our unvanquishable foe, for to the last I will struggle against her." He grasped my hand and bent a look on me more fervent and animated than any smile. Then turning his horse's head, he touched the animal with the spur and was out of sight in a moment. A man last night had died of the plague. The quiver was not emptied, nor the bow unstrung. We stood as marks, while Parthian pestilence aimed and shot, insatiated by conquest, unobstructed by the heaps of slain. A sickness of the soul, contagious even to my physical mechanism, came over me. My knees knocked together, my teeth chattered. The current of my blood, clotted by sudden cold, painfully forced its way from my heavy heart. I did not fear for myself, but it was misery to think that we could not even save this remnant, that those I loved might in a few days be as clay, cold as Idris in her antique tomb. Nor could strength of body or energy of mind ward off the blow. The sense of degradation came over me. Did God create man merely in the end to become dead earth in the midst of healthful vegetating nature? Was he of no more account to his maker
than a field of corn blighted in the air. Were our proud dreams thus to fade, our name was written a little lower than the angels, and behold, we were no better than ephemera. We had called ourselves the paragon of animals, and lo, we were a quintessence of dust. We repined that the pyramids had outlasted the embalmed body of their builder. Alas, the mere shepherd's hut of straw we passed on the road contained in its structure the principle of greater longevity than the whole race of man. How reconcile this sad change to our past aspirations, to our apparent powers? Sudden, an internal voice, articulate and clear, seemed to say, "Thus from eternity it was decreed. The steeds that bear time onwards had this hour and this fulfillment enchained to them, since the void brought forth its burthen. Would you read backwards the unchangeable laws of necessity? Mother of the world, servant of the omnipotent, eternal changeless necessity, who with busy fingers sittest ever weaving with indissoluble chain of events. I will not murmur at thy acts, if my human mind cannot acknowledge that all that is right. Yet since what is must be, I will sit amidst the ruins and smile. Truly, we were not born to enjoy, but to submit and to hope. Will not the reader tire if I should minutely describe our long-drawn journey from Paris to Geneva? If, day by day, I should record in the form of a journal the thronging miseries of our lot, could my hand write or language afford words to express the variety of our woe, the hustling and crowding of one deplorable event upon another? Patience, O reader, whoever thou art, wherever thou dwellest, whether of race spiritual or sprung from some surviving peer, thy nature will be human, thy habitation the earth. Thou wilt here read of the acts of the extinct race, and wilt ask wonderingly, if they who suffered what thou findest recorded were of frail flesh and soft organization like thyself. Most true they were. Weep therefore, for surely, solitary being, thou wilt be of gentle disposition, shed compassionate tears, but the while lend thy attention to the tale and learn the deeds and sufferings of thy predecessors. Yet, the last events that marked our progress through France were so full of strange horror and gloomy misery that I dare not pause too long in the narration. If I were to dissect each incident, every small fragment of a second would contain a harrowing tale, whose minutest word would curdle the blood in thy young veins. It is right that I should erect for thy instruction this monument of the foregone race, but not that I should drag thee through the wards of an hospital, nor the secret chambers of the charnel house. This tale, therefore, shall be rapidly unfolded. Images of destruction, pictures of despair, the procession of the last triumph of death, shall be drawn before thee, swift as the rack driven by the north wind along the blotted splendor of the sky. Weed-grown fields, desolate towns, the wild approach of riderless horses had now become habitual to my eyes. Nay, sights far worse of the unburied dead, and human forms which were strewed on the roadside and on the steps of once frequented habitations, where, through the flesh that wastes away, beneath the parching sun, the whitening bones start forth and moulder in the sable dust. Sights like these had become, woe the while, so familiar that we had ceased to shudder, or spur our stung horses to sudden speed as we passed them. France in its best days, at least that part of France through which we travelled, had been a cultivated desert, and the absence of enclosures, of cottages, and even of peasantry was saddening to a traveller from sunny Italy or busy England. Yet the towns were frequent and lively, and the cordial politeness and ready smile of the wooden-shoed peasant restored good humour to the splenetic. Now the old woman sat no more at the door with her distaff. The lank beggar no longer asked charity in courtier-like phrase, nor on holidays did the peasantry thread with slow grace the mazes of the dance. Silence, melancholy bride of death, went in procession with him from town to town through the spacious region. We arrived at Fontainebleau and speedily prepared for the reception of our friends. On mustering our numbers for the night, 3 were found missing. When I inquired for them, the man to whom I spoke uttered the word plague and fell at my feet in convulsions. He also was infected. There were hard faces around me, for among my troop were sailors who had crossed the line times unnumbered, soldiers who in Russia and far America had suffered famine, cold and danger, and men still sterner featured, once nightly depredators in our overgrown metropolis, men bred from their cradle to see the whole machine of society at work for their destruction. I looked round and saw upon the faces of all horror and despair written in glaring characters. We passed 4 days at Fontainebleau. Several sickened and died, and in the meantime neither Adrian nor any of our friends appeared. My own troop was in commotion. To reach Switzerland, to plunge into rivers of snow, and to dwell in caves of ice became the mad desire of all. Yet we had promised to wait for the Earl, and he came not. My people demanded to be led forward. Rebellion, if so we might call what was the mere casting away of straw-formed shackles, appeared manifestly among them. They would away on the word without a leader. The only chance of safety, the only hope of preservation from every form of indescribable suffering, was our keeping together. I told them this, while the most determined among them answered with sullenness that they could take care of themselves, and replied to my entreaties with scoffs and menaces. At length, on the 5th day, a messenger arrived from Adrian, bearing letters which directed us to proceed to Auxerre, and there await his arrival, which would only be deferred for a few days. Such was the tenor of his public letters. Those privately delivered to me detailed at length the difficulties of his situation, and left the arrangement of my future plans to my own discretion. His account of the state of affairs at Versailles was brief, but the oral communications of his messenger filled up his omissions, and shewed me that perils of the most frightful nature were gathering around him. At first, the reawakening of the plague had been concealed, but the number of deaths increasing, the secret was divulged, and the destruction already achieved was exaggerated by the fears of the survivors. Some emissaries of the enemy of mankind, the accursed impostors, were among them, instilling their doctrine that safety and life could only be ensured by submission to their chief, and they succeeded so well that soon, instead of desiring to proceed to Switzerland, the major part of the multitude, weak-minded women and dastardly men, desired to return to Paris, and, by arranging themselves under the banners of the so-called prophet, and by a cowardly worship of the principle of evil, to purchase respite, as they hoped, from impending death. The discord and tumult induced by these conflicting fears and passions detained Adrian. It required all his ardour in pursuit of an object, and his patience under difficulties, to calm and animate such a number of his followers as might counterbalance the panic of the rest, and lead them back to the means from which alone safety could be derived. He had hoped immediately to follow me, but, being defeated in this intention, he sent his messenger, urging me to secure my own troop at such a distance from Versailles as to prevent the contagion of rebellion from reaching them, promising at the same time to join me the moment a favourable occasion should occur, by means of which he could withdraw the main body of the emigrants from the evil influence at present exercised over them. I was thrown into a most painful state of uncertainty by these communications. My first impulse was that we should all return to Versailles, there to assist in extricating our chief from his perils. I accordingly assembled my troop and proposed to them this retrograde movement, instead of the continuation of our journey to Auxerre. With one voice, they refused to comply. The notion circulated among them was that the ravages of the plague alone detained the protector. They opposed his order to my request. They came to a resolve to proceed without me, should I refuse to accompany them. Argument and adjuration were lost on these dastards. The continual diminution of their own numbers, affected by pestilence, added a sting to their dislike of delay, and my opposition only served to bring their resolution to a crisis. That same evening, they departed towards Auxerre. Oaths, as from soldiers to their general, had been taken by them. These they broke. I also had engaged myself not to desert them. It appeared to me inhuman to ground any infraction of my word on theirs. The same spirit that caused them to rebel against me would impel them to desert each other, and the most dreadful sufferings would be the consequence of their journey in the present unordered and chiefless array. These feelings for a time were paramount, and in obedience to them, I accompanied the rest towards Auxerre. We arrived the same night at Villeneuve-la-Giarde, a town at the distance of 4 posts from Fontainebleau. When my companions had retired to rest, and I was left alone to resolve and ruminate upon the intelligence I received of Adrian's situation, another view of the subject presented itself to me. What was I doing, and what was the object of my present movements? Apparently, I was to lead this troop of selfish and lawless men towards Switzerland, leaving behind my family and my selected friend, which, subject as they were hourly to the death that threatened to all, I might never see again. Was it not my first duty to assist the protector, setting an example of attachment and duty? At a crisis such as the one I had reached, it is very difficult to balance nicely opposing interests, and that towards which our inclinations lead us obstinately assumes the appearance of selfishness. Even when we mediate a sacrifice, we are easily led at such times to make a compromise of the question. And this was my present resource. I resolved that very night to ride to Versailles. If I found affairs less desperate than I now deemed them, I would return without delay to my troop. I had a vague idea that my arrival at that town would occasion some sensation more or less strong, of which we might profit, for the purpose of leading forward the vacillating multitude. At least, no time was to be lost. I visited the stables. I saddled my favorite horse, and vaulting on his back without giving myself time for further reflection or hesitation, quitted Villeneuve-la-Giarde on my return to Versailles. I was glad to escape from my rebellious troop, and to lose sight for a time of the strife of evil with good, where the former forever remained triumphant. I was stung almost to madness by my uncertainty concerning the fate of Adrian, and grew reckless of any event except what might lose or preserve my unequalled friend. With an heavy heart that sought relief in the rapidity of my course, I rode through the night to Versailles. I spurred my horse, who addressed his free limbs to speed, and tossed his gallant head in pride. The constellations reeled swiftly by, swiftly each tree and stone and landmark fled past my onward career. I bared my head to the rushing wind, which bathed my brow in delightful coolness. As I lost sight of Villeneuve-la-Giarde, I forgot the sad drama of human misery. Methought it was happiness enough to live, sensitive the while of the beauty of the verdure-clad earth, the star-bespangled sky, and the tameless wind that lent animation to the whole. My horse grew tired, and I, forgetful of his fatigue, still as he lagged, cheered him with my voice, and urged him with the spur. He was a gallant animal, and I did not wish to exchange him for any chance beast I might light on, leaving him never to be refound. All night we went forward. In the morning he became sensible that we approached Versailles, to reach which as his home he mustered his flagging strength. The distance we had come was not less than 50 miles. Yet he shot down the long boulevards swift as an arrow. Poor fellow! As I dismounted at the gate of the castle, he sunk on his knees. His eyes were covered with a film. He fell on his side. A few gasps inflated his noble chest, and he died. I saw him expire with an anguish unaccountable even to myself. The spasm was as the wrenching of some limb in agonizing torture. But it was brief as it was intolerable. I forgot him as I swiftly darted through the open portal and up the majestic stairs of this castle of victories, heard Adrian's voice. "O fool! O woman-nurtured, effeminate, and contemptible being!" I heard his voice, and answered it with convulsive shrieks. I rushed into the hall of Hercules, where he stood surrounded by a crowd whose eyes, turned in wonder on me, reminded me that on the stage of the world a man must repress such girlish ecstasies. I would have given worlds to have embraced him. I dared not. Half in exhaustion, half voluntarily, I threw myself at length on the ground. Dare I disclose the truth to the gentle offspring of solitude? I did so, that I might kiss the dear and sacred earth he trod. I found everything in a state of tumult. An emiracy of the leader of the elect had been so worked up by his chief and by his own fanatical creed as to make an attempt on the life of the protector and preserver of lost mankind. His hand was arrested while in the act of poignarding the Earl. This circumstance had caused the clamour I heard on my arrival at the castle, and the confused assembly of persons that I found assembled in the Salle d'Hercule. Although superstition and demoniac fury had crept among the emigrants, yet several adhered with fidelity to their noble chieftain, and many, whose faith and love had been unhinged by fear, felt all their latent affection rekindled by this detestable attempt. A phalanx of faithful breasts closed round him, the wretch, who, although a prisoner and in bonds, vaunted his design and madly claimed the crown of martyrdom, would have been torn to pieces had not his intended victim interposed. Adrian, springing forward, shielded him with his own person and commanded with energy the submission of his infuriate friends. At this moment I had entered. Discipline and peace were at length restored in the castle, and then Adrian went from house to house, from troop to troop, to soothe the disturbed minds of his followers and recall them to their ancient obedience. But the fear of immediate death was still rife amongst these survivors of a world's destruction. The horror occasioned by the attempted assassination passed away. Each eye turned towards Paris. Men love a prop so well that they will lean on a pointed poisoned spear, and such was he, the impostor, who, with fear of hell for his scourge, most ravenous wolf, played the driver to a credulous flock. It was a moment of suspense that shook even the resolution of the unyielding friend of man. Adrian for one moment was about to give in, to cease the struggle and quit, with a few adherents, the deluded crowd, leaving them a miserable prey to their passions and to the worst tyrant who excited them. But again, after a brief fluctuation of purpose, he resumed his courage and resolves, sustained by the singleness of his purpose and the untried spirit of benevolence which animated him. At this moment, as an omen of excellent import, his wretched enemy pulled destruction on his head, destroying with his own hands the dominion he had erected. His grand hold upon the minds of men took its rise from the doctrine inculcated by him, that those who believed in and followed him were the remnant to be saved, while all the rest of mankind were marked out for death. Now, at the time of the flood, the Omnipotent repented him that he had created man, and as then with water, now with the arrows of pestilence, was about to annihilate all except those who obeyed his decrees, promulgated by the ipsa dixit prophet. It is impossible to say on what foundations this man built his hopes of being able to carry on such an imposture. It is likely that he was fully aware of the lie which murderous nature might give to his assertions, and believed it to be the cast of a die, whether he should in future ages be reverenced as an inspired delegate from heaven, or be recognized as an impostor by the present dying generation. At any rate, he resolved to keep up the drama to the last act, when, on the first approach of summer, the fatal disease again made its ravages among the followers of Adrian. The impostor exultingly proclaimed the exemption of his own congregation from the universal calamity. He was believed. His followers, hitherto shut up in Paris, now came to Versailles. Mingling with the coward band there assembled, they reviled their admirable leader and asserted their own superiority and exemption. At length, the plague, slow-footed but sure in her noiseless advance, destroyed the illusion, invading the congregation of the elect and showering promiscuous death among them. The leader endeavored to conceal this event. He had a few followers who, admitted into the arcana of his wickedness, could help him in the execution of his nefarious designs. Those who sickened were immediately and quietly withdrawn. The cord and a midnight grave disposed of them forever, while some plausible excuse was given for their absence. At last, a female, whose maternal vigilance subdued even the effects of the narcotics administered to her, became a witness of their murderous designs on her only child. Mad with horror, she would have burst among her deluded fellow victims, and wildly shrieking, have awaked the dull ear of night with the history of the fiend-like crime, when the impostor, in his last act of rage and desperation, plunged a poignard in her bosom, thus wounded to death, her garments dripping with her own lifeblood, bearing her strangled infant in her arms, beautiful and young as she was. Juliet, for it was she, denounced to the host of deceived believers the wickedness of their leader. He saw the aghast looks of her auditors, changing from horror to fury. The names of those already sacrificed were echoed by their relatives, now assured of their loss. The wretch, with that energy of purpose which had borne him thus far in his guilty career, saw his danger and resolved to evade the worst forms of it. He rushed on one of the foremost, seized a pistol from his girdle, and his loud laugh of derision mingled with the report of the weapon with which he destroyed himself. They left his miserable remains even where they lay. They placed the corpse of poor Juliet and her babe upon a bier, and all, with hearts subdued to saddest regret, in long procession, walked towards Versailles. They met troops of those who had quitted the kindly protection of Adrian, and were journeying to join the fanatics. The tale of horror was recounted. All turned back, and thus at last, accompanied by the undiminished numbers of surviving humanity, and preceded by the mournful emblem of their recovered reason, they appeared before Adrian, and again and forever vowed obedience to his commands and fidelity to his cause. Chapter 7. These events occupied so much time that June had numbered more than half its days before we again commenced our long protracted journey. The day after my return to Versailles, 6 men from among those I had left at Villeneuve-la-Giard arrived, with intelligence that the rest of the troop had already proceeded towards Switzerland. We went forward in the same track. It is strange, after an interval of time, to look back on a period which, though short in itself, appeared, when in actual progress, to be drawn out interminably. By the end of July, we entered Dijon. By the end of July, those hours, days, and weeks had mingled with the ocean of forgotten time, which in their passage teemed with fatal events and agonizing sorrow. By the end of July, little more than a month had gone by, if man's life were measured by the rising and setting of the sun. But, alas, in that interval, ardent youth had become grey-haired. Furrows deep and unerasable were trenched in the blooming cheek of the young mother. The elastic limbs of early manhood, paralyzed as by the burthen of years, assumed the decrepitude of age. Nights passed, during whose fatal darkness the sun grew old before it rose. Lingering far in eastern climes came lagging and ineffectual days in which the dial, radiant in its noonday station, moved not its shadow the space of a little hour, until a whole life of sorrow had brought the sufferer to an untimely grave. We departed from Versailles, 1,500 souls. We set out on the 18th of June. We made a long procession, in which was contained every dear relationship or tie of love that existed in human society. Fathers and husbands, with guardian care, gathered their dear relatives around them. Wives and mothers looked for support to the manly form beside them, and then, with tender anxiety, bent their eyes on the infant troop around. They were sad, but not homeless. Each thought that someone would be saved, each, with that pertinacious optimism which to the last characterized our human nature, trusted that their beloved family would be the one preserved. We passed through France and found it empty of inhabitants. Some 1 or 2 natives survived in the larger towns, which they roamed through like ghosts. We received therefore small increase to our numbers, and such decrease through death, that at last it became easier to count the scanty list of survivors. As we never deserted any of the sick until their death permitted us to commit their remains to the shelter of a grave, our journey was long. While every day a frightful gap was made in our troop, they died by tens, by 50s, by hundreds. No mercy was shewn by death. We ceased to expect it, and every day welcomed the sun with the feeling that we might never see it rise again. The nervous terrors and fearful visions which had scared us during the spring continued to visit our coward troop during this sad journey. Every evening brought its fresh creation of spectres. A ghost was depicted by every blighted tree, and appalling shapes were manufactured from each shaggy bush. By degrees, these common marvels paled on us, and then other wonders were called into being. Once it was confidently asserted that the sun rose an hour later than its seasonable time. Again, it was discovered that he grew paler and paler, that shadows took an uncommon appearance. It was impossible to have imagined, during the usual calm routine of life men had before experienced, the terrible effects produced by these extravagant delusions. In truth, of such little worth are our senses, when unsupported by concurrent testimony, that it was with the utmost difficulty I kept myself free from the belief in supernatural events, to which the major part of our people readily gave credit. Being one sane amidst a crowd of the mad, I hardly dared assert to my own mind that the vast luminary had undergone no change, that the shadows of night were unthickened by innumerable shapes of awe and terror, or that the wind, as it sung in the trees or whistled round an empty building, was not pregnant with sounds of wailing and despair. Sometimes realities took ghostly shapes, and it was impossible for one's blood not to curdle at the perception of an evident mixture of what we knew to be true, with a visionary semblance of all that we feared. Once at the dusk of the evening we saw a figure, all in white, apparently of more than human stature, flourishing about the road, now throwing up its arms, now leaping to an astonishing height in the air, then turning round several times successively, then raising itself to its full height and gesticulating violently. Our troop, on the alert to discover and believe in the supernatural, made a halt at some distance from this shape, and as it became darker, there was something appalling even to the incredulous in the lonely spectre, whose gambols, if they hardly accorded with spiritual dignity, were beyond human powers. Now it leapt right up in the air, now sheer over a high hedge, and was again the moment after in the road before us. By the time I came up, the fright experienced by the spectators of this ghostly exhibition began to manifest itself in the flight of some, and the close huddling together of the rest. Our goblin now perceived us. He approached, and, as we drew reverentially back, made a low bow. The sight was irresistibly ludicrous even to our hapless band, and his politeness was hailed by a shout of laughter. Then, again springing up as a last effort, it sunk to the ground and became almost invisible through the dusky night. This circumstance again spread silence and fear through the troop. The more courageous at length advanced, and raising the dying wretch, discovered the tragic explanation of this wild scene. It was an opera dancer, and had been one of the troop which deserted from Villeneuve-la-Giard. Falling sick, he had been deserted by his companions. In an access of delirium, he had fancied himself on the stage, and poor fellow, his dying sense eagerly accepted the last human applause that could ever be bestowed on his grace and agility. At another time we were haunted for several days by an apparition to which our people gave the appellation of the Black Spectre. We never saw it except at evening, when his coal-black steed, his mourning dress, and plume of black feathers had a majestic and awe-striking appearance. His face, one said, who had seen it for a moment, was ashy pale. He had lingered far behind the rest of his troop, and suddenly, at a turn in the road, saw the Black Spectre coming towards him. He hid himself in fear, and the horse and his rider slowly passed, while the moonbeams fell on the face of the latter, displaying its unearthly hue. Sometimes at dead of night, as we watched the sick, we heard one galloping through the town. It was the Black Spectre, come in token of inevitable death. He grew giant tall to vulgar eyes. An icy atmosphere, they said, surrounded him. When he was heard, all animals shuddered, and the dying knew that their last hour was come. It was Death himself, they declared, come visibly to seize on subject earth and quell at once our decreasing numbers, sole rebels to his law. One day at noon, we saw a dark mass on the road before us, and coming up beheld the black spectre, fallen from his horse, lying in the agonies of disease upon the ground. He did not survive many hours, and his last words disclosed the secret of his mysterious conduct. He was a French noble of distinction, who from the effects of plague had been left alone in his district. During many months, he had wandered from town to town, from province to province, seeking some survivor for a companion, and abhorring the loneliness to which he was condemned. When he discovered our troop, fear of contagion conquered his love of society. He dared not join us, yet he could not resolve to lose sight of us, sole human beings who, besides himself, existed in wide and fertile France. So he accompanied us in the spectral guise I have described, till pestilence gathered him to a larger congregation, even that of dead mankind. It had been well if such vain terrors could have distracted our thoughts from more tangible evils. But these were too dreadful and too many not to force themselves into every thought, every moment of our lives. We were obliged to halt at different periods for days together, till another and yet another was consigned as a clod to the vast clod which had been once our living mother. Thus we continued travelling during the hottest season, and it was not till the 1st of August that we, the emigrants, reader, there were just 80 of us in number, entered the gates of Dijon. We had expected this moment with eagerness, for now we had accomplished the worst part of our drear journey, and Switzerland was near at hand. Yet how could we congratulate ourselves on any event thus imperfectly fulfilled? Were these miserable beings who, worn and wretched, passed in sorrowful procession, the sole remnants of the race of man, which, like a flood, had once spread over and possessed the whole earth? It had come down clear and unimpeded from its primal mountain source in Ararat, and grew from a puny streamlet to a vast perennial river, generation after generation, flowing on ceaselessly. The same, but diversified, it grew and swept onwards towards the absorbing ocean, whose dim shores we now reached. It had been the mere plaything of nature, when first it crept out of uncreative void into light. But thought brought forth power and knowledge, and, clad with these, the race of man assumed dignity and authority. It was then no longer the mere gardener of earth, or the shepherd of her flocks. It carried with it an imposing and majestic aspect. It had a pedigree and illustrious ancestors. It had its gallery of portraits, its monumental inscriptions, its records and titles. This was all over, now that the ocean of death had sucked in the slackening tide, and its source was dried up. We first had bidden adieu to the state of things which, having existed many thousand years, seemed eternal. Such a state of government, obedience, traffic, and domestic intercourse as had moulded our hearts and capacities as far back as memory could reach. Then to patriotic zeal, to the arts, to reputation, to enduring fame, to the name of country, we had bidden farewell. We saw depart all hope of retrieving our ancient state, all expectation except the feeble one of saving our individual lives from the wreck of the past. To preserve these, we had quitted England. England no more, for without her children, what name could that barren island claim? With tenacious grasp, we clung to such rule and order as could best save us, trusting that, if a little colony could be preserved, that would suffice at some remoter period to restore the lost community of mankind. But the game is up. We must all die, nor leave survivor nor heir to the wide inheritance of earth. We must all die. The species of man must perish. His frame of exquisite workmanship, the wondrous mechanism of his senses, the noble proportion of his godlike limbs, his mind, the throned king of these, must perish. Will the earth still keep her place among the planets? Will she still journey with unmarked regularity round the sun? Will the seasons change, the trees adorn themselves with leaves, and flowers shed their fragrance in solitude? Will the mountains remain unmoved, and streams still keep a downward course towards the vast abyss? Will the tides rise and fall, and the winds fan universal nature? Will beasts pasture, birds fly, and fishes swim? When man, the Lord, possessor, perceiver, and recorder of all these things, has passed away, as though he had never been? Oh, what mockery is this! Surely death is not death, and humanity is not extinct, but merely passed into other shapes, unsubjected to our perceptions. Death is a vast portal and high road to life. Let us hasten to pass. Let us exist no more in this living death, but die that we may live. We had longed with inexpressible earnest to reach Dijon, since we had fixed on it as a kind of station in our progress. But now we entered it with a torpor more painful than acute suffering. We had come slowly but irrevocably to the opinion that our utmost efforts would not preserve one human being alive. We took our hands, therefore, away from the long-grasped rudder, and the frail vessel on which we floated seemed, the government over her suspended, to rush, prow foremost, into the dark abyss of the billows. A gush of grief, a wanton profusion of tears and vain laments, an overflowing tenderness, and passionate but fruitless clinging to the priceless few that remained was followed by languor and recklessness. During this disastrous journey we lost all those, not of our own family, to whom we had particularly attached ourselves among the survivors. It were not well to fill these pages with a mere catalogue of losses. Yet I cannot refrain from this last mention of those principally dear to us. The little girl whom Adrian had rescued from utter desertion during our ride through London on the 20th of November died at Auxerre. The poor child had attached herself greatly to us, and the suddenness of her death added to our sorrow. In the morning, we had seen her apparently in health. In the evening, Lucy, before we retired to rest, visited our quarters to say that she was dead. Poor Lucy herself only survived till we arrived at Dijon. She had devoted herself throughout to the nursing the sick and attending the friendless. Her excessive exertions brought on a slow fever, which ended in the dread disease whose approach soon released her from her sufferings. She had throughout been endeared to us by her good qualities, by her ready and cheerful execution of every duty, and mild acquiescence in every turn of adversity. When we consigned her to the tomb, we seemed at the same time to bid a final adieu to those peculiarly feminine virtues conspicuous in her. Uneducated and unpretending as she was distinguished for patience, forbearance, and sweetness. These, with all their train of qualities peculiarly English, would never again be revived for us. This type of all that was most worthy of admiration in her class among my countrywomen was placed under the sod of desert France, and it was a second separation from our country to have lost sight of her forever. The Countess of Windsor died during our abode at Dijon. One morning I was informed that she wished to see me. A message made me remember that several days had elapsed since I had last seen her. Such a circumstance had often occurred during our journey, when I remained behind to watch to their close the last moments of some one of our hapless comrades, and the rest of the troop passed on before me. But there was something in the manner of her messenger that made me suspect that all was not right. A caprice of the imagination caused me to conjecture that some ill had occurred to Clara or Evelyn, rather than to this aged lady. Our fears, forever on the stretch, demanded a nourishment of horror, and it seemed too natural an occurrence, too like past times, for the old to die before the young. I found the venerable mother of my Idris lying on a couch, her tall emaciated figure stretched out, her face fallen away, from which the nose stood out in sharp profile, and her large dark eyes, hollow and deep, gleamed with such light as may edge a thundercloud at sunset. All was shriveled and dried up, except these lights. Her voice too was fearfully changed, as she spoke to me at intervals.
"I am afraid," she said, "that it is selfish in me to have asked you to visit the old woman again before she dies. Yet perhaps it would have been a greater shock to hear suddenly that I was dead, than to see me first thus."
I clasped her shriveled hand. "Are you indeed so ill?" I asked.
"Do you not perceive death in my face?"
replied she.
"It is strange. I ought to have expected this, and yet I confess, it has taken me unaware. I never clung to life or enjoyed it, till these last months, while among those I senselessly deserted, and it is hard to be snatched immediately away. I am glad, however, that I am not a victim of the plague. Probably I should have died at this hour, though the world had continued as it was in my youth."
She spoke with difficulty, and I perceived that she regretted the necessity of death even more than she cared to confess. Yet she had not to complain of an undue shortening of existence. Her faded person shewed that life had naturally spent itself. We had been alone at first. Now Clara entered. The Countess turned to her with a smile and took the hand of this lovely child. Her roseate palm and snowy fingers contrasted with relaxed fibres and yellow hue of those of her aged friend. She bent to kiss her, touching her withered mouth with the warm, full lips of youth.
"Verney," said the Countess, "I need not recommend this dear girl to you. For your own sake you will preserve her. Were the world as it was, I should have 1,000 sage precautions to impress, that one so sensitive, good and beauteous might escape the dangers that used to lurk for the destruction of the fair and excellent. This is all nothing now. I commit you, my kind nurse, to your uncle's care. To yours I entrust the dearest relic of my better self. Be to Adrian, sweet one, what you have been to me. Enliven his sadness with your sprightly sallies. Soothe his anguish by your sober and inspired converse. When he is dying, nurse him as you have done me."
Clara burst into tears.
"Kind girl,"
said the Countess,
"do not weep for me. Many dear friends are left to you. And yet,"
cried Clara,
"you talk of their dying also. This is indeed cruel. How could I live if they were gone? If it were possible for my beloved protector to die before me, I could not nurse him, I could only die too."
The venerable lady survived this scene only 24 hours. She was the last tie binding us to the ancient state of things. It was impossible to look on her and not call to mind, in their wonted guise, events and persons as alien to our present situation as the disputes of Themistocles and Aristides, or the wars of the two roses in our native land. The crown of England had pressed her brow, the memory of my father and his misfortunes, the vain struggles of the late king, the images of Raymond, Evadne, and Perdita, who had lived in the world's prime, were brought vividly before us. We consigned her to the oblivious tomb with reluctance, and when I turned from her grave, Janus veiled his retrospective face. That which gazed on future generations had long lost its faculty. After remaining a week at Dijon, until 30 of our number deserted the vacant ranks of life, we continued our way towards Geneva, At noon on the second day we arrived at the foot of Jura. We halted here during the heat of the day. Here, 50 human beings, 50, the only human beings that survived of the food teeming earth, assembled to read in the looks of each other ghastly plague, or wasting sorrow, desperation or worse, carelessness of future or present evil. Here we assembled, at the foot of this mighty wall of mountain, under a spreading walnut tree. A brawling stream refreshed the green sward by its sprinkling, and the busy grasshopper chirped among the thyme. We clustered together a group of wretched sufferers. A mother cradled in her enfeebled arms the child, last of many whose glazed eye was about to close forever. Here beauty, late glowing in youthful luster and consciousness, now wan and neglected, knelt, fanning with uncertain motion the beloved, who lay striving to paint his features, distorted by illness, with a thankful smile. There an hard-featured, weather-worn veteran, having prepared his meal, sat, his head dropped on his breast, the useless knife falling from his grasp, his limbs utterly relaxed, as thought of wife and child and dearest relative, all lost, passed across his recollection. There sat a man who for 40 years had basked in fortune's tranquil sunshine. He held the hand of his last hope, his beloved daughter, who had just attained womanhood, and he gazed on her with anxious eyes, while she tried to rally her fainting spirit to comfort him. Here a servant, faithful to the last, though dying, waited on one who, though still erect with health, gazed with gasping fear on the variety of woe around. Adrian stood leaning against a tree. He held a book in his hand, but his eye wandered from the pages and sought mine. They mingled a sympathetic glance. His looks confessed that his thoughts had quitted the inanimate print for pages more pregnant with meaning, more absorbing, spread out before him. By the margin of the stream, apart from all, in a tranquil nook where the purling brook kissed the green sward gently, Clara and Evelyn were at play, sometimes beating the water with large boughs, sometimes watching the summer flies that sported upon it. Evelyn now chased a butterfly, now gathered a flower for his cousin, and his laughing cherub face and clear brow told of the light heart that beat in his bosom. Clara, though she endeavored to give herself up to his amusement, often forgot him, as she turned to observe Adrian and me. She was now 14, and retained her childish appearance. Though in height a woman, she acted the part of the tenderest mother to my little orphan boy. To see her playing with him, or attending silently and submissively on our wants, you thought only of her admirable docility and patience. But in her soft eyes, and the veined curtains that veiled them, in the clearness of her marmoreal brow, and the tender expression of her lips, there was an intelligence and beauty that at once excited admiration and love. When the sun had sunk towards the precipitate west, and the evening shadows grew long, we prepared to ascend the mountain. The attention that we were obliged to pay to the sick made our progress slow. The winding road, though steep, presented a confined view of rocky fields and hills, each hiding the other till our farther ascent disclosed them in succession. We were seldom shaded from the declining sun, whose slant beams were instinct with exhausting heat. There are times when minor difficulties grow gigantic, times when, as the Hebrew poet expressively terms it, the grasshopper is a burthen. So was it with our ill-fated party this evening. Adrian, usually the first to rally his spirits and dash foremost into fatigue and hardship, with relaxed limbs and declined head, the reins hanging loosely in his grasp, left the choice of the path to the instinct of his horse, now and then painfully rousing himself when the steepness of the ascent required that he should keep his seat with better care. Fear and horror encompassed me. Did his languid ear attest that he also was struck with contagion? How long, when I look on this matchless specimen of mortality, may I perceive that his thought answers mine? How long will those limbs obey the kindly spirit within? How long will light and life dwell in the eyes of this my sole remaining friend? Thus, pacing slowly, each hill surmounted only presented another to be ascended. Each jutting corner only discovered another, sister to the last, endlessly. Sometimes the pressure of sickness in one among us caused the whole cavalcade to halt. The call for water, the eagerly expressed wish to repose, the cry of pain, and suppressed sob of the mourner. Such were the sorrowful attendants of our passage of the Jura. Adrian had gone first. I saw him while I was detained by the loosening of a girth, struggling with the upward path, seemingly more difficult than any we had yet passed. He reached the top, and the dark outline of his figure stood in relief against the sky. He seemed to behold something unexpected and wonderful, for pausing, his head stretched out, his arms for a moment extended, he seemed to give an all hail to some new vision. Urged by curiosity, I hurried to join him. After battling for many tedious minutes with the precipice, the same scene presented itself to me, which had wrapped him in ecstatic wonder. Nature, or nature's favorite, this lovely earth, presented her most unrivaled beauties in resplendent and sudden exhibition. Below, far, far below, even as it were in the yawning abyss of the ponderous globe, lay the placid and azure expanse of Lake Leman. Vine-covered hills hedged it in, and behind dark mountains in cone-like shape or irregular cyclopean wall served for further defense. But beyond and high above all, as if the spirits of the air had suddenly unveiled their bright abodes, placed in scaleless altitude in the stainless sky, heaven-kissing, companions of the unattainable ether, were the glorious Alps, clothed in dazzling robes of light by the setting sun. And, as if the world's wonders were never to be exhausted, their vast immensities, their jagged crags and roseate painting, appeared again in the lake below, dipping their proud heights beneath the unruffled waves, palaces for the naiads of the placid waters. Towns and villages lay scattered at the foot of Jura, which, with dark ravine and black promontories, stretched its roots into the watery expanse beneath. Carried away by wonder, I forgot the death of man and the living and beloved friend near me. When I turned, I saw tears streaming from his eyes. His thin hands pressed one against the other, his animated countenance beaming with admiration. "Why?" cried he at last. "Why, O heart, whisperest thou of grief to me? Drink in the beauty of that scene, and possess delight beyond what a fabled paradise could afford." By degrees, our whole party, surmounting the steep, joined us. Not one among them but gave visible tokens of admiration, surpassing any before experience. One cried, "God reveals his heaven to us. We may die blessed." Another and another, with broken exclamations and extravagant phrases, endeavored to express the intoxicating effect of this wonder of nature. So we remained a while, lightened of the pressing burthen of fate, forgetful of death, into whose night we were about to plunge, no longer reflecting that our eyes now and forever were and would be the only ones which might perceive the divine magnificence of this terrestrial exhibition. An enthusiastic transport, akin to happiness, burst like a sudden ray from the sun on our darkened life. Precious attribute of woe-worn humanity that can snatch ecstatic emotion, even from under the very shear and harrow that ruthlessly ploughs up and lays waste every hope. This evening was marked by another event. Passing through Fernie, in our way to Geneva, unaccustomed sounds of music arose from the rural church which stood embosomed in trees, surrounded by smokeless, vacant cottages. The peal of an organ with rich swell awoke the mute ear. Lingering along and mingling with the intense beauty that clothed the rocks and woods and waves around, music, the language of the immortals, disclosed to us as testimony of their existence. Music, silver key of the fountain of tears, child of love, soother of grief, inspirer of heroism and radiant thoughts. O music, in this our desolation, we had forgotten thee. Nor pipe at eve cheered us, nor harmony of voice, nor linked thrill of string, thou camest upon us now, like the revealing of other forms of being, and transported as we had been by the loveliness of nature. Fancying that we beheld the abode of spirits, now we might well imagine that we heard their melodious communings. We paused in such awe as we would seize on a pale votarist, visiting some holy shrine at midnight. If she beheld animated and smiling the image which she worshipped. We all stood mute, many knelt. In a few minutes, however, we were recalled to human wonder and sympathy by a familiar strain. The air was Haydn's new created world, and old and drooping as humanity had become, the world, yet fresh as at creation's day, might still be worthily celebrated by such an hymn of praise. Adrian and I entered the church. The nave was empty, though the smoke of incense rose from the altar, bringing with it the recollection of vast congregations in once thronged cathedrals. We went into the loft. A blind old man sat at the bellows. His whole soul was ear, and as he sat in the attitude of attentive listening, a bright glow of pleasure was diffused over his countenance. For, though his lackluster eye could not reflect the beam, yet his parted lips and every line of his face and venerable brow spoke delight. A young woman sat at the keys, perhaps 20 years of age. Her auburn hair hung on her neck, and her fair brow shone in its own beauty. But her drooping eyes let fall fast, flowing tears, while the constraint she exercised to suppress her sobs and still her trembling flushed her else pale cheek. She was thin, languor, and alas, sickness bent her form. We stood looking at the pair, forgetting what we heard in the absorbing sight, till the last chord struck. The peal died away in lessening reverberations. The mighty voice, inorganic we might call it, for we could in no way associate it with mechanism of pipe or key, stilled its sonorous tone, and the girl, turning to lend her assistance to her aged companion, at length perceived us. It was her father, and she, since childhood, had been the guide of his darkened steps. They were Germans from Saxony, and emigrating thither but a few years before had formed new ties with the surrounding villages. About the time that the pestilence had broken out, a young German student had joined them. Their simple history was easily divined. He, a noble, loved the fair daughter of the poor musician, and followed them in their flight from the persecutions of his friends. But soon the mighty leveller came with unblighted scythe to mow, together with the grass, the tall flowers of the field. The youth was an early victim. She preserved herself for her father's sake. His blindness permitted her to continue a delusion, at first the child of accident, and now solitary beings, sole survivors in the land. He remained unacquainted with the change, nor was aware that when he listened to his child's music, the mute mountains, senseless lake, and unconscious trees were himself accepted her sole auditors. The very day that we arrived, she had been attacked by symptomatic illness. She was paralyzed with horror at the idea of leaving her aged, sightless father alone on the empty earth. But she had not courage to disclose the truth, and the very excess of her desperation animated her to surpassing exertions. At the accustomed vesper hour, she led him to the chapel, and, though trembling and weeping on his account, she played without fault, in time or error in note, the hymn written to celebrate the creation of the adorned earth, soon to be her tomb. We came to her like visitors from heaven itself. Her high-wrought courage, her hardly sustained firmness, fled with the appearance of relief. With a shriek, she rushed towards us, embraced the knees of Adrian, and uttering but the words,
"Oh, save my father!"
with sobs and hysterical cries, opened the long-shut floodgates of her woe. Poor girl! She and her father now lie side by side, beneath the high walnut tree where her lover reposes, and which, in her dying moments, she had pointed out to us. Her father, at length, aware of his daughter's danger, unable to see the changes of her dear countenance, obstinately held her hand, till it was chilled and stiffened by death. Nor did he then move or speak, till, 12 hours after, kindly death took him to his breakless repose. They rest beneath the sod, the tree their monument. The hallowed spot is distinct in my memory, paled in by craggy Jura and the far, immeasurable Alps. The spire of the church they frequented still points from out the embosoming trees, and though her hand be cold, still methinks the sounds of divine music which they loved wander about, solacing their gentle ghosts. Chapter 8. We had now reached Switzerland, so long the final mark and aim of our exertions. We had looked, I know not wherefore, with hope and pleasing expectation on her congregation of hills and snowy crags, and opened our bosoms with renewed spirits to the icy biz, which even at midsummer used to come from the northern glacier laden with cold. Yet how could we nourish expectation of relief, like our native England and the vast extent of fertile France? This mountain-embowered land was desolate of its inhabitants. Nor bleak mountain top, nor snow-nourished rivulet, not the ice-laden biz, nor thunder, the tamer of contagion, had preserved them. Why, therefore, should we claim exemption? Who was there indeed to save? What troop had we brought fit to stand at bay and combat with the conqueror? We were a failing remnant, tamed to mere submission to the coming blow. A train half dead, through fear of death, a hopeless, unresisting, almost reckless crew, which, in the tossed bark of life, had given up all pilotage and resigned themselves to the destructive force of ungoverned winds, like a few furrows of unreaped corn, which left standing on a wide field after the rest is gathered to the garner, are swiftly borne down by the winter storm. Like a few straggling swallows, which, remaining after their fellows had, on the first unkind breath of passing autumn, migrated to genial climes, were struck to earth by the first frost of November, like a stray sheep that wanders over the sleet-beaten hillside, while the flock is in the pen, and dies before morning dawn, like a cloud, like one of the many that were spread in impenetrable woof over the sky, which, when the shepherd north has driven its companions to drink Antipodean noon, fades and dissolves in the clear ether. Such were we. We left the fair margin of the beauteous Lake of Geneva and entered the Alpine ravines, tracing to its source the brawling Arve, through the rock-bound valley of Cervaux, beside the mighty waterfalls, and under the shadow of the inaccessible mountains we travelled on, while the luxuriant walnut tree gave place to the dark pine, whose musical branches swung in the wind and whose upright forms had braved 1,000 storms, till the verdant sod, The flowery dell and shrubbery hill were exchanged for the sky-piercing, untrodden, seedless rock. The bones of the world, waiting to be clothed with everything necessary to give life and beauty. Strange that we should seek shelter here. Surely, if in those countries where earth was wont, like a tender mother, to nourish her children, we had found her a destroyer, we need not seek it here, where stricken by keen penury, she seems to shudder through her stony veins. Nor were we mistaken in our conjecture. We vainly sought the vast and ever-moving glaciers of Chamonix, rifts of pendant ice, seas of congelated waters, the leafless groves of tempest-battered pines, dells, mere paths for the loud avalanche, and hilltops, the resort of thunderstorms. Pestilence reigned paramount even here. By the time that day and night, like twin sisters of equal growth, shared equally their dominion over the hours, one by one, beneath the ice caves, beside the waters, springing from the thawed snows of 1,000 winters, another and yet another of the remnant of the race of man, closed their eyes forever to the light. Yet we were not quite wrong in seeking a scene like this, whereon to close the drama. Nature, true to the last, consoled us in the very heart of misery. Sublime grandeur of outward objects soothed our hapless hearts, and were in harmony with our desolation. Many sorrows have befallen man during his checkered course, and many a woe-stricken mourner has found himself sole survivor among many. Our misery took its majestic shape and colouring from the vast ruin that accompanied and made one with it. Thus on lovely earth many a dark ravine contains a brawling stream, shadowed by romantic rocks, threaded by mossy paths, but all except this wanted the mighty background, the towering Alps, whose snowy capes or bared ridges lifted us from our dull mortal abode to the palaces of nature's own. This solemn harmony of event and situation regulated our feelings, and gave as it were fitting costume to our last act. Majestic gloom and tragic pomp attended the decease of wretched humanity. The funeral procession of monarchs of old was transcended by our splendid shews. Near the sources of the Arveiron, we performed the rites for four only accepted, the last of the species. Adrian and I, leaving Clara and Evelyn wrapped in peaceful, unobserving slumber, carried the body to this desolate spot and placed it in those caves of ice beneath the glacier, which rive and split with the slightest sound, and bring destruction on those within the clefts. No bird or beast of prey could here profane the frozen form. So with hushed steps and in silence, we placed the dead on a bier of ice, and then departing, stood on the rocky platform beside the river springs, all hushed as we had been. The very striking of the ear with our persons had sufficed to disturb the repose of this thawless region, and we had hardly left the cavern before vast blocks of ice, detaching themselves from the roof, fell and covered the human image we had deposited within. We had chosen a fair moonlit night, but our journey thither had been long, and the crescent sank behind the western heights by the time we had accomplished our purpose. The snowy mountains and blue glaciers shone in their own light. The rugged and abrupt ravine, which formed one side of Mount Anvert, was opposite to us, the glacier at our side, at our feet Arveiron, white and foaming, dashed over the pointed rocks that jutted into it, and with whirring spray and ceaseless roar disturbed the stilly night. Yellow lightnings played around the vast dome of Mont Blanc. Silent as the snow-clad rock they illuminated, all was bare, wild and sublime, while the singing of the pines in melodious murmurings added a gentle interest to the rough magnificence. Now the riving and fall of icy rocks clave the air, now the thunder of the avalanche burst on our ears. In countries whose features are of less magnitude, nature betrays her living powers in the foliage of the trees, in the growth of herbage, in the soft purling of meandering streams. Here, endowed with giant attributes, the torrent, the thunderstorm, and the flow of massive waters display her activity. Such the churchyard, such the requiem, such the eternal congregation that waited on our companion's funeral. Nor was it the human form alone which we had placed in this eternal sepulchre, whose obsequies we now celebrated. With this last victim, plague vanished from the earth. Death had never wanted weapons wherewith to destroy life, and we, few and weak as we had become, were still exposed to every other shaft with which his full quiver teemed. But pestilence was absent from among them. For 7 years it had had full sway upon earth. She had trod every nook of our spacious globe. She had mingled with the atmosphere, which as a cloak enwraps all our fellow creatures. The inhabitants of native Europe, the luxurious Asiatic, the swarthy African and free American had been vanquished and destroyed by her. Her barbarous tyranny came to its close here in the rocky vale of Chamonix. Still recurring scenes of misery and pain, the fruits of this distemper, made no more a part of our lives. The word plague no longer rung in our ears. The aspect of plague incarnate in the human countenance no longer appeared before our eyes. From this moment I saw plague no more. She abdicated her throne and despoiled herself of her imperial spectre among the ice rocks that surrounded us. She left solitude and silence co-heirs of her kingdom. My present feelings are so mingled with the past that I cannot say whether the knowledge of this change visited us as we stood on this sterile spot. It seems to me that it did, that a cloud seemed to pass from over us, that a weight was taken from the air, that henceforth we breathed more freely and raised our heads with some portion of former liberty. Yet we did not hope. We were impressed by the sentiment that our race was run, but that plague would not be our destroyer. The coming time was as a mighty river down which a charmed boat is driven, whose mortal steersman knows that the obvious peril is not the one he needs fear, yet that danger is nigh, and who floats awestruck under beetling precipices, through the dark and turbid waters, seeing in the distance yet stranger and ruder shapes, towards which he is irresistibly impelled. What would become of us? Oh, for some Delphic oracle, or Pythian maid, to utter the secrets of futurity. Oh, for some Oedipius, to solve the riddle of the cruel Sphinx. Such Oedipius was I to be, not divine in a word's juggle, but whose agonizing pangs and sorrow-tainted life were to be the engines wherewith to lay bare the secrets of destiny and reveal the meaning of the enigma whose explanation closed the history of the human race. Dim fancies akin to these haunted our minds and instilled feelings not unallied to pleasure as we stood beside this silent tomb of nature, reared by these lifeless mountains, above her living veins, choking her vital principle. Thus are we left, said Adrian, two melancholy blasted trees, where once a forest waved. We are left to mourn and pine and die. Yet even now we have our duties, which we must string ourselves to fulfill. The duty of bestowing pleasure where we can, and by force of love, irradiating the rainbow hues with the tempest of grief. Nor will I repine if in this extremity we preserve what we now possess. Something tells me, Verney, that we need no longer dread our cruel enemy, and I cling with delight to the oracular voice. Though strange, it will be sweet to mark the growth of your little boy and the development of Clara's young heart. In the midst of a desert world, we are everything to them, and if we live, it must be our task to make this new mode of life happy to them. At present, this is easy, for their childish ideas do not wander into futurity,
and the stinging craving for sympathy, and all of love which our nature is susceptible, is not yet awake within them. We cannot guess what will happen then, when nature asserts her indefeasible and sacred powers. But long before that time we may all be cold, as he who lies in yonder tomb of ice. We need only provide for the present, and endeavour to fill with pleasant images the inexperienced fancy of your lovely niece. The scenes which now surround us, vast and sublime as they are not such as can best contribute to this work. Nature is here like our fortunes, grand, but too destructive, bare and rude, to be able to afford delight to her young imagination. Let us descend to the sunny plains of Italy. Winter will soon be here to clothe this wilderness in double desolation. But we will cross the bleak hilltops and lead her to scenes of fertility and beauty, where her path will be adorned with flowers and the cheery atmosphere inspire pleasure and hope. In pursuance of this plan, we quitted Chaminot on the following day. We had no cause to hasten our steps. No event was transacted beyond our actual sphere to enchain our resolves. So we yielded to every idle whim and deemed our time well spent, when we could behold the passage of the hours without dismay. We loitered along the lovely vale of Cerveau, passed long hours on the bridge, which, crossing the ravine of Arve, commands a prospect of its pine-clothed depths, and the snowy mountains that wall it in. We rambled through romantic Switzerland, till fear of coming winter led us forward. The first days of October found us in the valley of La Maurienne, which leads to Cenis. I cannot explain the reluctance we felt at leaving this land of mountains. Perhaps it was that we regarded the Alps as boundaries between our former and our future state of existence, and so clung fondly to what of old we had loved. Perhaps because we had now so few impulses urging to a choice between two modes of action, we were pleased to preserve the existence of one, and preferred the prospect of what we were to do to the recollection of what had been done. We felt that for this year danger was past, and we believed that for some months we were secured to each other. There was a thrilling, agonizing delight in the thought. It filled the eyes with misty tears. It tore the heart with tumultuous heavings, frailer than the snowfall in the river. Were we each and all, but we strove to give life and individuality to the meteoric course of our several existences, and to feel that no moment escaped us unenjoyed. Thus, tottering on the dizzy brink, we were happy. Yes, as we sat beneath the toppling rocks, beside the waterfalls, near forests ancient as the hills, and folding sunny spots of greenery, where the chamois grazed, and the timid squirrel laid up its hoard, descanting on the charms of nature, drinking in the while her unalienable beauties. We were, in an empty world, happy. Yet, O days of joy, days when eye spoke to eye, and voices sweeter than the music of the swinging branches of the pines, or rivulet's gentle murmur answered mine. Yet, O days replete with beatitude, days of loved society, days unutterably dear to me, forlorn, pass. O pass before me, making me, in your memory, forget what I am. Behold, how my streaming eyes blot this senseless paper. Behold, how my features are convulsed by agonizing throes at your mere recollection, now that, alone, my tears flow, my lips quiver, my cries fill the air, unseen, unmarked, unheard. Yet, oh yet, days of delight, let me dwell on your long-drawn hours. As the cold increased upon us, we passed the Alps and descended into Italy. At the uprising of morn, we sat at our repast and cheated our regrets by gay sallies or learned disquisitions.
The livelong day we sauntered on, still keeping in view the end of our journey, but careless of the hour of its completion. As the evening star shone out, and the orange sunset far in the west marked the position of the dear land we had forever left. Talk! Thought enchaining made the hours fly. Oh, that we had lived thus forever and forever. Of what consequence was it to our 4 hearts that they alone were the fountains of life in the wide world? As far as mere individual sentiment was concerned, we had rather be left thus united together than if, each alone in a populous desert of unknown men, we had wandered, truly companionless, till life's last term. In this manner we endeavoured to console each other. In this manner, true philosophy taught us to reason. It was the delight of Adrian and myself to wait on Clara, naming her the little queen of the world, ourselves her humblest servitors. When we arrived at a town, our first care was to select for her its most choice abode, to make sure that no harrowing relic remained of its former inhabitants, to seek food for her and minister to her wants with assiduous tenderness. Clara entered into our scheme with childish gaiety. Her chief business was to attend on Evelyn, but it was her sport to array herself in splendid robes, adorn herself with sunny gems, and ape a princely state. Her religion, deep and pure, did not teach her to refuse to blunt thus the keen sting of regret. Her youthful vivacity made her enter, heart and soul, into these strange masquerades. We had resolved to pass the ensuing winter at Milan, which, as being a large and luxurious city, would afford us choice of homes. We had ascended the Alps and left far behind their vast forests and mighty crags. We entered smiling Italy. Mingled grass and corn grew in her plains. The unpruned vines threw their luxuriant branches around the elms. The grapes, overripe, had fallen on the ground or hung purple, or burnished green among the red and yellow leaves. The ears of standing corn winnowed to emptiness by the spendthrift winds. The fallen foliage of the trees, the weed-grown brooks, the dusky olive, now spotted with its blackened fruit, the chestnuts, to which the squirrel only was harvestman, all plenty and yet, alas, all poverty. Painted in wondrous hues and fantastic groupings this land of beauty. In the towns, in the voiceless towns, we visited the churches, adorned by pictures, masterpieces of art, or galleries of statues, while in this genial clime the animals, in new-found liberty, rambled through the gorgeous palaces and hardly feared our forgotten aspect. The dove-coloured oxen turned their full eyes on us and paced slowly by. A startling throng of silly sheep, with pattering feet, would start up in some chamber, formerly dedicated to the repose of beauty, and rush, huddling past us, down the marble staircase into the street, and again in at the first open door, taking unrebuked possession of hallowed sanctuary or kingly council chamber. We no longer started at these occurrences, nor at worst exhibition of change, when the palace had become a mere tomb, pregnant with fetid stench, strewn with the dead, and we could perceive how pestilence and fear had played strange antics, chasing the luxurious dame to the dank fields and bare cottage, gathering among the carpets of Indian woof and beds of silk the rough peasant or the deformed half-human shape of the wretched beggar. We arrived at Milan and stationed ourselves in the Viceroy's palace. Here we made laws for ourselves, dividing our day and fixing distinct occupations for each hour. In the morning we rode in the adjoining country, or wandered through the palaces, in search of pictures or antiquities. In the evening we assembled to read or to converse. There were few books that we dared read, few that did not cruelly deface the painting we bestowed on our solitude, by recalling combinations and emotions never more to be experienced by us. Metaphysical disquisition, fiction, which wandering from all reality lost itself in self-created errors, poets of times so far gone by that to read of them was as to read of Atlantis and Utopia, or such as referred to nature only, and the workings of one particular mind. But most of all, talk, varied and ever new, beguiled our hours. While we paused thus in our onward career towards death, time held on its accustomed course. Still and forever did the earth roll on, enthroned in her atmospheric car, speeded by the force of the invisible coursers of never-erring necessity. And now, this dewdrop in the sky, this ball, ponderous with mountains, lucent with waves, passing from the short tyranny of watery Pisces and the frigid Ram, entered the radiant demesne of Taurus and the twins. There, fanned by vernal ears, the spirit of beauty sprung from her cold repose, and, with winnowing wings and soft pacing feet, set a girdle of verdure around the earth, sporting among the violets, hiding within the springing foliage of the trees, tripping lightly down the radiant streams into the sunny deep. For lo, winter is past, the rain is over and gone, the flowers appear on the earth, the time of the singing of birds is come, and the voice of the turtle is heard in our land. The fig tree putteth forth her green figs, and the vines, with the tender grape, give a good smell. Thus was it in the time of the ancient regal poet, thus was it now. Yet, how could we miserable hail the approach of this delightful season? We hoped indeed that death did not now as heretofore walk in its shadow, yet, left as we were alone to each other, we looked in each other's faces with inquiring eyes, not daring altogether to trust to our presentiments, and endeavouring to divine which would be the hapless survivor to the other three. We were to pass the summer at the Lake of Como, and thither we removed as soon as spring grew to her maturity and the snow disappeared from the hilltops. 10 miles from Como, under the steep heights of the eastern mountains, by the margin of the lake, was a villa called the Pliniana, from its being built on the site of a fountain whose periodical ebb and flow is described by the younger Pliny in his letters. The house had nearly fallen into ruin till in the year 2090, an English nobleman had bought it and fitted it up with every luxury. 2 large halls hung with splendid tapestry and paved with marble opened on each side of a court, of whose 2 other sides one overlooked the deep, dark lake, and the other was bounded by a mountain, from whose stony side gushed, with roar and splash, the celebrated fountain. Above, underwood of myrtle and tufts of odorous plants crowned the rock, while the star-pointing giant cypresses reared themselves in the blue air, and the recesses of the hills were adorned with the luxuriant growth of chestnut trees. Here we fixed our summer residence. We had a lovely skiff in which we sailed, now stemming the midmost waves, now coasting the overhanging and craggy banks, thick sown with evergreens, which dipped their shining leaves in the waters, and were mirrored in many a little bay and creek of waters of translucent darkness. Here orange plants bloomed, here birds poured forth melodious hymns, and here, during spring, the cold snake emerged from the clefts and basked on the sunny terraces of rock. Were we not happy in this paradisical retreat? If some kind spirit had whispered forgetfulness to us, methinks we should have been happy here, where the precipitous mountains, nearly pathless, shut from our view the far fields of desolate earth, and with small exertion of the imagination we might fancy that the cities were still resonant with popular hum, and the peasant still guided his plough through the furrow, and that we, the world's free denizens, enjoyed a voluntary exile, and not a remediless cutting off from our extinct species. Not one among us enjoyed the beauty of this scenery so much as Clara. Before we quitted Milan, a change had taken place in her habits and manners. She lost her gaiety. She laid aside her sports, and assumed an almost vestal plainness of attire. She shunned us, retiring with Evelyn to some distant chamber or silent nook. Nor did she enter into his pastimes with the same zest as she was wont, but would sit and watch him with sadly tender smiles, and eyes bright with tears, yet without a word of complaint. She approached us timidly, avoided our caresses, nor shook off her embarrassment till some serious discussion or lofty theme called her for a while out of herself. Her beauty grew as a rose, which, opening to the summer wind, discloses leaf after leaf, till the sense aches with its excess of loveliness. A slight and variable colour tinged her cheeks, and her motion seemed attuned by some hidden harmony of surpassing sweetness. We redoubled our tenderness and earnest attentions. She received them with grateful smiles that fled swift as sunny beam from a glittering wave on an April day. Our only acknowledged point of sympathy with her appeared to be Evelyn. This dear little fellow was a comforter and delight to us beyond all words. His buoyant spirit and his innocent ignorance of our vast calamity were balm to us, whose thoughts and feelings were overwrought and spun out in the immensity of speculative sorrow. To cherish, to caress, to amuse him was the common task of all. Clara, who felt towards him in some degree like a young mother, gratefully acknowledged our kindness towards him. To me, oh, to me, who saw the clear brows and soft eyes of the beloved of my heart, my lost and ever dear Idris, reborn in his gentle face, to me, he was dear even to pain. If I pressed him to my heart, methought I clasped a real and living part of her, who had lain there through long years of youthful happiness. It was the custom of Adrian and myself to go out each day in our skiff to forage in the adjacent country. In these expeditions, we were seldom accompanied by Clara or her little charge, but our return was an hour of hilarity. Evelyn ransacked our stores with childish eagerness, and we always brought some new-found gift for our fair companion. Then, too, we made discoveries of lovely scenes or gay palaces, whither in the evening we all proceeded. Our sailing expeditions were most divine, and with a fair wind or transverse course we cut the liquid waves, and if talk failed under the pressure of thought, I had my clarionet with me, which awoke the echoes and gave the change to our careful minds. Clara at such times often returned to her former habits of free converse and gay sally, and though our 4 hearts alone beat in the world, those 4 hearts were happy. One day, on our return from the town of Como, with a laden boat, we expected as usual to be met at the port by Clara and Evelyn, and we were somewhat surprised to see the beach vacant. I, as my nature prompted, would not prognosticate evil, but explained it away as a mere casual incident. Not so Adrian. He was seized with sudden trembling and apprehension, and he called to me with vehemence to steer quickly for land, and, when near, leapt from the boat, half falling into the water and scrambling up the steep bank. Hastened along the narrow strip of garden, the only level space between the lake and the mountain. I followed without delay. The garden and inner court were empty, so was the house, whose every room we visited. Adrian called loudly upon Clara's name, and was about to rush up the near mountain path, when the door of a summer house at the end of the garden slowly opened, and Clara appeared, not advancing towards us, but leaning against the column of the building with blanched cheeks, in a posture of utter despondency. Adrian sprang towards her with a cry of joy, and folded her delightedly in his arms. She withdrew from his embrace, and, without a word, again entered the summer house. Her quivering lips, her despairing heart refused to afford her voice to express our misfortune. Poor little Evelyn had, while playing with her, been seized with sudden fever, and now lay torpid and speechless on a little couch in the summer house. For a whole fortnight we unceasingly watched beside the poor child, as his life declined under the ravages of a virulent typhus. His little form and tiny lineaments encaged the embryo of the world-spanning mind of man. Man's nature, brimful of passions and affections, would have had an home in that little heart, whose swift pulsations hurried towards their close. His small hands' fine mechanisms, now flaccid and unbent, would in the growth of sinew and muscle have achieved works of beauty or of strength. His tender, rosy feet would have trod in firm manhood the bowers and glades of earth. These reflections were now of little use. He lay thought and strength suspended, waiting unresisting the final blow. We watched at his bedside, and when the access of fever was on him, we neither spoke nor looked at each other, marking only his obstructed breath and the mortal glow that tinged his sunken cheek, the heavy death that weighed on his eyelids. It is a trite evasion to say that words could not express our long-drawn agony. Yet how can words image sensations whose tormenting keenness throw us back, as it were, on the deep roots and hidden foundations of our nature, which shake our being with earthquake throe, so that we leave to confide in accustomed feelings which like Mother Earth support us, and cling to some vain imagination or deceitful hope, which will soon be buried in the ruins occasioned by the final shock. I have called that period a fortnight, which we passed watching the changes of the sweet child's malady, and such it might have been. At night we wonder to find another day gone, while each particular hour seemed endless. Day and night we were exchanged for one another uncounted. We slept hardly at all, nor did we even quit his room, except when a pang of grief seized us, and we retired from each other for a short period to conceal our sobs and tears. We endeavoured in vain to abstract Clara from this deplorable scene. She sat hour after hour, looking at him, now softly arranging his pillow, and, while he had power to swallow, administered his drink. At length, the moment of his death came. The blood paused in his flow, his eyes opened and then closed again. Without convulsion or sigh, the frail tenement was left vacant of its spiritual inhabitant. I have heard that the sight of the dead has confirmed materialists in their belief. I ever felt otherwise. Was that my child? That moveless, decaying inanimation? My child was enraptured by my caresses. His dear voice clothed with meaning articulations his thoughts, otherwise inaccessible. His smile was a ray of the soul, and the same soul sat upon its throne in his eyes. I turned from this mockery of what he was. Take, O earth, thy debt. Freely and forever I consign to thee the garb thou didst afford. But thou, sweet child, amiable and beloved boy, either thy spirit has sought a fitter dwelling, or shrined in my heart, thou livest while it lives. We placed his remains under a cypress, the upright mountain being scooped out to receive them. And then Clara said, "If you wish me to live, take me from hence. There is something in this scene of transcendent beauty, in these trees and hills and waves, that forever whisper to me, leave thy cumbrous flesh and make a part of us. I earnestly entreat you to take me away." So, on the 15th of August, we bade adieu to our villa and the embowering shades of this abode of beauty, to calm bay and noisy waterfall. To Evelyn's little grave we bade farewell, and then with heavy hearts we departed on our pilgrimage towards Rome. Chapter 9. Now, soft a while, have I arrived so near the end. Yes, it is all over now. A step or two over these new-made graves, and the wearisome way is done. Can I accomplish my task? Can I streak my paper with words capacious of the grand conclusion? Arise, black melancholy. Quit thy Cimmerian solitude. Bring with thee murky fogs from hell, which may drink up the day. Bring blight and pestiferous exhalations, which, entering the hollow caverns and breathing places of earth, may fill her stony veins with corruption, so that not only herbage may no longer flourish, the trees may rot, and the rivers run with gall, but the everlasting mountains be decomposed, and the mighty deep putrefy, and the genial atmosphere which clips the globe lose all powers of generation and sustenance. Do this, sad, visaged power, while I write, while eyes read these pages. And who will read them? Beware, tender offspring of the reborn world. Beware, fair being, with human heart, yet untamed by care, and human brow, yet unploughed by time. Beware, lest the cheerful current of thy blood be checked, thy golden locks turn grey, thy sweet dimpling smiles be changed to fixed, harsh wrinkles. Let not day look on these lines, lest garish day waste, turn pale and die. Seek a cypress grove, whose moaning boughs will be harmony befitting. Seek some cave, deep embowered in earth's dark entrails, where no light will penetrate, save that which struggles, red and flickering, through a single fissure, staining thy page with grimmest livery of death. There is a painful confusion in my brain, which refuses to delineate distinctly succeeding events. Sometimes the irradiation of my friend's gentle smile comes before me, and methinks its light spans and fills eternity. Then, again, I feel the gasping throes. We quitted Como, and in compliance with Adrian's earnest desire, we took Venice in our way to Rome. There was something to the English peculiarly attractive in the idea of this wave-encircled, island-enthroned city. Adrian had never seen it. We went down the Po and the Brenta in a boat, and, the days proving intolerably hot, we rested in the bordering palaces during the day, travelling through the night when darkness made the bordering banks indistinct and our solitude less remarkable, when the wandering moon lit the waves that divided before our prow, and the night wind filled our sails, and the murmuring stream, waving trees and swelling canvas, accorded in harmonious strain. Clara, long overcome by excessive grief, had to a great degree cast aside her timid, cold reserve, and received our attentions with grateful tenderness, while Adrian, with poetic fervour, discoursed of the glorious nations of the dead, of the beauteous earth, and the fate of man. She crept near him, drinking in his speech with silent pleasure. We banished from our talk, and as much as possible from our thoughts, the knowledge of our desolation. And it would be incredible to an inhabitant of cities, to one among a busy throng, to what extent we succeeded. It was as a man confined in a dungeon, whose small and grated rift at first renders the doubtful light more sensibly obscure, till, the visual orb having drunk in the beam and adapted itself to its scantiness, he finds that clear noon inhabits his cell. So we, a simple triad on empty earth, were multiplied to each other, till we became all in all. We stood like trees, whose roots are loosened by the wind, which support one another, leaning and clinging with increased fervour, while the wintry storms howl. Thus we floated down the widening stream of the Po, sleeping when the cicale sang, awake with the stars. We entered the narrower banks of the Brenta, and arrived at the shore of the Laguna at sunrise on the 6th of September. The bright orb slowly rose from behind its cupolas and towers, and shed its penetrating light upon the glassy waters. Wrecks of gondolas, and some few uninjured ones, were strewed on the beach at Fusina. We embarked in one of these for the widowed daughter of Ocean, who, abandoned and fallen, sat forlorn on her propping isles, looking towards the far mountains of Greece. We rowed lightly over the laguna and entered Canal Grande. The tide ebbed sullenly from out the broken portals and violated halls of Venice. Seaweed and sea monsters were left on the blackened marble, while the salt ooze defaced the matchless works of art that adorned their walls, and the seagull flew out from the shattered window. In the midst of this appalling ruin of the monuments of man's power, nature asserted her ascendancy, and shone more beauteous from the contrast. The radiant waters hardly trembled, while the rippling waves made many-sided mirrors to the sun. The blue immensity, seen beyond Lido, stretched far, unspecked by boat, so tranquil, so lovely, that it seemed to invite us to quit the land strewn with ruins and to seek refuge from sorrow and fear on its placid extent. We saw the ruins of this hapless city from the height of the Tower of San Marco, immediately under us, and turned with sickening hearts to the sea, which, though it be a grave, rears no monument, discloses no ruin. Evening had come apace. The sun set in calm majesty behind the misty summits of the Apennines, and its golden and roseate hues painted the mountains of the opposite shore. "That land," said Adrian, "tinged with the last glories of the day, is Greece. Greece!" The sound had a responsive chord in the bosom of Clara. She vehemently reminded us that we had promised to take her once again to Greece, to the tomb of her parents. Why go to Rome? What should we do at Rome? We might take one of the many vessels to be found here, embark in it, and steer right for Albania. I objected the dangers of ocean and the distance of the mountains we saw. From Athens, a distance which, from the savage uncultivation of the country, was almost impassable. Adrian, who was delighted with Clara's proposal, obviated these objections. The season was favourable. The northwest, the blue, would take us transversely across the Gulf, and then we might find in some abandoned port a light Greek cake, adapted for such navigation, and run down the coast of the Morea, and passing over the Isthmus of Corinth, without much land travelling or fatigue, find ourselves at Athens. This appeared to me wild talk, but the sea, glowing with 1,000 purple hues, looked so brilliant and safe. My beloved companions were so earnest, so determined, that when Adrian said, "Well, though it is not exactly what you wish, yet consent to please me," I could no longer refuse. That evening we selected a vessel whose size just seemed fitted for our enterprise. We bent the sails and put the rigging in order, and reposing that night in one of the city's 1,000 palaces, agreed to embark at sunrise the following morning. When the winds that move not its calm surface sweep the azure sea, I love the land no more. The smiles of the serene and tranquil deep tempt my unquiet mind. Thus said Adrian, quoting a translation of Moschus's poem, as in the clear morning light, we rowed over the laguna, past Lido, into the open sea. I would have added in continuation, but when the roar of ocean's grey abyss resounds, and foam gathers upon the sea, and vast waves burst. But my friends declared that such verses were evil augury, so in cheerful mood we left the shallow waters, and when out at sea unfurled our sails to catch the favourable breeze. The laughing morning air filled them, while sunlight bathed earth, sky, and ocean. The placid waves divided to receive our keel, and playfully kissed the dark sides of our little skiff, murmuring a welcome as land receded. Still the blue expanse, most waveless, twin sister to the azure empyrean, afforded smooth conduct to our bark, as the air and waters were tranquil and balmy. So were our minds steeped in quiet. In comparison with the unstained deep, funeral earth appeared a grave. Its high rocks and stately mountains were but monuments, its trees the plumes of a hearse, the brooks and rivers brackish with tears for departed man. Farewell to desolate towns, to fields with their savage intermixture of corn and weeds, to ever-multiplying relics of our lost species. Ocean, we commit ourselves to thee, even as the patriarch of old floated above the drowned world. Let us be saved as thus we betake ourselves to thy perennial flood. Adrian sat at the helm. I attended to the rigging. The breeze right aft filled our swelling canvas, and we ran before it over the untroubled deep. The wind died away at noon. Its idle breath just permitted us to hold our course. As lazy, fair-weather sailors, careless of the coming hour, we talked gaily of our coasting voyage, of our arrival at Athens. We would make our home of one of the Cyclades, and there in myrtle groves, amidst perpetual spring, fanned by the wholesome sea breezes, we would live long years in beatific union. Was there such a thing as death in the world? The sun passed its zenith and lingered down the stainless floor of heaven. Lying in the boat, my face turned up to the sky, I thought I saw on its blue-white marbled streaks, so slight, so immaterial, that now I said, they are there, and now it is a mere imagination. A sudden fear stung me while I gazed, and starting up and running to the prow, as I stood, my hair was gently lifted on my brow. A dark line of ripples appeared to the east, gaining rapidly on us. My breathless remark to Adrian was followed by the flapping of the canvas, as the adverse wind struck it, and our boat lurched, swift as speech. The web of the storm thickened overhead. The sun went down red, the dark sea was strewed with foam, and our skiff rose and fell in its increasing furrows. Behold us now in our frail tenement, hemmed in by hungry, roaring waves, buffeted by winds. In the inky east, two vast clouds, sailing contrary ways, met. The lightning leapt forth, and the hoarse thunder muttered. Again in the south the clouds replied, and the forked stream of fire running along the black sky shewed us the appalling piles of clouds, now met and obliterated by the heaving waves. Great God! And we alone, we three alone, sole dwellers on the sea and on the earth. We three must perish. The vast universe, its myriad worlds, and the plains of boundless earth which we had left, the extent of shoreless sea around, contracted to my view. They and all that they contained shrunk up to one point, even to our tossing bark, freighted with glorious humanity. A convulsion of despair crossed the love-beaming face of Adrian, while with set teeth he murmured, "Yet they shall be saved!" Clara, visited by an inhuman pang, pale and trembling, crept near him. He looked on her with an encouraging smile. "Do you fear, sweet girl? Oh, do not fear! We shall soon be on shore." The darkness prevented me from seeing the changes of her countenance, but her voice was clear and sweet as she replied, "Why should I fear? Neither sea nor storm can harm us if mighty destiny or the ruler of destiny does not permit. And then the stinging fear of surviving either of you is not here. One death will clasp us undivided." Meanwhile, we took in all our sails, save a gib, and as soon as we might without danger, changed our course, running with the wind for the Italian shore. Dark night mixed everything. We hardly discerned the white crests of the murderous surges, except when lightning made brief noon and drank the darkness, shewing us our danger and restoring us to double night. We were all silent except when Adrian, as steersman, made an encouraging observation. Our little shell obeyed the rudder miraculously well and ran along on the top of the waves, as if she had been an offspring of the sea, and the angry mother sheltered her endangered child. I sat at the prow, watching our course, when suddenly I heard the waters break with redoubled fury. We were certainly near the shore. At the same time I cried, "About there!" and the broad lightning filling the concave shewed us for one moment the level beach ahead, disclosing even the sands and stunted, ooze-sprinkled beds of reeds that grew at high water mark. Again it was dark, and we drew in our breath with such content as one may who, while fragments of volcano-hurled rock darken the air, sees a vast mass ploughing the ground immediately at his feet. What to do, we knew not. The breakers here, there, everywhere encompassed us. They roared and dashed and flung their hated spray in our faces. With considerable difficulty and danger, we succeeded at length in altering our course and stretched out from shore. I urged my companions to prepare for the wreck of our little skiff and to bind themselves to some oar or spar which might suffice to float them. I was myself an excellent swimmer. The very sight of the sea was wont to raise in me such sensations as a huntsman experiences when he hears a pack of hounds in full cry. I loved to feel the waves wrap me and strive to overpower me, while I, lord of myself, moved this way or that in spite of their angry buffetings. Adrian also could swim, but the weakness of his frame prevented him from feeling pleasure in the exercise or acquiring any great expertness. But what power could the strongest swimmer oppose to the overpowering violence of ocean in its fury? My efforts to prepare my companions were rendered nearly futile, for the roaring breakers prevented our hearing one another speak, and the waves that broke continually over our boat obliged me to exert all my strength in ladding the water out as fast as it came in. The wild darkness, palpable and rayless, hemmed us round, dissipated only by the lightning. Sometimes we beheld thunderbolts, fiery red, fall into the sea, and at intervals vast spouts stooped from the clouds, churning the wild ocean, which rose to meet them, while the fierce gale bore the wrack onwards, and they were lost in the chaotic mingling of sky and sea. Our gunwales had been torn away, our single sail had been rent to ribbons and borne down the stream of the wind. We had cut away our mast and lightened the boat of all she contained. Clara attempted to assist me in heaving the water from the hold, and as she turned her eyes to look on the lightning, I could discern by that momentary gleam that resignation had conquered every fear. We have a power given us in any worst extremity, which props the else feeble mind of man, and enables us to endure the most savage tortures with a stillness of soul which in hours of happiness we could not have imagined. A calm, more dreadful in truth than the tempest, allayed the wild beatings of my heart. A calm like that of the gamester, the suicide and the murderer, when the last die is on the point of being cast, while the poisoned cup is at the lips as the death blow is about to be given. Hours passed thus, hours which might write old age on the face of beardless youth, and grizzle the silky hair of infancy. Hours, while the chaotic uproar continued, while each dread gust transcended in fury the one before, and our skiff hung on the breaking wave and then rushed into the valley below, and trembled and spun between the watery precipices that seemed most to meet above her. For a moment the gale paused, and ocean sank to comparative silence. It was a breathless interval. The wind, which as a practised leaper had gathered itself up before it sprung, now with terrific roar rushed over the sea, and the waves struck our stern. Adrian exclaimed that the rudder was gone.
"We're lost!"
cried Clara.
"Save yourselves! Oh, save yourselves!"
The lightning shewed me the poor girl half buried in the water at the bottom of the boat. As she was sinking in it, Adrian caught her up and sustained her in his arms. We were without a rudder. We rushed prow foremost into the vast billows piled up ahead. They broke over and filled the tiny skiff. One scream I heard, one cry that we were gone. I uttered, I found myself in the waters. Darkness was around. When the light of the tempest flashed, I saw the keel of our upset boat close to me. I clung to this, grasping it with clenched hand and nails, while I endeavored during each flash to discover any appearance of my companions. I thought I saw Adrian at no great distance from me, clinging to an oar. I sprung from my hold, and with energy beyond my human strength, I dashed aside the waters as I strove to lay hold of him. As that hope failed, instinctive love of life animated me, and feelings of contention, as if a hostile will combated with mine. I breasted the surges and flung them from me, as I would the opposing front and sharpened claws of a lion about to enfang my bosom. When I had been beaten down by one wave, I rose on another, while I felt bitter pride curl my lip. Ever since the storm had carried us near the shore, we had never attained any great distance from it. With every flash, I saw the bordering coast, yet the progress I made was small, while each wave as it receded carried me back into ocean's far abysses. At one moment, I felt my foot touch the sand, and then again I was in deep water. My arms began to lose their power of motion. My breath failed me under the influence of the strangling waters. 1,000 wild and delirious thoughts crossed me, as well as I can now recall them. My chief feeling was how sweet it would be to lay my head on the quiet earth, where the surges would no longer strike my weakened frame, nor the sound of waters ring in my ears. To attain this repose, not to save my life, I made a last effort. The shelving shore suddenly presented a footing for me. I rose, and was again thrown down by the breakers. A point of rock to which I was enabled to cling gave me a moment's respite, and then, taking advantage of the ebbing of the waves, I ran forwards, gained the dry sands, and fell senseless on the oozy reeds that sprinkled them. I must have lain long deprived of life, for when first, with a sickening feeling, I unclosed my eyes, the light of morning met them. Great change had taken place meanwhile. Grey dawn dappled the flying clouds which sped onwards, leaving visible at intervals vast lakes of pure ether. A fountain of light arose in an increasing stream from the east, behind the waves of the Adriatic, changing the grey to a roseate hue, and then flooding sky and sea with aerial gold. A kind of stupor followed my fainting. My senses were alive, but memory was extinct. The blessed respite was short. A snake lurked near me to sting me into life. On the first retrospective emotion, I would have started up, but my limbs refused to obey me. My knees trembled. The muscles had lost all power. I still believed that I might find one of my beloved companions, cast like me, half alive on the beach, and I strove in every way to restore my frame to the use of its animal functions. I wrung the brine from my hair, and the rays of the risen sun soon visited me with genial warmth. With the restoration of my bodily powers, my mind became in some degree aware of the universe of misery, henceforth to be its dwelling. I ran to the water's edge, calling on the beloved names. Ocean drank in and absorbed my feeble voice, replying with pitiless roar. I climbed a near tree. The level sands bounded by a pine forest, and the sea clipped round by the horizon was all that I could discern. In vain, I extended my researches along the beach. The mast we had thrown aboard with tangled cordage and remnants of a sail was the sole relic land received of our wreck. Sometimes I stood still and wrung my hands. I accused earth and sky, the universal machine and the almighty power that misdirected it. Again, I threw myself on the sands, and then the sighing wind, mimicking a human cry, roused me to bitter, fallacious hope. Assuredly, if any little bark or smallest canoe had been near, I should have sought the savage plains of ocean, found the dear remains of my lost ones, and clinging round them, have shared their grave. The day passed thus. Each moment contained eternity, although when hour after hour had gone by, I wondered at the quick flight of time. Yet even now I had not drunk the bitter potion to the dregs. I was not yet persuaded of my loss. I did not yet feel in every pulsation, in every nerve, in every thought, that I remained alone of my race, that I was the last man. The day had clouded over, and a drizzling rain set in its sunset. Even the eternal skies weep. I thought, is there any shame then, that mortal man should spend himself in tears? I remembered the ancient fables, in which human beings are described as dissolving away through weeping into ever-gushing fountains. Ah, that so it were. And then my destiny would be in some sort akin to the watery death of Adrian and Clara. Oh, grief is fantastic. It weaves a web on which to trace the history of its woe from every form and change around. It incorporates itself with all living nature. It finds sustenance in every object. As light, it fills all things, and like light, it gives its own colors to all. I have wandered in my search to some distance from the spot on which I had been cast, and came to one of those watchtowers which at stated distances line the Italian shore. I was glad of shelter, glad to find the work of human hands, after I had gazed so long on nature's drear barrenness. So I entered and ascended the rough, winding staircase into the guardroom. So far was fate kind, that no harrowing vestige remained of its former inhabitants. A few planks laid across 2 iron trestles, and strewed with the dried leaves of Indian corn, was the bed presented to me, and an open chest containing some half-moulded biscuit, awakened an appetite which perhaps existed before, but of which, until now, I was not aware. Thirst also, violent and parching, the result of the sea water I had drank, and of the exhaustion of my frame, tormented me. Kind nature had gifted the supply of these wants with pleasurable sensations, so that I, even I, was refreshed and calmed as I ate of this sorry fare and drank a little of the sour wine which half filled a flask left in this abandoned dwelling. Then I stretched myself on the bed, not to be disdained by the victim of shipwreck. The earthy smell of the dried leaves was balm to my sense after the hateful odor of seaweed. I forgot my state of loneliness. I neither looked backward nor forward. My senses were hushed to repose. I fell asleep and dreamed of all dear inland scenes, of haymakers, of the shepherd's whistle to his dog, when he demanded his help to drive the flock to fold, of sights and sounds peculiar to my boyhood's mountain life, which I had long forgotten. I awoke in a painful agony, for I fancied that ocean, breaking its bounds, carried away the fixed continent and deep-rooted mountains, together with the streams I loved, the woods, and the flocks it raged around, with that continued and dreadful roar which had accompanied the last wreck of surviving humanity. As my waking sense returned, the bare walls of the guardroom closed round me, and the rain pattered against a single window. How dreadful it is to emerge from the oblivion of slumber and to receive as a good morrow the mute wailing of one's own hapless heart. to return from the land of deceptive dreams to the heavy knowledge of unchanged disaster. Thus was it with me, now and forever. The sting of other griefs might be blunted by time, and even mine yielded sometimes during the day to the pleasure inspired by the imagination or the senses. But I never looked first upon the morning light, but with my fingers pressed tight on my bursting heart, and my soul deluged with the interminable flood of hopeless misery. Now I awoke for the first time in the dead world. I awoke alone, and the dull dirge of the sea, heard even amidst the rain, recalled me to the reflection of the wretch I had become. The sound came like a reproach, a scoff. Like the sting of remorse in the soul, I gasped. The veins and muscles of my throat swelled, suffocating me. I put my fingers to my ears. I buried my head in the leaves of my couch. I would have dived to the center to lose hearing of that hideous moan. But another task must be mine. Again I visited the detested beach. Again I vainly looked far and wide. Again I raised my unanswered cry, lifting up the only voice that could ever again force the mute ear to syllable the human thought. What a pitiable, forlorn, disconsolate being I was. My very aspect and garb told the tale of my despair. My hair was matted and wild, my limbs soiled with salt ooze, while at sea I had thrown off those of my garments that encumbered me, and the rain drenched the thin summer clothing I had retained. My feet were bare, and the stunted reeds and broken shells made them bleed the while. I hurried to and fro, now looking earnestly on some distant rock which, islanded in the sands, bore for a moment a deceptive appearance, now with flashing eyes reproaching the murderous ocean for its unutterable cruelty. For a moment I compared myself to that monarch of the waste, Robinson Crusoe. We had been both thrown companionless, he on the shore of a desolate island, I on that of a desolate world. I was rich in the so-called goods of life. If I turned my steps from the near barren scene and entered any of the earth's million cities, I should find their wealth stored up for my accommodation, clothes, food, books, and a choice of dwelling beyond the command of the princes of former times. Every climate was subject to my selection. While he was obliged to toil in the acquirement of every necessity, and was the inhabitant of a tropical island against whose heats and storms he could obtain small shelter. Viewing the question thus, who would not have preferred the sybarite enjoyments I could command, the philosophic leisure and ample intellectual resources to his life of labor and peril? Yet he was far happier than I, for he could hope, nor hope in vain. The destined vessel at last arrived, to bear him to countrymen and kindred, where the events of his solitude became a fireside tale. To none could I ever relate the story of my adversity. No hope had I. He knew that, beyond the ocean which begirt his lonely island, thousands lived, whom the sun enlightened when it shone also on him. Beneath the meridian sun and visited moon, I alone bore human features. I alone could give articulation to thought. And when I slept, both day and night were unbeheld of any. He had fled from his fellows and was transported with terror at the print of a human foot. I would have knelt down and worshipped the same. The wild and cruel Caribbee, the merciless cannibal, or worse than these, the uncouth, brute, and remorseless veteran in the vices of civilization, would have been to me a beloved companion, a treasure dearly prized. His nature would be kin to mine, his form cast in the same mold. Human blood would flow in his veins. A human sympathy must link us forever. It cannot be that I shall never behold a fellow being more. Never. Never. Not in the course of years. shall I wake and speak to none. Past the interminable hours, my soul islanded in the world, a solitary point, surrounded by vacuum? Will day follow day endlessly thus? No. No. A God rules the world. Providence has not exchanged its golden scepter for an aspic sting. Away! Let me fly from the ocean grave. Let me depart from this barren nook, paled in, as it is, from access by its own desolateness. Let me tread once again the paved towns, step over the threshold of man's dwellings, and most certainly I shall find this thought a horrible vision, a maddening but evanescent dream. I entered Ravenna, the town nearest to the spot whereon I had been cast. Before the second sun had set on the empty world, I saw many living creatures, oxen and horses and dogs. But there was no man among them. I entered a cottage. It was vacant. I ascended the marble stairs of a palace. The bats and the owls were nestled in the tapestry. I stepped softly, not to awaken the sleeping town. I rebuked a dog that by yelping disturbed the sacred stillness. I would not believe that all was as it seemed. The world was not dead, but I was mad. I was deprived of sight, hearing, and sense of touch. I was laboring under the force of a spell which permitted me to behold all sights of earth except its human inhabitants. They were pursuing their ordinary labors. Every house had its inmate, but I could not perceive them. If I could have deluded myself into a belief of this kind, I should have been far more satisfied. But my brain, tenacious of its reason, refused to lend itself to such imaginations. And though I endeavored to play the antic to myself, I knew that I, the offspring of man, during long years, one among many, now remained sole survivor of my species. The sun sank behind the western hills. I had fasted since the preceding evening. But, though faint and weary, I loathed food, nor ceased, while yet a ray of light remained, to pace the lonely streets. Night came on, and sent every living creature but me to the bosom of its mate. It was my solace to blunt my mental agony by personal hardship of the 1,000 beds around. I would not seek the luxury of one. I lay down on the pavement. A cold marble step served me for a pillow. Midnight came, and then, though not before, did my wearied lids shut out the sight of the twinkling stars and their reflex on the pavement near. Thus I passed the second night of my desolation. Chapter 10. I awoke in the morning, just as the higher windows of the lofty houses received the first beams of the rising sun. The birds were chirping. Perched on the windows' sills and deserted thresholds of the doors, I awoke, and my first thought was, Adrian and Clara are dead. I no longer shall be hailed by their good morrow, or pass the long day in their society. I shall never see them more. The ocean has robbed me of them, stolen their hearts of love from their breasts, and given over to corruption what was dearer to me than light, or life, or hope. I was an untaught shepherd boy when Adrian deigned to confer on me his friendship. The best years of my life had been passed with him. All I had possessed of this world's goods, of happiness, knowledge, or virtue, I owe to him. He had, in his person, his intellect, and rare qualities, given a glory to my life, which without him it had never known. Beyond all other beings, He had taught me that goodness, pure and single, can be an attribute of man. It was a sight for angels to congregate to behold, to view him lead, govern, and solace the last days of the human race. My lovely Clara also was lost to me. She, who last of the daughters of man, exhibited all those feminine and maiden virtues, which poets, painters, and sculptors have in their various languages strove to express. Yet, as far as she was concerned, could I lament that she was removed in early youth from this certain advent of misery. Pure she was of soul, and all her intents were holy, but her heart was the throne of love, and the sensibility her lovely countenance expressed was the prophet of many woes, not the less deep and drear, because she would have forever concealed them. These two wondrously endowed beings had been spared from the universal wreck, to be my companions during the last year of solitude. I had felt, while they were with me, all their worth. I was conscious that every other sentiment, regret, or passion had by degrees merged into a yearning, clinging affection for them. I had not forgotten the sweet partner of my youth, mother of my children, my adored Idris, but I saw at least a part of her spirit alive again in her brother, and after that by Evelyn's death I had lost what most dearly recalled her to me. I enshrined her memory in Adrian's form, and endeavored to confound the two dear ideas. I sound the depths of my heart, and try in vain to draw thence the expressions that can typify my love for these remnants of my race. If regret and sorrow came athwart me, as well it might in our solitary and uncertain state, the clear tones of Adrian's voice and his fervent look dissipated the gloom, or I was cheered unaware by the mild content and sweet resignation Clara's cloudless brow and deep blue eyes expressed. They were all to me the sons of my benighted soul. Repose in my weariness, slumber in my sleepless woe. Ill, most ill, with disjointed words, bare and weak, have I expressed the feeling with which I clung to them. I would have wound myself like ivy inextricably round them, so that the same blow might destroy us. I would have entered and been a part of them, so that if the dull substance of my flesh were thought, even now I had accompanied them to their new and incommunicable abode. Never shall I see them more. I am bereft of their dear converse, bereft of sight of them. I am a tree rent by lightning. Never will the bark close over the bared fibers. Never will their quivering life, torn by the winds, receive the opiate of a moment's balm. I am alone in the world, but that expression as yet was less pregnant with misery than that Adrian and Clara are dead. The tide of thought and feeling rolls on forever the same, though the banks and shapes around which govern its course and the reflection in the wave vary. Thus the sentiment of immediate loss in some sort decayed, while that of utter, irremediable loneliness grew on me with time. 3 days I wandered through Ravenna, now thinking only of the beloved beings who slept in the oozy caves of ocean, now looking forward on the dread blank before me, shuddering to make an onward step, writhing at each change that marked the progress of the hours. For 3 days I wandered to and fro in this melancholy town. I passed whole hours in going from house to house, listening whether I could detect some lurking sign of human existence. Sometimes I rang at a bell. It tinkled through the vaulted rooms, and silence succeeded to the sound. I called myself hopeless, yet still I hoped, and still disappointment ushered in the hours, intruding the cold, sharp steel which first pierced me into the aching, festering wound. I fed like a wild beast, which seizes its food only when stung by intolerable hunger. I did not change my garb or seek the shelter of a roof during all those days. Burning heats, nervous irritation, a ceaseless but confused flow of thought, sleepless nights, and days instinct with a frenzy of agitation possessed me during that time. As the fever of my blood increased, a desire of wandering came upon me. I remember that the sun had set on the 5th day after my wreck, when, without purpose or aim, I quitted the town of Ravenna. I must have been very ill, had I been possessed of more or less of delirium. That night had surely been my last, for, as I continued to walk on the banks of the Mentone, whose upward course I followed, I looked wistfully on the stream, acknowledging to myself that its pucillid waves could medicine my woes forever, and was unable to account to myself for my tardiness in seeking their shelter from the poisoned arrows of thought that were piercing me through and through. I walked a considerable part of the night, and excessive weariness at length conquered my repugnance to the availing myself of the deserted habitations of my species. The waning moon, which had just risen, shewed me a cottage whose neat entrance and trim garden reminded me of my own England. I lifted up the latch of the door and entered. A kitchen first presented itself, where, guided by the moonbeams, I found materials for striking a light. Within this was a bedroom. The couch was furnished with sheets of snowy whiteness, the wood piled on the hearth, and an array as for a meal might also have deceived me into the dear belief that I had here found what I had so long sought, one survivor, a companion for my loneliness, a solace to my despair. I steeled myself against the delusion. The room itself was vacant. It was only prudent, I repeated to myself, to examine the rest of the house. I fancied that I was proof against the expectation, yet my heart beat audibly as I laid my hand on the lock of each door, and it sunk again when I perceived in each the same vacancy. Dark and silent they were as vaults. So I returned to the first chamber, wondering what sightless host had spread the materials for my repast and my repose. I drew a chair to the table and examined what the viands were of which I was to partake. In truth, it was a death feast. The bread was blue and mouldy. The cheese lay a heap of dust. I did not dare examine the other dishes. A troop of ants passed in a double line across the tablecloth. Every utensil was covered with dust, with cobwebs, and myriads of dead flies. These were objects each and all betokening the fallaciousness of my expectations. Tears rushed into my eyes. Surely this was a wanton display of the power of the destroyer. What had I done that each sensitive nerve was thus to be anatomized? Yet why complain more now than ever? This vacant cottage revealed no new sorrow. The world was empty. Mankind was dead. I knew it well. Why quarrel, therefore, with an acknowledged and stale truth? Yet, as I said, I had hoped in the very heart of despair, so that every new impression of the hard-cut reality on my soul brought with it a fresh pang, telling me the yet unstudied lesson that neither change of place nor time could bring alleviation to my misery, but that, as I now was, I must continue, day after day, month after month, year after year, while I lived. I hardly dared conjecture what space of time that expression implied. It is true, I was no longer in the first blush of manhood, neither had I declined far in the vale of years. Men have accounted mine the prime of life. I had just entered my 37th year. Every limb was as well knit, every articulation as true, as when I had acted the shepherd on the hills of Cumberland. And with these advantages, I was to commence the train of solitary life. Such were the reflections that ushered in my slumber on that night. The shelter, however, and less disturbed repose which I enjoyed restored me the following morning to a greater portion of health and strength than I had experienced since my fatal shipwreck. Among the stores I had discovered on searching the cottage the preceding night was a quantity of dried grapes. These refreshed me in the morning, as I left my lodging and proceeded towards a town which I discerned at no great distance. As far as I could divine, it must have been Forley. I entered with pleasure its wide and grassy streets. All, it is true, pictured the excess of desolation. Yet I loved to find myself in those spots which had been the abode of my fellow creatures. I delighted to traverse street after street, to look up at the tall houses and repeat to myself, once they contained beings similar to myself. I was not always the wretch I am now. The wide square of Forley, the arcade around it, its light and pleasant aspect cheered me. I was pleased with the idea that, if the earth should be again peopled, we, the lost race, would, in the relics left behind, present no contemptible exhibition of our powers to the newcomers. I entered one of the palaces and opened the door of a magnificent saloon. I started. I looked again with renewed wonder. What wild-looking, unkempt, half-naked savage was that before me? The surprise was momentary. I perceived that it was myself whom I beheld in a large mirror at the end of the wall. No wonder that the lover of the princely Idris should fail to recognize himself in the miserable object there portrayed. My tattered dress was that in which I had crawled half alive from the tempestuous sea. My long and tangled hair hung in elf locks on my brow. My dark eyes, now hollow and wild, gleamed from under them. My cheeks were discolored by the jaundice which the effect of misery and neglect suffused my skin, and were half hid by a beard of many days' growth. Yet why should I not remain thus? I thought. The world is dead, and this squalid attire is a fitter mourning garb than the foppery of a black suit. And thus, methinks, I should have remained, had not hope, without which I do not believe man could exist, whispered to me that, in such a plight, I should be an object of fear and aversion to the being, preserved I knew not where, but I fondly trusted at length to be found by me. Will my readers scorn the vanity that made me attire myself with some care for the sake of this visionary being? Or will they forgive the freaks of a half-crazed imagination? I can easily forgive myself. For hope, however vague, was so dear to me, and a sentiment of pleasure of so rare occurrence, that I yielded readily to any idea that cherished the one or promised any recurrence of the former to my sorrow in heart. After such occupation, I visited every street, alley, and nook of Forli. These Italian towns presented an appearance of still greater desolation than those of England or France. Plague had appeared here earlier. It had finished its course and achieved its work much sooner than with us. Probably the last summer had found no human being alive, in all the track included, between the shores of Calabria and the northern Alps. My search was utterly vain. Yet I did not despond. Reason, methought, was on my side, and the chances were by no means contemptible that there should exist in some part of Italy a survivor like myself, of a wasted, depopulate land. As therefore I rambled through the empty town, I formed my plan for future operations. I would continue to journey on towards Rome, after I should have satisfied myself, by a narrow search, that I left behind no human being in the towns through which I passed. I would write up in a conspicuous part of each, with white paint, in 3 languages, that Verney, the last of the race of Englishmen, had taken up his abode in Rome. In pursuance of this scheme, I entered a painter's shop and procured myself the paint. It is strange that so trivial an occupation should have consoled and even enlivened me. But grief renders one childish, despair fantastic. To this simple inscription, I merely added the adjuration, "Friend, come, I wait for thee. De vini ti aspetto." On the following morning, with something like hope for my companion, I quitted Forli on my way to Rome. Until now, agonizing retrospect and dreary prospects for the future had stung me when awake and cradled me to my repose. Many times I had delivered myself up to the tyranny of anguish. Many times I resolved a speedy end to my woes, and death by my own hands was a remedy whose practicability was even cheering to me. What could I fear in the other world? If there were an hell, and I were doomed to it, I should come an adept to the sufferance of its tortures. The act were easy, the speedy and certain end of my deplorable tragedy. But now these thoughts faded before the newborn expectation. I went on my way, not as before, feeling each hour, each minute, to be an age instinct with incalculable pain. As I wandered along the plain, at the foot of the Apennines, through their valleys and over their bleak summits, my path led me through a country which had been trodden by heroes, visited and admired by thousands. They had, as a tide, receded, leaving me blank and bare in the midst. But why complain? Did I not hope? So I schooled myself, even after the enlivening spirit had really deserted me, and thus I was obliged to call up all the fortitude I could command, and that was not much, to prevent a recurrence of that chaotic and intolerable despair that had succeeded to the miserable shipwreck that had consummated every fear and dashed to annihilation every joy. I rose each day with the morning sun and left my desolate inn. As my feet strayed through the unpeopled country, my thoughts rambled through the universe. And I was least miserable when I could, absorbed in reverie, forget the passage of the hours. Each evening, in spite of weariness, I detested to enter any dwelling, there to take up my nightly abode. I have sat hour after hour at the door of the cottage I had selected, unable to lift the latch and meet face to face blank desertion within. Many nights, though autumnal mists were spread around, I passed under an ilex. Many times I have supped on arbutus berries and chestnuts, making a fire gypsy-like on the ground, because wild, natural scenery reminded me less acutely of my hopeless state of loneliness. I counted the days and bore with me a peeled willow wand on which, as well as I could remember, I had notched the days that had elapsed since my wreck, and each night I added another unit to the melancholy sum. I had toiled up a hill which led to Spoleto. Around was spread a plain, encircled by the chestnut-covered Apennines. A dark ravine was on one side, spanned by an aqueduct, whose tall arches were rooted in the dell below, and attested that man had once deigned to bestow labour and thought here, to adorn and civilize nature. Savage, ungrateful nature, which in wild sport defaced his remains, protruding her easily renewed and fragile growth of wild flowers and parasite plants around his eternal edifices. I sat on a fragment of rock and looked round. The sun had bathed in gold the western atmosphere, and in the east the clouds caught the radiance and budded into transient loveliness. It set on a world that contained me alone for its inhabitant. I took out my wand. I counted the marks. 25 were already traced. 25 days had already elapsed since human voice had gladdened my ears, or human countenance met my gaze. 25 long, weary days, succeeded by dark and lonesome nights, had mingled with foregone years and had become a part of the past, the never to be recalled, a real, undeniable portion of my life. 25 long, long days. Why, this was not a month. Why talk of days, or weeks, or months? I must grasp years in my imagination if I would truly picture the future to myself. 3, 5, 10, 20, 50 anniversaries of that fatal epoch might elapse, every year containing 12 months, each of more numerous calculation in a diary than the 25 days gone by. Can it be? Will it be? We had been used to look forward to death tremulously. Wherefore? But because its place was obscure. But more terrible and far more obscure was the unveiled course of my lone futurity. I broke my wand. I threw it from me. I needed no recorder of the inch and barleycorn growth of my life, while my unquiet thoughts created other divisions than those ruled over by the planets. And in looking back on the age that had elapsed since I had been alone, I disdained to give the name of days and hours to the throes of agony which had in truth portioned it out. I hid my face in my hands. The twitter of the young birds going to rest, and their rustling among the trees, disturbed the still evening air. The crickets chirped. The azilo cooed at intervals. My thoughts had been of death. These sounds spoke to me of life. I lifted up my eyes. A bat wheeled round. The sun had sunk behind the jagged line of mountains, and the palely crescent moon was visible, silver-white, amidst the orange sunset, and accompanied by one bright star, prolonged thus the twilight. A herd of cattle passed along in the dell below, untended towards their watering place. The grass was rustled by a gentle breeze, and the olive woods, mellowed into soft masses by the moonlight, contrasted their sea green with the dark chestnut foliage. Yes, this is the earth, there is no change, no ruin, no rent made in her verdurous expanse. She continues to wheel round and round, with alternate night and day, through the sky. Though man is not her adorner or inhabitant, why can I not forget myself like one of those animals, and no longer suffer the wild tumult of misery that I endure? Yet, what a deadly breach yawns between their state and mine. Have not they companions? Have not they each their mate, their cherished young, their home, which, though unexpressed to us, is, I doubt not, endeared and enriched, even in their eyes, by the society which kind nature has created for them? It is I only that am alone, I on this little hilltop, gazing on plain and mountain recess, on sky and its starry population, listening to every sound of earth and air and murmuring wave. I only cannot express to any companion my many thoughts, nor lay my throbbing head on any loved bosom, nor drink from meeting eyes an intoxicating dew that transcends the fabulous nectar of the gods. Shall I not then complain? Shall I not curse the murderous engine which has mowed down the children of men, my brethren? Shall I not bestow a malediction on every other of nature's offspring, which dares live and enjoy, while I live and suffer? No. I will discipline my sorrowing heart to sympathy in your joys. I will be happy because ye are so. Live on, ye innocents, nature's selected darlings. I am not much unlike to you. Nerves, pulse, brain, joint, and flesh. Of such am I composed, and ye are organized by the same laws. I have something beyond this, but I will call it a defect, not an endowment, if it leads me to misery while ye are happy. Just then, there emerged from a near copse 2 goats and a little kid by the mother's side. They began to browse the herbage of the hill. I approached near to them. Without their perceiving me, I gathered a handful of fresh grass and held it out. The little one nestled close to its mother, while she timidly withdrew. The male stepped forward, fixing his eyes on me. I drew near, still holding out my lure, while he, depressing his head, rushed at me with his horns. I was a very fool, I knew it, yet I yielded to my rage. I snatched up a huge fragment of rock. It would have crushed my rash foe. I poised it, aimed it. Then my heart failed me. I hurled it wide of the mark. It rolled clattering among the bushes into dell. My little visitants, all aghast, galloped back into the covert of the wood, while I, my very heart, bleeding and torn, rushed down the hill, and by the violence of bodily exertion, sought to escape from my miserable self. No, I will not live among the wild scenes of nature, the enemy of all that lives. I will seek the towns, Rome, the capital of the world, the crown of man's achievements, among its storied streets, hallowed ruins, and stupendous remains of human exertion. I shall not, as here, find everything forgetful of man, trampling on his memory, defacing his works, proclaiming from hill to hill and vale to vale, by the torrents freed from the boundaries which he imposed, by the vegetation liberated from the laws which he enforced, by his habitation abandoned to mildew and weeds, that his power is lost, his race annihilated forever. I hailed the Tiber, for that was as it were an unalienable possession of humanity. I hailed the wild Campagna, for every rood had been trod by man, and its savage uncultivation of no recent date only proclaimed more distinctly his power, since he had given an honourable name and sacred title to what else would have been a worthless, barren track. I entered eternal Rome by the Porta del Popolo, and saluted with awe its time-honoured space. The wide square, the churches near, the long extent of the Corso, the near eminence of Trinita de Monti appeared like fairy work. They were so silent, so peaceful, and so very fair. It was evening, and the population of animals which still existed in this mighty city had gone to rest. There was no sound, save the murmur of its many fountains, whose soft monotony was harmony to my soul. The knowledge that I was in Rome soothed me, that wondrous city, hardly more illustrious for its heroes and sages than for the power it exercised over the imaginations of men. I went to rest that night, the eternal burning of my heart quenched, my senses tranquil. The next morning I eagerly began my rambles in search of oblivion. I ascended the many terraces of the garden of the Colonna Palace, under whose roof I had been sleeping, and passing out from its summit, I found myself on Monte Cavallo. The fountain sparkled in the sun. The obelisk above pierced the clear, dark blue air. The statues on each side, the works, as they are inscribed, of Phidias and Praxiteles, stood in undiminished grandeur, representing Castor and Pollux, who with majestic power tamed the rearing animal at their side. If those illustrious artists had in truth chiseled these forms, how many passing generations had their giant proportions outlived? And now they were viewed by the last of the species they were sculptured to represent and deify. I had shrunk into insignificance in my own eyes as I considered the multitudinous beings these stone demigods had outlived. But this afterthought restored me to dignity in my own conception. The sight of the poetry eternized in these statues took the sting from the thought, arraying it only in poetic ideality. I repeated to myself, I am in Rome. I behold, and as it were, familiarly converse with the wonder of the world, sovereign mistress of the imagination, majestic and eternal survivor of millions of generations of extinct men. I endeavored to quiet the sorrows of my aching heart, but even now taken an interest in what in my youth I had ardently longed to see. Every part of Rome is replete with relics of ancient times. The meanest streets are strewed with truncated columns, broken capitals, Corinthian and Ionic, and sparkling fragments of granite or porphyry. The walls of the most penurious dwellings enclose a fluted pillar or ponderous stone, which once made part of the palace of the Caesars, and the voice of dead time, in still vibrations, is breathed from these dumb things, animated and glorified as they were by man. I embraced the vast columns of the temple of Jupiter Stator, which survives in the open space that was the Forum, and leaning my burning cheek against its cold durability, I tried to lose the sense of my present misery and present desertion by recalling to the haunted cell of my brain vivid memories of times gone by. I rejoiced at my success as I figured Camillus, the Gracchi, Cato, and last, the heroes of Tacitus, which shine meteors of surpassing brightness during the murky night of the empire, as the verses of Horace and Virgil, or the glowing periods of Cicero, thronged onto the open gates of my mind. I felt myself exalted by long-forgotten enthusiasm. I was delighted to know that I beheld the scene which they beheld, the scene which their wives and mothers, and crowds of the unnamed witness, while at the same time they honored, applauded, or wept for these matchless specimens of humanity. At length, then, I had found a consolation. I had not vainly sought the storied precincts of Rome. I had discovered a medicine for my many and vital wounds. I sat at the foot of these vast columns, the Colosseum, whose naked ruin is robed by nature in a verdurous and glowing veil, lay in the sunlight on my right. Not far off, to the left, was the tower of the Capitol. Triumphal arches, the fallen walls of many temples, strewed the ground at my feet. I resolved to force myself to see the plebeian multitude, and lofty patrician forms congregated around. And, as the diorama of ages passed across my subdued fancy, they were replaced by the modern Roman, the Pope, in his white stole, distributing benedictions to the kneeling worshippers. The friar in his cowl, the dark-eyed girl, veiled by her misera, the noisy sunburnt rustic, leading his herd of buffaloes and oxen to the Campo Vicino, the romance with which, dipping our pencils in the rainbow hues of sky and transcendent nature, we to a degree gratuitously endow the Italians, replaced the solemn grandeur of antiquity. I remembered the dark monk and floating figures of the Italian, and how my boyish blood had thrilled at the description. I called to mind Corina ascending the Capitol to be crowned, and passing from the heroine to the author, reflected how the enchantress spirit of Rome held sovereign sway over the minds of the imaginative until it rested on me, sole remaining spectator of its wonders. I was long wrapped by such ideas, but the soul wearies of a pauseless flight, and stooping from its wheeling circuits round and round this spot, suddenly it fell 10,000 fathom deep into the abyss of the present, into self-knowledge, into tenfold sadness. I roused myself. I cast off my waking dreams, and I, who just now could almost hear the shouts of the Roman throng, and was hustled by countless multitudes, now beheld the desert ruins of Rome sleeping under its own blue sky. The shadows lay tranquilly on the ground. Sheep were grazing untended on the Palatine, and the buffalo stalked down the sacred way that led to the Capitol. I was alone in the Forum, alone in Rome, alone in the world. Would not one living man, one companion in my weary solitude, be worth all the glory and remembered power of this time-honored city? Double sorrow, sadness, bred in Chimerian caves, robbed my soul in a mourning garb. The generations I had conjured up to my fancy contrasted more strongly with the end of all, the single point in which, as a pyramid, the mighty fabric of society had ended, while I, on the giddy height, saw vacant space around me. From such vague laments, I turned to the contemplation of the minutiae of my situation. So far, I had not succeeded in the sole object of my desires, the finding a companion for my desolation. Yet I did not despair. It is true that my inscriptions were set up for the most part in insignificant towns and villages. Yet even without these memorials, it was possible that the person who, like me, should find himself alone in a depopulate land, should, like me, come to Rome. The more slender my expectation was, the more I chose to build on it and to accommodate my actions to this vague possibility. It became necessary, therefore, that for a time I should domesticate myself at Rome. It became necessary that I should look my disaster in the face. Not playing the schoolboy's part of obedience without submission, enduring life and yet rebelling against the laws by which I lived. Yet how could I resign myself without love, without sympathy, without communion with any? How could I meet the morning sun and with it trace its oft-repeated journey to the evening shades? Why did I continue to live? Why not throw off the weary weight of time and with my own hand let out the fluttering prisoner from my agonized breast? It was not cowardice that withheld me, for the true fortitude was to endure, and death had a soothing sound accompanying it that would easily entice me to enter its domain. But this I would not do. I had, from the moment I had reasoned on the subject, instituted myself the subject to fate and the servant of necessity, the visible laws of the invisible God. I believed that my obedience was the result of sound reasoning, pure feeling, and an exalted sense of the true excellence and nobility of my nature. Could I have seen in this empty earth, in the seasons and their change, the hand of a blind power, only most willingly would I have placed my head on the sod and closed my eyes on its loveliness forever. But fate had administered life to me. When the plague had already seized on its prey, she had dragged me by the hair from out the strangling waves. By such miracles, she had bought me for her own. I admitted her authority and bowed to her decrees. If, after mature consideration, such was my resolve, it was doubly necessary that I should not lose the end of life, the improvement of my faculties, and poison its flow by repinings without end. Yet how cease to repine, since there was no hand near to extract the barbed spear that had entered my heart of hearts? I stretched out my hand, and it touched none whose sensations were responsive to mine. I was girded, walled in, vaulted over by sevenfold barriers of loneliness. Occupation alone, if I could deliver myself up to it, would be capable of affording an opiate to my sleepless sense of woe. Having determined to make Rome my abode, at least for some months, I made arrangements for my accommodation. I selected my home. The Colonna Palace was well adapted for my purpose. Its grandeur, its treasure of paintings, its magnificent halls were objects soothing and even exhilarating. I found the granaries of Rome well stored with grain, and particularly with Indian corn. This product, requiring less art in its preparation for food, I selected as my principal support. I now found the hardships and lawlessness of my youth turned to account. A man cannot throw off the habits of 16 years. Since that age, it is true, I had lived luxuriously, or at least surrounded by all the conveniences civilization afforded. But before that time, I had been as uncouth a savage as the wolf-bred founder of old Rome. And now in Rome itself, robber and shepherd propensities, similar to those of its founder, were of advantage to its sole inhabitant. I spent the morning riding and shooting in the Campagna. I passed long hours in the various galleries. I gazed at each statue and lost myself in a reverie before many a fair Madonna or beauteous nymph. I haunted the Vatican and stood surrounded by marble forms of divine beauty. Each stone deity was possessed by sacred gladness and the eternal fruition of love. They looked on me with unsympathizing complacency, and often, in wild accents, I reproached them for their supreme indifference. For they were human shapes. The human form divine was manifest in each fairest limb and lineament. The perfect moulding brought with it the idea of colour and motion. Often, half in bitter mockery, half in self-delusion, I clasped their icy proportions, and, coming between Cupid and his Psyche's lips, pressed the unconceiving marble. I endeavoured to read. I visited the libraries of Rome. I selected a volume. In choosing some sequestered, shady nook on the banks of the Tiber, or opposite the fair temple in the Borghese Gardens, or under the old pyramid of Cestius, I endeavoured to conceal me from myself and immerse myself in the subject traced on the pages before me. As if in the same soil you plant nightshade and a myrtle tree, they will each appropriate the mould, moisture, and air administered for the fostering their several properties. So did my grief find sustenance and power of existence and growth in what else had been divine manna, to feed radiant meditation. Ah, while I streaked this paper with the tale of what my so-named occupants were, while I shaped the skeleton of my days, my hand trembles, my heart pants, and my brain refuses to lend expression or phrase or idea by which to image forth the veil of unutterable woe that clothed these bare realities. O worn and beaten heart, may I dissect thy fibres and tell how in each unmitigable misery, sadness dire, repinings and despair existed. May I record my many ravings, the wild curses I hurled at torturing nature, and how I have passed days shut out from light and food, from all except the burning hell alive in my own bosom. I was presented meantime with one other occupation, the one best fitted to discipline my melancholy thoughts, which strayed backwards over many a ruin, and through many a flowery glade, even to the mountain recess from which in early youth I had first emerged. During one of my rambles through the habitations of Rome, I found writing materials on a table in an author's study. Parts of a manuscript lay scattered about. It contained a learned disquisition on the Italian language, one page an unfinished dedication to posterity, for whose profit the writer had sifted and selected the niceties of this harmonious language, to whose everlasting benefit he bequeathed his labours. I also will write a book, I cried. For whom to read? To whom dedicated? And then with silly flourish, what so capricious and childish as despair, I wrote, Dedication to the illustrious dead. Shadows, arise and read your fall. Behold the history of the last man. Yet, will not this world be repeopled, and the children of a saved pair of lovers, in some to me unknown and unattainable seclusion, wandering to these prodigious relics of the antipestilential race, seek to learn how beings so wondrous in their achievements with imaginations infinite and powers godlike, had departed from their home to an unknown country? I will write and leave in this most ancient city this world's sole monument, a record of these things. I will leave a monument of the existence of Verney, the last man. At first I thought only to speak of plague, of death, and last of desertion, but I lingered fondly on my early years, and recorded with sacred zeal the virtues of my companions. They have been with me during the fulfillment of my task. I have brought it to an end. I lift my eyes from my paper. Again, they are lost to me. Again, I feel that I am alone. A year has passed since I have been thus occupied. The seasons have made their wonted round and decked this eternal city in a changeful robe of surpassing beauty. A year has passed, and I no longer guess at my state or my prospects. Loneliness is my familiar, sorrow my inseparable companion. I have endeavored to brave the storm. I have endeavored to school myself to fortitude. I have sought to imbue myself with the lessons of wisdom. It will not do. My hair has become nearly grey. My voice, unused now to utter sound, comes strangely on my ears. My person, with its human powers and features, seemed to me a monstrous increscence of nature. How express in human language a woe human being until this hour never knew? How give intelligible expression to a pang none but I could ever understand? No one has entered Rome. None will ever come. I smile bitterly at the delusion I have so long nourished, and still more when I reflect that I have exchanged it for another as delusive, as false, but to which I now cling with the same fond trust. Winter has come again, and the gardens of Rome have lost their leaves. The sharp air comes over the Campagna, and has driven its brute inhabitants to take up their abode in the many dwellings of the deserted city. Frost has suspended the gushing fountains, and Trevi has stilled her eternal music. I had made a rough calculation, abided by the stars, by which I endeavoured to ascertain the first day of the new year. In the old, outworn age, the sovereign pontiff was used to go in solemn pomp and mark the renewal of the year by driving a nail in the gate of the temple of Janus. On that day, I ascended St. Peter's and carved on its topmost stone the era 2100, last year of the world. My only companion was a dog, a shaggy fellow, half water and half shepherd's dog, whom I found tending sheep in the Campagna. His master was dead, but nevertheless, he continued fulfilling his duties in expectation of his return. If a sheep strayed from the rest, he forced it to return to the flock and sedulously kept off every intruder. Riding in the Campagna, I had come upon his sheep walk, and for some time observed his repetition of lessons learned from man, now useless, though unforgotten. His delight was excessive when he saw me. He sprang up to my knees. He capered round and round, wagging his tail. With the short, quick bark of pleasure, he left his foal to follow me, and from that day has never neglected to watch by and attend on me, shewing boisterous gratitude whenever I caressed or talked to him. His pattering steps and mine alone were heard when we entered the magnificent extent of nave and aisle of St. Peter's. We ascended the myriad steps together, when on the summit I achieved my design and in rough figures noted the date of the last year. I then turned to gaze on the country and to take leave of Rome. I had long determined to quit it, and I now formed the plan I would adopt for my future career after I had left this magnificent abode. A solitary being is by instinct a wanderer, and that I would become. A hope of amelioration always attends on change of place, which would even lighten the burthen of my life. I had been a fool to remain in Rome all this time. Rome, noted for malaria, the famous caterer for death. But it was still possible that, could I visit the whole extent of earth, I should find in some part of the wide extent a survivor. Methought the seaside was the most probable retreat to be chosen by such a one. If left alone in an inland district, still they could not continue in the spot where their last hopes had been extinguished. They would journey on, like me, in search of a partner for their solitude, till the watery barrier stopped their further progress. To that water, cause of my woes, perhaps now to be their cure, I would betake myself. Farewell, Italy. Farewell, thou ornament of the world, matchless Rome, the retreat of the solitary one during long months, to civilized life, to the settled home and succession of monotonous days, farewell. Peril will now be mine, and I hail her as a friend. Death will perpetually cross my path, and I will meet him as a benefactor. Hardship, inclement weather, and dangerous tempests will be my sworn mates. Ye spirits of storm, receive me. Ye powers of destruction, open wide your arms and clasp me forever. If a kinder power have not decreed another end, so that after long endurance I may reap my reward and again feel my heart beat near the heart of another like to me. Tiber, the road which is spread by nature's own hand, threading her continent, was at my feet, and many a boat was tethered to the banks. I would, with a few books, provisions, and my dog, embark in one of these and float down the current of the stream into the sea, and then, keeping near land, I would coast the beauteous shores and sunny promontories of the blue Mediterranean, past Naples, along Calabria, and would dare the twin perils of Scylla and Charybdis. Then, with fearless aim, for what had I to lose, skim ocean's surface towards Malta and the further Cyclades. I would avoid Constantinople, the site of whose well-known towers and inlets belonged to another state of existence from my present one. I would coast Asia Minor and Syria, and passing the seven-mouthed Nile, steer northward again, till losing sight of forgotten Carthage and deserted Libya, I should reach the Pillars of Hercules. And then, no matter where, the oozy caves and soundless depths of ocean may be my dwelling, before I accomplish this long-drawn voyage, or the arrow of disease find my heart as I float singly on the weltering Mediterranean, or in some place I touch at, I may find what I seek, a companion, or if this may not be, to endless time decrepit and grey-headed, youth already in the grave with those I love, the lone wanderer will still unfurl his sail and clasp the tiller, and still obeying the breezes of heaven, forever round another and another promontory, anchoring in another and another bay, still ploughing seedless ocean, leaving behind the verdant land of native Europe, adown the tawny shore of Africa, having weathered the fierce seas of the Cape, I may moor my worn skiff in a creek, shaded by spicy groves of the odorous islands of the far Indian Ocean. These are wild dreams. Yet since, now a week ago, they came on me, as I stood on the height of St. Peter's, they have ruled my imagination. I have chosen my boat, and laid in my scant stores. I have selected a few books. The principal are Homer and Shakespeare. But the libraries of the world are thrown open to me, and in any port I can renew my stock. I form no expectation of alteration for the better, but the monotonous present is intolerable to me. Neither hope nor joy are my pilots. Restless despair and fierce desire of change lead me on. I long to grapple with danger, to be excited by fear, to have some task, however slight or voluntary, for each day's fulfillment. I shall witness all the variety of appearance that the elements can assume. I shall read fear augury in the rainbow, menace in the cloud, some lesson or record dear to my heart in everything. Thus, around the shores of deserted earth, while the sun is high and the moon waxes or wanes, angels, the spirit of the dead, and the ever-open eye of the Supreme will behold the tiny bark freighted with Verney, the last man. The end.